That young man was incredibly excited to be the first person to step foot on the 600th floor of the tower. In front of him appeared a horde of monsters, but in the blink of an eye, they were all wiped out. The ones who acted were the 9 stars, 9 best individuals out of millions who had entered the tower. They utilized magic and divine power obtained from the tower to reach nearly absolute strength. They were the ones who blocked Jin Hyuk at the 600th floor, where he was known as Black Star or Purple Star. Without sacred weapons or rare treasures, he was still recognized as the strongest. Jin Hyuk carried with him an army tainted by death energy. It was like the embodiment of death, a grand soul master who pursued power instead of peace or humanity. The 9 stars declared they would punish Jin Hyuk for betraying humanity. Though he was once hailed as the strongest, Jin Hyuk still couldn't stand alone against all 9 of the 9 stars, and he was forced to accept the punishment reserved for those convicted of betrayal. However, that was just a story his mother used to tell before bed. Jin Hyuk was never a betrayer. The truth was, he was betrayed by 8 members of the 9 stars, who concealed the entire truth. 10 years later, the young man woke up late in the morning and screamed loudly, "Damn 9 stars, I will definitely return." Stunned when he realized that his secret skill had truly worked. It was the ability to transfer soul, where near death, his soul would move into a more suitable body. Jin Hyuk was reborn in a completely different form. The grudge against the 9 stars still ran deep in his mind. The memory of the day he was ambushed was still vivid. The holy knight Ken Pelin and the goddess Carmen Pelin had appeared back then. They summoned the holy circle of light to neutralize his darkness. Jin Hyuk always wondered why they betrayed him. Ken looked down at him with a contemptuous gaze. "I am just pulling up the weeds." Choi Jeong, Jin Hyuk's friend and also a battle star of the 9 stars, had no knowledge of the plan to enter the 600th floor. Perhaps they feared he would side with Jin Hyuk. Despite his fury, Jin Hyuk's eyes slowly opened. At that time he was ambushed, so he had no choice but to accept defeat. But this was not the end. He would return stronger. Now Jin Hyuk sat here, determined for revenge to crush their soul. Just then the phone unexpectedly rang. It had been a long time since he used a phone, but looking at it, it still seemed quite high-end. Opening it, he discovered that the current year was 2023. That meant 10 years had passed, but to him, it felt like a short nap. This skill really wasn't perfect. Speaking of the skill, Jin Hyuk immediately tested his new body. He casually dealt with a fly that was flying by, placed its body on his hand and focused, whispering, "Wake up." In response, only Siri's voice came from the phone. Jin Hyuk frantically repeated, "Wake up, wake up." In the end, he had to accept that this body only had the appearance but lacked any mana. This meant he would have to start climbing from the first floor without any skill. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk remembered that the 9 stars still existed. And yet 10 years had passed. Choi Jeong had now reached the 800th floor. To him, this was the golden opportunity. While they were enjoying their achievements, he would silently catch up and reclaim everything. To level up quickly, he had to enter the tower, not the training room. Although his current body was like a rookie, he possessed the memories and experience from his past life. Soon, he would regain his former level. At the entrance to the tower in Seoul, thousands of people were lined up to register for climbing the tower, dreaming of reaching the top and changing their lives. This place was the starting point for countless hopes and each person's story. Among them was Jin Hyuk, who would return as Black Star. He was determined to rebuild his reputation and complete his revenge. Exactly at 1 p.m., the tower gate officially opened. First challenge of Jin Hyuk's second life began. His first stop was the simulation tower entry trial. Including the 5 years from his past life, it had been 15 years since he last saw this tutorial. This tower had shown its dangers right from the entrance. The path seemed simple, but in reality it was full of traps. It would take at least a few days to get through, apart from the first 10 floors. This was the most annoying area. First thing he did was check his physical stats. The stats were so bad that he didn't want to look at them for long. However, there were 2 strange points: his hunger level and mana physique. Compared to his past life, could the characteristics and physique of each soul be different? Ignoring everything, his goal was to clear this path. Jin Hyuk alone increased his speed with his agile leg. A magical arrow trap immediately activated. But of course, it didn't hit him, as he had memorized its mechanism. However, that was just the opening act. A few more arrows came flying at him from behind. Jin Hyuk accelerated to dodge, but his view ahead was obstructed. As a result, a few arrows still managed to hit him. He told himself to hang on just a little longer. He was almost through. But then dozens of arrows came rushing at him like a hailstorm. This situation was indeed hard to avoid completely. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth and endured the pain, continuing to rush forward. In the end, he returned to the starting line, every injury on his body restored as if nothing had ever happened. First, he wanted to see how far he could go, though he had to admit that burning pain was far from pleasant. Now he could no longer recklessly charge forward with his eyes closed as before. When necessary, he had to use a few tricks, making use of his own traits to get through. Devour ability allowed Jin Hyuk to absorb inanimate objects and convert them into his own strength. For example, the drops of blood he had spilled along the path. All stats increased from 1 to 2, not too remarkable, yet his experience and stamina improved as well. He did not care much about fine-tuning his equipment, yet he was still capable of resisting basic negative states. It took only about a week for Jin Hyuk to complete the tutorial, yet he still deliberately took every arrow, repeating the process to accumulate stats through Devour. He persisted like that until the stamina experience bar reached its maximum. As a result, it took a full month before he officially cleared the tutorial stage. Because Jin Hyuk still had to go outside to eat like a normal person, several gods and demons showed interest in his reckless style of play. However, Jin Hyuk felt not the slightest goodwill toward the twisted beings who had built this tower-climbing game. Gods and demons always watched the players, hoping to find someone whose temperament matched their own. Though he cursed at them all day, none of them revealed their true names. In the end, he had long understood their scheme of recruiting lackeys. Whether in his previous life or the present, Jin Hyuk would never stand on the same side as them. A message from Van Kui Kai Thuong was sent to ask whether he had been living well lately. Hearing that familiar name, Jin Hyuk mocked him again. Ordinary demons were ruthless while that one clung like a shadow. In his previous life, he had followed him relentlessly, just to drag him to his side. Fortunately, it was thanks to him transferring his soul that Jin Hyuk had the chance to return. In the end, he was not entirely useless. But because he kept talking to him, the others began to pay attention. As a result, he was scolded even more while he caught the eyes of several other gods. Jin Hyuk clearly understood they were curious about which side he would choose. Yet one should never let anyone predict his next move, so he simply advanced in silence. Of course, no matter which side he leaned toward, Jin Hyuk would never follow that clingy demon. It was time to verify the results he had gained. His overall stats had grown significantly. Absorbing mana was still somewhat difficult for him, but in return he possessed a physique compatible with it. Thanks to that, Jin Hyuk could steadily improve his mana over time. Unexpectedly, another new trait was unlocked, even though he already had devoured. It turned out the original owner of this body had possessed that trait, called multi-talented. The somewhat cheesy name left Jin Hyuk slightly disappointed. However, it was an ability that allowed him to master nearly every field. In battle, the system even adjusted itself to match his level of proficiency. Though the name sounded rustic, its effectiveness had to be acknowledged as outstanding. The title he had once painstakingly prepared for yet failed to obtain was Omnipotent Master, one proficient in everything. Just then Ban appeared again, expressing his desire to take a look. To be precise, he wanted to see his status window, but of course he refused. Now he would advance to the next floor. Whether he followed or not was up to him, he did not care. According to his knowledge and experience, the next room should be the place for selection and training. Sure enough, as expected, here Jin Hyuk could choose a suitable weapon and class. After that, he only needed to break the floor to be transported straight to floor 1. In his previous life, Jin Hyuk had chosen to become a mage without hesitation, thanks to his mana physique. This time, he wanted to test the power of multi-talented, so he set a new training goal. Jin Hyuk held the bow, yet his aura remained strangely calm. One arrow shot out and split into 3, all of them striking the target. He continued to increase the difficulty of the test. He created targets that could counterattack him, ignoring the system warning that this was a risky action. 5 targets appeared at once and charged toward Jin Hyuk. He calmly took down 3 of them with his bow. The remaining 2 targets were neatly dealt with by him using a sword. For Jin Hyuk, that was still not enough. He wanted to try every weapon and raise the challenge level. Larger creatures were summoned into the training ground. Before they could show anything, they were defeated by him in the blink of an eye. Next, the 2 behind them met the same fate. Suddenly, a group of long-range attackers appeared simultaneously. Jin Hyuk immediately hid behind the nearby massive body to avoid the attack. Then he quickly searched for a suitable weapon. The system warned that this was currently the strongest group, but to Jin Hyuk the harder it was the more interesting. He decided to use his forte, that gigantic staff. He was confident he was even faster than them. Jin Hyuk unleashed magic bolts, sweeping away all the targets. He did not expect multi-talented to bring such power beyond anticipation. It felt no different from having mastered all kinds of weapons for many years. Suddenly, the system announced that he had achieved an accomplishment and received the class Omnipotent Master. Jin Hyuk was surprised because he had not thought it would be a separate class. However, each person could only possess one main class. He did not want to give up his advantage, so he decided to choose Omnipotent Master. Jin Hyuk intended to make it a secondary class, but the system immediately extinguished that idea. According to the rules, a secondary class could only be unlocked after passing floor 100. Jin Hyuk was annoyed because if he did not choose a class, he would not be able to leave this place. He then tried to use achievement points to unlock a secondary class. The system displayed a screen full of question marks, because this was not information meant for beginners. Achievement points were the currency received upon completing missions, and could be used to influence the system mechanism. Jin Hyuk ignored the inquiry, declaring he would spend 5,000 points to unlock it, but he was short exactly 50 points. He sighed and had no choice but to call Ban by name to summon him. Jin Hyuk demanded that he reveal his identity and speak with him directly. Because it was added to his record, he received an extra 200 bonus points. Even with the additional 200 points, he still could not stomach that demon's irritating attitude toward him. At last, he obtained the all-around master title for secondary profession. Now he smashed through the floor and teleported straight down to the first floor of the tower. 3 newcomers were struggling against the distorted creatures. The situation was quite tense. At the critical moment, someone descended like a savior. It was Jin Hyuk. He took aim and struck down the first one with a decisive blow. Hello, long time no see. Since reaching the 600th floor, he had not seen them again. Now that you have run into him, your bad luck has arrived. Behave and follow him obediently, and listen to orders. The person standing behind was practically about to become a long-time devoted fan of Jin Hyuk. Although he was a mage, he preferred direct combat. The other person did not care who he was, only wanting to cooperate and get it over with. Move aside, Jin Hyuk said coldly. Today all the cobalt here belong to him. The other 2 panicked and immediately retreated. The remaining 2 charged forward in resistance. The first one was knocked down by Jin Hyuk in the blink of an eye. He swung his wand fiercely like a whip. The other one saw that and fled in fear. But Jin Hyuk did not let it escape. The clean finishing blow, all 3 were eliminated. Only then did the system welcome him to the first floor. The mission was merely to defeat 10 of them. For him it was effortless. He suddenly remembered that killing 1,000 of the same kind would grant the title of that species' slayer. In the past, he had wandered everywhere hunting titles like this. Now he intended to absorb the power of the cobalt first. After absorbing them, he saw their memories and gained their strength. He even understood the language of that species. Just by absorbing them, his stats were already on par with someone climbing the 10th floor. Not to mention he could optimize his profession to increase stats with each level up. It was extremely advantageous. Suddenly an important memory flashed through his mind. He was preparing food to bring to its lord. From that, Jin Hyuk determined his second target. The Lord was the source of the monster wave. He could farm experience and obtain the title at the same time. But to deal with the wave, he needed his own force. It was time to control the Cobalt, making them transform into a loyal skeleton army. Jin Hyuk completed his transition into a summoner. This was simple for him, but his ambition had no limit. If there was still a hidden profession on this floor, he would definitely claim it. Suddenly 4 more Cobalt approached. This was a good chance to test his skeleton army. After a while, Jin Hyuk advanced with his subordinates. He found a small, simple house. The inside was empty. Fortunately, no one had discovered it before. He broke the floor and revealed a secret passage below. This was where the hidden profession of the first floor was concealed. As he walked, he collected the quartz stones on the steps. Spirit Master profession was hidden somewhere around here, and it was inside the coffin ahead. He boldly opened the coffin lid. A skeleton dressed in clothing flew out. It was Vulcan. He spoke despite no longer having vocal organs. "Are you my descendant?" Jin Hyuk merely smiled instead of answering. Vulcan was quite confident in his entrance, thinking it would astonish others. But since he already knew that man's story, that surprise no longer existed. Even so, for now he pretended not to know. In his previous life, when forced to change professions, he had accidentally discovered this place. After becoming a necromancer, he had once failed to turn Vulcan into a summit. Vulcan seemed pleased by his polite manner of speaking. The one he had mocked in the past was actually Jin Hyuk himself in his previous life. Jin Hyuk had to restrain himself from getting angry at that skeleton. He wanted to change professions immediately, but Vulcan required him to reach the 10th floor first. He rambled on about differences in rank, but he did not care much. Jin Hyuk then presented his status window to prove he was already a summoner. Vulcan was extremely excited, praising him without end. He believed he surpassed the one before. That previous person was naturally Jin Hyuk himself in the past. Because he talked too much, Vulcan almost forgot the main matter, which annoyed Jin Hyuk. In the end, he carried out the ritual for him. Before the tower appeared, Vulcan had once been one of the most powerful tower climbers. Even after reaching the peak, he never stopped seeking to go further. He felt that summons made only of flesh and bone were not enough. He wanted to create something more special, that was a soul. Therefore Vulcan was determined to summon the souls of the deceased. From that he created a form of summon never seen in that era. At the same time, he founded a new profession called the Death Soul Master. No matter how powerful, Vulcan could not overcome time, causing the path of the Death Soul Master to slowly slide toward the brink of extinction. At the final moment, Vulcan chose to cast the summoning spell on himself. He gambled on the hope that his descendants would restore his reputation. Thanks to this, Vulcan could find the next tower climber to continue the unfinished path. From then on, he existed in a half-human, half-NPC state. After handing the soul chalice to Jin Hyuk, Vulcan also sent his congratulations for him officially having a new profession. The chalice was used to trap and summon souls, and of course Jin Hyuk already knew everything. His first target was none other than Vulcan. Having missed the chance in the previous life, he would not allow himself to fail again in this one. Vulcan hoped he would climb the tower so his name could be celebrated again. Yet Jin Hyuk merely replied that to enjoy, one must act. Sitting idly and demanding rewards only brings consequences. You dare to break the promise recorded in your journal, Vulcan roared furiously. Jin Hyuk thought shirking responsibility was a bad habit, so he would help him correct it. First he would take his soul. Vulcan's soul began to separate from his body. Sealing him was not easy, and Vulcan immediately lunged outward. He even raised his hand provocatively, mocking that they would meet again next time. Before he finished speaking, his skull slammed into an invisible wall. Vulcan inadvertently fell into a preset matrix. Jin Hyuk had anticipated it. The magical wall was only a low-level spell, but enough to form a private prison. Vulcan struggled, thinking a few basic spells could not hold him. He said that was all there was. Jin Hyuk smiled enigmatically. He had set up a series of spirit stones and activated them simultaneously. If still free, he could easily destroy them, but trapped it was different. Only then did Vulcan truly feel despair. Dead for 100 years, now facing one even more cunning than himself. Jin Hyuk leisurely explained the truth. In the previous life, he had been the second Death Soul Master. Now he was the third successor. Vulcan screamed madly, never expecting him to return just to capture him again. Jin Hyuk used the soul orb to pull him inside. No escape, Vulcan was now nothing but a skeletal frame. With him as a subordinate, Jin Hyuk could achieve almost anything he wished. The 9 stars could wait, he would find them one by one. Jin Hyuk returned to his skeletal army. Ban and the other gods were curious about his profession, but he insisted on secrecy. Soon they would witness his power firsthand. The surrounding skeletons looked at him pleadingly, but he no longer needed them. He decided to return their remaining bones to the earth. The souls would continue to serve him as subordinate. All obeyed but could not speak. Suddenly a voice full of resentment shouted furiously. The owner of the voice was Vulcan the fire god. Jin Hyuk was still impressed by his human appearance. Surely he had been handsome in youth. Vulcan became angry again, demanding a duel with him. But then his throat seemed to tighten. He existed thanks to Jin Hyuk's mana. Stopping the supply would make him vanish. With his proud temperament, Vulcan refused to bow as a subordinate. Jin Hyuk whispered close to his ear, asking if he had any other choice. One who had turned familiar humans into souls for absorption could hardly judge others. Besides, he still held the Devour skill. If he did not comply, Vulcan would become his meal. What do you ultimately want? He growled, and Jin Hyuk only pointed to Bo's castle. He intended to take that place as a base. At night, Jin Hyuk strolling encountered 2 spider girls on guard. Jin Hyuk released the 2 cobalt souls and defeated them in an instant. 30 spider soul soldiers in hand, he completely overpowered them. Moreover, in this life he would not merely stand and watch. Spider Lord was performing a ritual in a private room. Detecting an intruder, it immediately ordered offerings to be prepared. Hyuk calmly advanced down the corridor. Using the sense of aura, he pinpointed the Spider Lord's room. Ban appeared again with his glowing staff, annoying Jin Hyuk. He did not need the help of that talkative god, because he was certain victory belonged to him. Meanwhile, the Spider Lord completed the ritual, and shouted loudly. Not yet satisfied, only to be content later, praising Quan Tukui. Next offering was presented before it. It was a Gabai girl, making the Spider Lord appear pleased. For it, Gabai was a more valuable sacrifice than humans. That moment Jin Hyuk stepped in. He paid no mind to what ritual they were performing. Sooner or later, all would become his soldiers. The ritual's disruption enraged the Spider Lord. Not only that, he was scolded by Jin Hyuk as a hollow-minded creature. "I am Callum, king of the goblins. Show respect, humanity," he shouted loudly. "Try to make me fear," Jin Hyuk scoffed in response. Unaware of what happened, Gabai realized this was a chance to escape. Callum immediately called upon the power of the demon god and charged to attack. Two claws sliced through the air, aimed directly at Doc Gabai. In the midst of the intense moment, she suddenly lost her footing and fell. That situation accidentally opened the way for Jin Hyuk to appear. He threw a punch, shattering the claws into countless fragments. Everything happened as smoothly as a textbook example. Initially, Jin Hyuk planned to ignore it, but then he realized she was Doc Gabai, a powerful race living on the 100th floor. There was no reason for her to be down here. Moreover, she seemed very young. He decided to save her to find out what happened on the 100th floor. Jin Hyuk warned her to retreat quickly. If she was targeted again, he would not act again. Callum refused to let go. He grabbed two of her soul beasts nearby and turned them into living explosives. Jin Hyuk managed to zoom past before they could explode. An uppercut from below sent Callum flying nearly 8 meters. That aging body was clearly overburdened. And now, this was just the warm-up for Jin Hyuk. Callum still had his trump card. He screamed for the demon god to take him in. It turned out he had sacrificed himself. Dark red blood aura shot out and wrapped around Jin Hyuk. From that, a gigantic blood bear was formed. Who would have thought that Callum could summon such a high-level monster? The blood bear pinned Jin Hyuk's head to the ground, causing Callum to laugh gleefully. "Aha, now do you know fear?" Boasted about his strongest soul summoning technique. Jin Hyuk sneered. A toad dared to compare itself to a swan. Decided to show him what a real soul summoning technique looked like. A team of soul beasts was immediately summoned. He charged into the blood bear's body, causing it to burst from within. Callum stared at Jin Hyuk as he proudly walked under the rain of blood. That arrogant posture sent chills down people's spine. What concerned him was how Callum could summon the blood bear. There must be a hand of the demon god behind it. The demon god appeared in the chat room and became curious about his soul master power. Jin Hyuk had noticed. He watched the battle between Jin Hyuk and Callum, with Callum being just a distraction. Despite his defeat, Callum still believed the demon god would seek revenge for him. Jin Hyuk also hoped that person would come soon to have a clear conversation. For now, he had to deal with Callum, who was being crushed by his own soul clan. That was the price for anyone who dared to challenge him. Callum first, demon god later. Jin Hyuk clenched his fist. Callum's body disintegrated into dust. At this moment, he exuded more villainous aura than an actual villain. Next step was to take Callum's soul as his item. Seeing his soul attempt to escape, Jin Hyuk immediately captured it. He already had a plan for him. Jin Hyuk compressed him into a soul orb to collect soul power and refine it into a potion. "If you want a drink, open your mouth." He expected it, the effect was negligible, the increase was meaningless. At that time, Doc Gabai appeared to thank him. She introduced herself as Haru. She had been told to run. Haru seemed unafraid. Jin Hyuk threatened to kill or sell her. "If you do that, I will deal with you." Haru suddenly burst with killing intent. Jin Hyuk laughed. Indeed, Doc Gabai, once they said repay a favor or get revenge, they would follow through to the end. He wondered why someone from the 100th floor like Haru would come all the way down here. Haru hesitated and then said that the Doc Gabai village on the 100th floor had been attacked. Jin Hyuk was shocked because Doc Gabai was an extremely powerful race in the tower. Even the tower climbers were wary of them. He silently speculated it might have been caused by one of the 4 major powers. The colossal strength of the giant race, the magical essence of the dragon race, the demonic mastery of the demon race, along with the purifying wings of their own kind. They were the 4 forces controlling the tower. Perhaps one of them or someone they supported had underestimated Doc Gabai. It was also possible the reckless 9 stars did it. Mentioning them, his heart surged with hatred. After handling everything, Jin Hyuk decided to leave. He no longer wanted to stay in this foul-smelling place. Alright, Haru Xuan Fang will go with Jin Hyuk. Young, having her in the team wasn't bad. If she wanted to follow, Jin Hyuk wouldn't protect her. Haru assured him she could handle herself. Still, she had nearly lost her life to a soul beast. Mentioning that made Haru blush with embarrassment. Putting it aside, Jin Hyuk needed to change clothes since his outfit was soaked in blood. He suddenly saw an item drop from Callum. Just when needed, he changed into new clothes, though he looked no different from a prisoner. The two left the lower floor. Vulcan emerged and reported that the remaining cobalt in the castle had been cleared. Haru curiously asked who he was. Vulcan was surprised and didn't understand how she could see soul. Haru explained that some Dokkaebi had high compatibility with soul. Jin-hyuk hadn't expected her to be special. He briefly thought about whether he should use a soul-binding technique to absorb her power. The system chimed in, announcing the monster wave mission. Jin-hyuk had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The other two were utterly stunned, completely unable to believe he dared to nod and accept the entire challenge. Pass up such a tempting bait. If he did nothing, he would have no way to overthrow the boss ruling this place, even though most gods and demons believed he was being far too reckless. Death Judge Ghost promised a generous reward if he completed the mission. Therefore, Jin-hyuk had even more reason to throw himself into it. Vulcan hardly believed he had the strength to withstand the monster tide. Jin-hyuk understood clearly that the old man wished for his swift demise, so he could regain his freedom. But Vulcan could rest assured, because even if he failed, the old man would still have to remain a subordinate. The moment he accepted the mission, the entire safe zone on the first floor instantly lost its effect. The other players were furious, having no idea who had triggered this monster wave mission. They hurriedly rushed to the second floor before the tide struck. Naturally, after finishing all the missions on the first floor, a jagged bolt of lightning tore across the sky like an ominous omen. In the spatial rift, the cobalt swarmed out and launched a frenzied assault. The tower climbers could only huddle together and wait. At that very moment, another pillar of light suddenly flared up. Jin-hyuk led his two trusted aides into the fray, issuing a warning to everyone at the same time. Whoever dares to touch even a single one, I will make you pay dearly. They could not care less about that arrogant declaration, worrying instead that he would be crushed. Yet Jin-hyuk had already arranged his formation for the battle. Let them see what would happen when corporeal cobalt faced soul cobalt. He calmly watched his subordinates sweep away each wave. Haru asked to lend her strength. Once granted permission, Haru opened her spatial pouch. She drew out a sword that radiated a chilling and formidable sharpness. With lightning speed, Haru effortlessly cut down a cobalt in the blink of an eye. Jin-hyuk realized it was no ordinary weapon, and was surprised that the young girl wielded it so skillfully. Perhaps the true target of those invaders who attacked the village was Haru herself. Suddenly 3 tower climbers appeared, looking displeased that Jin-hyuk had taken the entire wave for himself. The leader was Kim Seung from the White Swallow Guild. Jin-hyuk could not be bothered whether it was White Swallow or Black Swallow. Kim Seung arrogantly boasted that White Swallow was a subordinate guild of the Holy Temple. Just mentioned Ken Pellin. Touching those two means striking at my sore spot. Kim Seung had yet to sense the danger, continuing to brag about reaching the 10th floor with his older brother. Seeing Jin-hyuk stand out so prominently today, he even wanted to recruit him. Unfortunately, he had no interest, and signaled his subordinates to restrain him. It just so happened that he needed some information about the Pellin group. The other two roared in anger, asking why he was blocking their teammate from climbing the tower, whether he was bullying them simply because he was stronger. Why not? Jin-hyuk replied indifferently, as everything was already obvious. The rules here did not forbid such action. In this tower, the strong decide everything, from survival to wealth. For now, he only needed information, so he would temporarily spare Kim Seung. If you do not want trouble, it is best not to talk too much and stay away from me. Two hurried over to support him, asking whether they should consider revenge. Run, Kim Seung stammered. He understood Jin-hyuk's strength clearly, and only wanted to withdraw before it was too late. After catching up, Jin-hyuk and Vulcan returned to rejoin the battle line. Power erupted, yet the number of monsters barely decreased. Cobalt remained as dense as a rising tide. Jin-hyuk faced them head-on, while Vulcan guarded the rear with his soul manipulation ability. The Soul Army coordinated with Vulcan's Skeleton Legion. They split up to encircle the monster wave. For everyone they felled, another surged forward. Haru continued fighting alone, but her stamina gradually waned before the sea of enemy. In a brief moment of carelessness, she was ambushed from behind. The pain made Haru recall the beloved village that had once been burned to ashes. Because of that, this wound meant little to her. On the contrary, her will blazed even more fiercely. Even so, after a few minutes, Haru's strength reached its limit. At that very moment, a loud explosion behind her created by Jin-hyuk startled her. She admired his terrifying power, even though he was only on the first floor. Haru resolved to follow Jin-hyuk to learn from him, and one day avenge her village. Lost in thought, she nearly suffered a second strike. This time Vulcan intervened in time to save her. Leaning on her sword, Haru trembled as she stood up, still determined to keep fighting. Vulcan wondered what she had gone through to become so resilient. As for Haru, she questioned why he had helped her. When she fled from the 100th floor, no one had reached out to save her. Being unharmed was already fortunate. She believed Vulcan surely had his own scheme. I do not know either, Vulcan answered briefly. A warrior soul must absolutely obey its master, and the master is Jin Haya. He ordered him to ensure Haru remained alive and achieved her goal. Therefore Vulcan charged back into battle, lest he fail and be reprimanded by Jin Haya. Haru was deeply grateful to Jin Haya, the only one who had extended a hand to her in the tower. Because of that, she had to survive to repay that kindness. Haru slowly put on the demon mask. Power within her erupted as if she had never been injured. Both Jin Hyuk and Vulcan were astonished by this change. Haru moved in and out like a phantom. In just a single pass, countless cobalt collapsed. She looked as if she were intoxicated by the frenzy of that slaughter. Witnessing what Haru displayed, Jin Hyuk became even more certain that the one who had attacked the village had deliberately targeted her sword. Perhaps it would be best for Jin Hyuk to keep this matter from Haru. There was only 1 minute left before the wave would end. The gate gradually narrowed, the last creature rushing out in haste. In his exhilaration, Jin Hyuk hurled his dagger with force, dropping it instantly. At last, they managed to stop the wave of monsters. Vulcan truly admired Jin Hyuk's impressive performance. As for Haru, she was visibly exhausted, her body swaying as if about to collapse. Jin Hyuk quickly caught her. That skill was powerful but should not be used when stamina was depleted. Whenever she faced Jin Hyuk, Haru revealed unfamiliar expressions of confusion and shyness. Setting that aside, it was time to receive the reward. Jin Hyuk had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Title Fairy Slayer increased all his stats by 5 stars. Though not very large, the 500 regular points were still added to his total stats. If he made use of the abilities Omnipotent, Master, and Gluttony to learn skills, those stats would continue to rise without end. This time, the reward was only given to the top 3 positions. The first name was once again Jin Hyuk. Following behind were Haru and Vulcan. Even he could not believe that his name had been called to receive a reward. Even so, in the end, the reward still fell into Jin Hyuk's hand. He still only played the role of an attendant as before. Haru also handed her reward to Jin Hyuk as a pledge for their shared future. However, he refused, his past betrayal making it difficult for Jin Hyuk to place his trust in others. The second place reward was too valuable. He could not accept it without caution. Haru traveling with him did not mean he completely trusted her, unless she could prove absolute loyalty. Without hesitation, Haru took out the Dokkaebi mask and handed it to him to prove her sincerity. Vulcan was stunned when he saw her give the Dokkaebi mask to someone outside the tribe. Because to the Dokkaebi, that mask was nearly their very life, only given to the one they considered destiny when proposing. Even Jin Hyuk was bewildered, not understanding why she would give him something that symbolized a proposal. Haru honestly said it was her gratitude for him saving her life twice, and a promise that she would never betray him. The value of the mask was so great that Jin Hyuk believed she must still be hiding something else. Revenge, Haru replied softly. She did not go into detail, only saying that the village had been burned to the ground and no one survived. Perhaps she was the last Dokkaebi still in existence. Therefore Haru resolved to seek justice for her tribe and chose to climb the tower with Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk looked at her, realizing that in Haru's eyes burned the same desire for vengeance as his. If she ever intended to betray him, the price she would pay would be her life. He accepted the reward, while to him, the mask was nothing more than a worthless ornament. Haru was so delighted that she called him Oppa, giving Jin Hyuk goosebumps. Setting aside the matter of forms of address, it was time to open the 3 gifts they had just received. First was a mana ring that reduced consumption by 10%. Next was a pair of mana earrings that reduced it by another 15%. Finally was a mana necklace that cut consumption by up to 20%. Vulcan remarked that these were all rare treasures, while Haru did not understand their value. In truth, they were extremely suitable for a summoner like Jin Hyuk, who required a large amount of mana to maintain his army. After waiting without hearing Quan Tu Kui say anything, Jin Hyuk had to remind him of the original promise. But he merely waved his hand and told him to go play somewhere else. Jin Hyuk immediately led the group into a nearby restaurant. The town had become quiet because everyone had evacuated to the second floor to avoid the wait. Only after the second reminder did Kwon Tu Kui finally agree to choose a gift for him. It was a skull ring that radiated a dangerous aura. Jin Hyuk excitedly picked it up to examine it, then suddenly froze as he realized something. He began to speak, then abruptly fell silent, making Vulcan and Haru even more curious. Jin Hyuk's expression changed when he discovered the ring contained demonic power. That news left Vulcan stunned in disbelief. Demonic power was the essence of demons, a form of energy considered superior to ordinary mana. Normally, humans had to become slaves to demons and accumulate it for months to obtain even a small amount of demonic power. When Jin Hyuk put on the ring, Quan Tu Quy Chinese letter extended his hand to make peace. He agreed to let him off this time. After all, the gift was too good a bargain. The atmosphere around them immediately became cheerful. Only Ban showed open jealousy because he had not yet shaken Jin Hyuk's hand. If you want a handshake, then bring something worthy, Jin Hyuk said slyly. Not just anyone can touch my hand. Ban rummaged through his wardrobe, drawers, and even under the bed, but his possessions were even poorer than Quan Tu Quy-'s. In the end, he decided to create a mission. Oh, what do you mean? Jin Hyuk exclaimed in surprise. Hearing about a mission from a demon, Vulcan was even more excited than Jin Hyuk. It was unclear who was actually the one climbing the tower here. Jin Hyuk agreed to hear Ban's proposal despite him muttering something incomprehensible. In truth, that was not exactly Ban's original intention, but now it could not be taken back. The mission required Jin Hyuk to become famous throughout the tower before floor 100. Failure meant becoming Ban's follower, while success would grant him every formula Ban possessed. With the demon's formulas in hand, almost nothing would be impossible. Jin Hyuk was very satisfied, but also realized that the accompanying punishment was not light. Even so, he had always loved taking risks, so he decided to accept this challenge. Confirmation ritual was a handshake with Ban, who was overjoyed to touch his idol's hand. After completing the first floor, Jin Hyuk planned to find Seung Ti to squeeze out more information. Such trivial matters were handed over to Vulcan to handle. He had already sent a soul to follow him. He was still on the first floor but some distance away from them. Then you must teach me a few moves. I'll go ahead. Vulcan reluctantly turned and walked away. Jin Hyuk decided to chat with Haru to pass the time while waiting for that old man. He was curious about the origin of the Dokkaebi mask. On the way, Haru slowly recounted it to him. The mask allowed the wearer to unlock the power of Dokkaebi. It was an ability to mesmerize with supernatural resources, like Haruruko, who could use special powers and even glimpse the future. Jin Hyuk felt a twinge of regret. If she had used it earlier, it would have been very useful in battle. Haru suddenly stared at him without blinking, making Jin Hyuk feel uneasy. She sensed something unusual about him. Many outsiders had tried everything to reach this power. They begged just to glimpse the future and escape their fate. Jin Hyuk believed there was no need to avoid destiny. Whatever blocked the way should be shattered. Haru thought her ability combined with his would be extremely effective. She could observe the whole battlefield, a skill made for combat. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk excitedly hugged Haru, making her cheeks flush. Amazing, luckily it was her. Well, never mind. She was indeed number one. With Haru by his side, his chances of defeating the 9 stars wielding weapons increased. That moment was captured by Ban on camera, and Jin Hyuk angrily chased him away. Overexcited, he acted impulsively, then immediately turned to apologize to Haru. Anyway, he would make full use of the mask and help Haru as well as himself avenge past wrong. Haru felt fortunate and full of anticipation for the journey ahead. While the two were still intimate, Vulcan was sent on a mission. He gagged Kim Seung so he couldn't speak, while the rest of the gang scattered. Do you know how hard it was to capture you? That hateful master moves like a turtle, Vulcan grumbled. Just then, Jin Hyuk leisurely arrived, and Vulcan immediately accused Kim Seung of trying to escape. Jin Hyuk drew his sword. Don't get it wrong, he just wanted to return what belonged to him. But he would let him choose where the blade would fall. The arm, the tendon, or his head. Kim Seung turned pale, spilled all the information about the White Swallow Guild and ran. Eventually, he would dismantle that guild, so he let him go temporarily. However, between floors 10 and 200, countless small guilds remain. Handling them one by one would take a lot of time. If successful, they could make a name by defeating the Pelin Brotherhoods and fulfilling the mission. On floor 2, tower climbers buzzed about Jin Hyuk, who had stopped the monster waves. When he appeared, everyone was curious, but the Dokkaebi mask hid his true face. They immediately swarmed Han, questioning him like news reporters. Unable to reveal his real name, Jin Hyuk decided to use another identity. "I am Ma Dean," he said, then turned and walked away with his two subordinates amidst murmurs. Some worried that Jin Hyuk was involved in past crime. Many had entered the tower to avoid investigation. Hiding the face or identity was common in the tower, making the strange mask draw even more attention. Now they had to leave to handle more important matters. The upcoming mission was to defeat the Goblin Warrior. Didn't seem too difficult, so Jin Hyuk left it all to Vulcan. He smirked and asked if Jin Hyuk wanted him to capture it alive. "If possible, capture Haru's part too," Jin Hyuk said with a sly smile. He wanted to test the new magic. Vulcan muttered a few words and left, telling him not to exhaust all magic before he returned. Haru wondered if that was safe, but Jin Hyuk did not stop her from accepting the mission herself. Now it was time for him to test that magic, to see how powerful it was. A black-purple flame hovered before him. It was the magic. Haru suddenly sensed movement around them. A goblin lunged out from the bushes with a fierce gaze. Needing a test subject, Jin Hyuk immediately launched his magic at it. But the goblin quickly dodged. It seemed he miscalculated, but this was a contact-type magic. It didn't create an explosion, but gradually disintegrated the target's body. Magic was a malevolent energy, hard to resist for the unworthy. Just a touch, and the consequences were severe. The next step was to transfer magic into a spirit soldier. Then a stronger spirit soldier would be formed. Jin Hyuk experimented like a dedicated researcher, but the soul shattered. Perhaps it couldn't withstand the magic, so he had to reduce the density. After sweating profusely, he finally created a goblin spirit soldier infused with magic looking stable. Rarely could anyone use pure magic besides demons, so few knew how controllable it was. Just as Vulcan returned, he was intrigued by the blend of magic and soul, suggesting calling them Magic Spirit Soldier. Vulcan inspected Binko Bold's magic spirit closely and laughed, truly a worthy pupil. From now on, every captured soul Jin Hyuk must infuse with magic, a task hard to achieve on the battlefield. He suddenly thought to make full use of everything he had. "You are much better at summoning than me," Jin Hyuk praised, making Vulcan delighted. Just then, a surge of magic hit, catching him off guard. If he infused magic into Vulcan's soul, the summoned spirit soldiers would also become magic spirits. Since his soul was stronger than a goblin's, he had to pour all his magic. Haru worried for Vulcan, but Jin Hyuk was confident he wouldn't fall easily. Vulcan swore to endure the pain and crushed Jin Hyuk later for his insolence. After a loud quarrel, Vulcan's magic spirit soldier was finally complete. Jin Hyuk was proud of the strongest magic spirit soldier he had created himself. "You were wrong, Jin Hyuk." Vulcan screamed when he realized he had summoned something far beyond his own power. That was the fatal mistake of a soul master. "Are you angry now?" Jin Hyuk teased him before putting on the Dokkaebi mask. He wanted to find a worthy opponent to test his strength while wearing this mask. Vulcan had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He wanted to personally destroy Jin Hyuk to regain his freedom. He summoned a series of demon soul soldiers to surround him. Jin Hyuk responded with the power from the mask. In his eyes, the demon souls moved as slowly as turtle. It turned out this was how Haru saw the world. In the blink of an eye, Jin Hyuk wiped out the demon soul soldiers and charged straight at the smirking Vulcan. He was no longer at his peak. He was once called the Death Star. Vulcan immediately felt Jin Hyuk's heavy punch. He told him to calm down and listen to him. Haru was worried when she saw Vulcan, an old man, still taking hits. Jin Hyuk acted decisively, since souls were not easily harmed by physical blows. Vulcan rubbed his cheek and lamented that this rule only applied to others, but he still felt the pain as usual. Haru was curious and asked about the abilities of the mask. Jin Hyuk said everything around him slowed down, as if he had reached the highest level of martial arts. But Haru thought that was just a minor effect of the mask. Just a side effect. Jin Hyuk was stunned. If that was the case, how terrifying must the true power of the mask be? Haru explained that it was a battlefield perception ability, allowing the user to almost predict the opponent's movements. Jin Hyuk didn't know how to fully utilize it, but Haru seemed to have been born with that skill. He laughed, realizing he had forgotten Haru was a rare genius of Dokkaebi. Even if he wanted her to teach him, it wouldn't be easy. Haru asked if he felt dizzy, because untrained Dokkaebi would usually experience headaches or dizziness when using their ability. Even Haru had gone through it before. She had once worried Jin Hyuk wouldn't be able to activate the mask's power. That remark seemed to hit his weak spot. Jin Hyuk had once been excited by the superior power on the second floor, but now everything seemed to be going off track. Still, he sincerely thanked Haru for giving him this powerful mask. While the two were chatting happily, a small soul quietly sat there. Vulcan wondered what kind of karma he had accumulated to fall into Jin Hyuk's hands. despite once being the strongest soul. Just then, Haru stepped forward to check on his condition. Vulcan moved, hugged her and thanked her, saying that having her here made him feel much more at ease compared to that man. But Haru was only there to report something important. He needed another companion to balance the team with Haru. Jin Hyuk warned Vulcan that if he failed, he would be compressed into a soul orb for Jin Hyuk to swallow. Vulcan could only curse quietly and obediently comply. Finally, the mission from the second floor to the fifth floor was completed perfectly. Rumors about the demon mask-wearing figure spread everywhere. Though they controlled the Gobo, the group from the fifth floor began to appear, using highly potent poison needles. They were extremely cunning. They loved to launch surprise attacks from behind their enemy. While Jin Hyuk was still thinking, a poisoned needle shot towards him. Haru coldly neutralized it in an instant with a sharp, cold gaze. Dare disturb Oppa. The Gobo tried to flee, but it was already too late. Vulcan ordered the demon soul soldiers to handle it cleanly. Vulcan landed and praised Haru, but she only mumbled something. He dared point a needle at Oppa. I should have dealt with him immediately. Vulcan shuddered at her cold smile, quickly asked if Haru was all right. She snapped out of it as if nothing had happened, not even remembering holding a sword and smiling eerily. That moment, Jin Hyuk had everything prepared. Tonight, they would face the second monster wave. One night before stepping onto the fifth floor, Jin Hyuk sat by the fire, talking with the two about the upcoming wave on the fifth floor. Vulcan thought the chance of defeating the Lord was slim, since they didn't know when it would appear. But Jin Hyuk said there was no need to hunt the Lord, because he knew how to create his own wave. Vulcan and Haru couldn't believe it, because if they could create their own, the tower would have been submerged in a sea of monsters long ago. Jin Hyuk discovered a strange crack between the third and fourth floors. Each floor had a central area where monsters spawned. As long as they found that spot and injected mana, monsters would appear like a tidal wave. Vulcan was amazed because Jin Hyuk was more calculating than him, even though this was his first time trying. Monsters from the 300th floor and above far surpassed the Gobos. Even the four major factions would struggle when the wave surged. If they didn't understand, they couldn't use it. Once understood, it was hard to control, but Jin Hyuk still had his own plan. They would create many waves to increase their power the fastest. That night the town shook violently. Gate opened, signaling the monster wave, catching the tower climbers off guard. The Gobos poured out like a torrent. Without warning, they attacked the newbie village, and everyone could only flee. Anyone who was hit by the poison needle immediately froze. They were paralyzed for a long time. Golden-haired boy couldn't bear to leave his teammates behind, but he didn't have the strength to face the Gobos. His dream of reaching the 10th floor had to end here. Just when things were critical, a massive surge of magical power fell and saved him. A cold voice rang out, demanding that he immediately take the poisoned person to safety. You the demon mask, the players cheered upon seeing Jin Hyuk appear. No one expected the raging storm to be created by him to relieve them. After this, they would surely praise him to the skies, and the guild mission would become much easier because of it. Get up and keep fighting. The Soul Soldier army charged out, sweeping through the Goblin. Vulcan stood by, annoyed. Clearly, he was the one who created them, yet all the credit was taken by him. Being in the servant's role was truly bitter. Then a loud explosion shook the sky. The Soul Soldiers were burned in a strange blue flame. That flame was cast by the Goblin priest. He easily suppressed the Soul Soldiers, causing Vulcan to start getting anxious. Jin Hyuk told him to stay calm, as everyone understood the priests had to be dealt with first. Therefore, Haru was positioned on the rooftop and descended like an angel. Her timely appearance lifted Vulcan's spirits. It was unclear who was truly climbing the tower now. Jin Hyuk joined the fight, this time using gluttony to absorb power from the Goblin priests. The flames could touch the soul, giving them to the priests would be a waste, so he decided to take it and use it himself. He unleashed soul fire, clearing out the Goblin in an instant. He didn't forget to praise Haru for her impressive display. Haru smiled, but her smile was so twisted that it sent a chill down Jin Hyuk's spine. The sword shone brightly, creating a massive swirling vortex full of power. Jin Hyuk knew that this wasn't an ordinary weapon, but he had no idea what was happening. The scene before him left him stunned. Haru seemed to enter the state of a true samurai swordsman. Her cold expression and unpredictable movements made her dangerous. She suddenly spun around and attacked straight at Jin Hyuk. Sharp slash that caused the surrounding houses to collapse like paper. The Goblin trembled before the devastation caused by Haru's overwhelming power. Jin Hyuk's staff was also split in half. Fortunately, he managed to lower himself in time, or the consequences would have been unthinkable. kind of sword was that, capable of erasing an entire village in the blink of an eye? Haru seemed to have completely lost control. She relentlessly pressured Jin Hyuk with fierce attack. Each slash had enough power to blow everything behind him away. He removed his mask, but Haru still didn't recognize him. She even attacked faster and more fiercely than before. Jin Hyuk had to use his familiar staff to block the sword's blade. Haru's strength far exceeded his ability to resist. He was knocked violently to the ground. Vulcan quickly ran over to check the situation, his expression unreadable. Jin Hyuk communicated with his soul using divine thought. He had just been knocked 8 meters away and hadn't caught his breath yet. His feeling was like facing the last elite soldier the Dokkaebi race had left. Most of the monsters had been wiped out, so Vulcan would handle the rest. As for him, he had to show Haru what a real battle was like. Jin Hyuk put his mask back on and launched a counterattack. His instincts, honed through 599 floors, screamed a warning. One wrong move with that sword would be enough to tear him apart. In this tower, there was no such thing as everlasting friendship or hatred. Though Haru's fate was tragic, he wasn't the type to be easily moved. Jin Hyuk was determined to defeat Haru right here. However, the innocent image of Haruo flashed through his mind, making him hesitate for a moment. Haru used her bare hands to block his axe blade. He was stunned. This might be the battle instinct she had mentioned before. He felt much faster than him, and Jin Hyuk was struck by a slash. He stepped back and summoned the Goblin army, which had been resting, to rise again. Skeletons surrounded Haru, trying to hold her down. But in the blink of an eye, she wiped them all out. Her swordsmanship was so fast that he couldn't keep up with the naked eye. That overwhelming power made Jin Hyuk feel like he could see no way to win. Another explosion sounded, and he was forced to retreat. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. Haru's eyes were bleeding, and her face showed clear signs of pain. Was she starting to run out of strength? He remembered that Haru had once mentioned recovering after the Dokkaebi used their skills. If that was the case, she couldn't maintain her battle instinct now, and this was the opportunity. Jin Hyuk jumped down, deliberately pulling Haru along. The taunting move worked, causing her to dive down in pursuit. At the same time, he summoned the Undead Goblin and fired Poison Needle. Even a Dokkaebi would have difficulty resisting this numbing poison. Without her battle instinct, how could she avoid it? Haru screamed, and the space around her seemed to freeze. She chopped down 2 Goblin, making Jin Hyuk even more irritated. And the next target was him. He tried to dodge. Jin Hyuk still couldn't match Haru's speed. She was exhilarated, victory seemingly within her grasp. Suddenly an object shot toward her. A poison needle struck Haru when she was completely unprepared. Jin Hyuk kept one Undead Goblin as his last trump card. If her battle instinct wasn't recovering, this plan wouldn't have succeeded. Haru trembled with anger when she realized she had been set up by Jin Hyuk. He struck from her blind spot, leaving her no chance to react. Hit by a poison-coated needle, Haru quickly lost consciousness and returned to normal. As for Jin Hyuk, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. Fortunately, the dose was just enough to render her unconscious without endangering her life. Because the needle had pierced through her body, his arm gradually lost sensation as well. Jin Hyuk immediately ordered the golem to pull the poison needle out for him. True to his all-devouring nature, even the poison needle was handled neatly. Thanks to that, he gradually developed resistance to the paralyzing toxin. He had to admit that Haru's strength was extremely troublesome. Even he had faced quite a few obstacles. In the hazy curtain of rain, Haru and her sword drifted in the boundless crimson void. Strange man grasped the sword and spoke. So this time you are the new master of the dragon-slaying blade. He appeared astonished upon learning that Haru was not yet 18. It seemed he was a form of Gabai, though not entirely the same. Before she could understand what was happening, Haru felt the blade pressed against her throat. That man warned that if she drew him from the sheath again without preparation, the one in danger would be her. That very moment, Haru awoke and realized she was being carried on Jin Hyuk's back. The group had already arrived at the village on the 6th floor. "Why are you carrying me like this?" Haru blushed and stammered. Jin Hyuk took her into an inn and explained the situation. After checking their equipment and stamina on the 6th floor, they would head straight to the 10th. Every 10 floors there was a major city, and to enter one had to defeat the guarding boss. Haru had once heard of the great snail warrior. In terms of combat power, it was a true monster. She eagerly waited to recover so she could join the battle. However, Jin Hyuk decided that from here on they would part ways. "What do you mean, Oppa, are you going to leave me behind?" Haru cried out in panic. Jin Hyuk shook his head. because Haru had forgotten everything that happened on the 5th floor. Her sword was a demonic blade on par with the arrogant sword, granting immense power but eroding the mind. Having lost control, she had turned to attack him when her reason was shrouded. If she continued to rely on it, she would collapse before reaching the 100th floor. Therefore, from now on, Haru had to train to fight without using the sword power and climb to the 10th floor on her own. Though briefly saddened, Haru was still determined to grow stronger so she could stand beside Jin Hyuk. Before parting, Jin Hyuk lent her a cloak to conceal her Gabai identity while exploring alone. He told her there was no need to rush, as he had matters to handle on the new floor and would remain for a while. Vulcan felt somewhat disappointed without Haru by his side for company. No matter how long it took, Haru vowed to catch up to them soon. A few days later on the 9th floor, a purge of the snail creatures took place. One behind it was none other than Jin Hyuk. These snail were merely large in size, their combat strength not much different from Golem. One had just taken a full spinning kick from Jin Hyuk. Immediately collapsed, curling up on the ground. Vulcan thought he could rest while Jin Hyuk handled it alone, but he ordered him to extract their souls. Creating monster waves on his own seemed to have become a habit, and Vulcan rather enjoyed it. However, he was still surprised that Jin Hyuk had not mentioned Haru once since they parted. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Jin Hyuk retorted. He trusted Haru, that was why he chose her as an ally, someone with both will and strength. Now Vulcan had to continue gathering more snail for him. Simply creating waves was still not enough. Vulcan grumbled in frustration, never expecting that after becoming a subordinate, he would be ordered around like this. "So what if I have no parents?" Jin Hyuk replied calmly, leaving Vulcan speechless. Grew up in an orphanage with Choi Jeong. Vulcan paused for a moment, placed a hand on Jin Hyuk's shoulder with sympathy. "Now I understand why you are so resolute." That expression made Jin Hyuk's skin crawl. After achieving the accomplishment related to defeating the snail, they entered the trial chamber on the 10th floor. An information board appeared, arousing Vulcan curiosity. He had never seen such a mechanism before. It was a board recording the fastest completion times, all hovering around 1 minute. Not seeing Vulcan's name, Jin Hyuk took the chance to tease him. Vulcan was displeased, but since he also had no name there, he decided to break the record today. "Sounds interesting." Vulcan became visibly excited. While waiting for the trial to begin, Jin Hyuk discussed the plan with him. Vulcan would use the demonic soul soldiers to restrain the boss movement the moment it appeared. After only 1 second of preparation, he was ready. Jin Hyuk slammed his hand onto the floor and summoned a magic spear. He wanted to show the opponent the power of an all-round master. Jin Hyuk activated the surrounding elements. The spell gathered penetration, sharpness, and durability. At the same time, it supplemented the necessary amount of mana. All of it fused into a spear imbued with destructive might. His dark army silently awaited the boss appearance. The instant the great snail warrior was summoned, Vulcan immediately had his subordinates bind its limbs tightly. The rest was merely Jin Hyuk opening barrage. The colossal spear shot forward, tearing its body apart in an instant. The massive body lost its balance and crashed onto the floor. Everything happened in less than a second. Jin Hyuk's name Madin quickly spread far and wide as a mark before he advanced to the 100th floor. On the 8th floor, people began buzzing about the new record on the 10th floor. That familiar name was like a message sent to Haru. She told herself she would strive even harder to catch up with the two of them. Meanwhile, Vulcan laughed heartily. "Ha ha. Who would have thought we would break the record of the 4 great races? Even the most powerful spirit masters have never achieved this. It truly is a miracle." He felt irritated when the man slung an arm around him so familiarly, because they still had matters to handle on floor 10 while waiting for Haru. At the same time, in another office, a blonde-haired man began to take notice of the name Madin as he looked at the record board of the human floor. The city on floor 10 was the first large city tower climbers set foot in, and it was also where the gate returning to Earth was located. Therefore, those who abandoned the climb took advantage of trade rights to build the most prosperous city within the first 100 floors. He planned to sell off all the remaining items and buy more medicine and daily necessities. Although the auction ban had been lifted, the economy here was still extremely vibrant. Some chose to live a quiet life here, so they could not purchase enough necessary supplies from the starting zone. On the streets, the two of them constantly encountered Goldrich marketing team. The level of presence made Vulcan quite curious. Goldrich was currently the leading conglomerate in the tower. This company had been established several years ago. Goldrich was also the alias of the richest man here. No one knew his true identity, only that he controlled an enormous amount of gold and that most transactions in the tower had passed through his hands. His immediate task was to find a suitable sponsor. In truth, there was no need to search far. The sponsor emblem had been glittering before Vulcan eyes all along. Vulcan was astonished again and again, because he had already chosen Goldrich as his sponsorship target. Two of them stepped into Goldrich headquarters, a place ready to trade anything of value that could be converted into money. After taking a queue number, they proceeded to counter number 3 managed by Hansen. He wanted to purchase something special, but instead of naming it, he silently placed the Dokkaebi mask on the table. Hansen turned pale when he recognized the item. However, he immediately signaled for him to remain silent. There had to be a reason for him to openly carry this mask. Understanding the implication, Hansen accepted the 300 gold he had earned from the previous wave. With that sum, he requested to meet Goldrich in person. Hansen was even more shocked than before. In his eyes, he was nothing more than a reckless man who disregarded the rules of the tower. He immediately retorted, "Did this place not claim that anything could be bought and sold?" Hansen had no choice but to apologize because this transaction was beyond his authority. First, Goldrich was very busy. Second, the amount he offered was too small. It was not worth Goldrich's time. He had already guessed things would not be easy. Therefore, he asked directly what price was required to meet the manager here. After leaving that place, even Vulcan had to admit he was truly too unusual, daring to ask an ordinary employee to arrange a meeting with the chairman. But aside from this method, they had no other way to approach Goldrich, so Vulcan said nothing further. Two were led to the manager room. The man nicknamed Puppet expressed his wish to meet Goldrich, but was told the man was not present. The manager repeated that 300 gold was not enough to be granted an audience with Goldrich. At that moment, he made a bold move. Call Goldrich here, he asserted that once they met, that man would surely want to sponsor him. The manager let out a soft sigh and stood up. He had heard many rumors about him, but did not expect him to call the chairman names so directly. With his marionette trait, he could control anyone bound by invisible string. Yet he was no ordinary target. He seized those invisible strings and nullified that skill even though it had once subdued a climber on floor 108. Flicker of surprise passed by, but the manager still unleashed another move. The two of them were dragged into a completely different space. He believed he would not know where this place was. Mind realm, he replied calmly, an infinite domain created when soul and mind separate from the body. Astonished, the manager maintained a composed expression. Here he had to rely on experience and soul power to confront him. If he won this battle, he would arrange for him to meet Goldrich. Strings wrapped around him again, yet he remained arrogant. In terms of experience and soul force, that man should address him as senior. He tightened his power, causing all the bindings to shatter. The manager trait was completely ineffective against him. He could not understand why someone new on floor 10 possessed spiritual power comparable to one who had conquered floor 100. Even so, he still did not believe he would lose. A snap of fingers rang out, followed by spreading tremors. On the water surface, countless puppets rose densely like an army. This was his puppet legion, where experience within the mind realm was absolute power. They had been accumulated through his journey to floor 100. He had reinforced them further each time he infused mana into them. Strength was equal to those who had reached floor 50. The moment you stepped into the mind realm, the outcome was already decided, Madine. The manager arrogantly ordered the puppet legion to charge. He was surrounded and forced beneath the water surface. The manager turned his back and left, believing the puppets would continue tormenting him, because injuries in the mind realm would not manifest in the real world. Suddenly behind him, a column of water shot straight up. He was stunned to realize he could still use magic here. Not only that, he even summoned necromancers to appear within that space. Within his mind realm existed a boss from the 100th floor. Jin Hyuk reappeared with the familiar appearance he had a decade ago. Even though it was only within the mind realm, summoning souls still consumed more time than he had expected. He boasted about a puppet army that sounded impressive, yet he had likely never witnessed a true battlefield. Today Jin Hyuk would show him what a real legend truly meant. Not only did he summon a death mage, he also called forth a long row of the same. Just as Han had said, the outcome had been decided the moment they stepped into the mind realm. Those ordinary puppets could never compare to his high-quality soul. The manager glanced over Jin Hyuk's formation, recognizing only a few familiar names. The rest seemed to be bosses from the 100th floor and above. In the end, he could only utter the old question, "Who exactly are you?" Jin Hyuk did not bother replying. and directly led his army forward to overwhelm him. In extreme panic, the manager did not even know when he had returned to reality. He himself was not the one who had closed the mind realm. There was only one possibility. Jin Hyuk could manipulate that mind realm. Jin Hyuk stepped closer, reminding him to stop whining and fulfill the agreement. What he wanted was a direct meeting with Goldrich. He handed him a letter to deliver personally to Goldrich. He understood that he had been defeated, but if Goldrich did not respond, then he could do nothing. Jin Hyuk was certain Goldrich would not be able to ignore it. Leaving the company, the manager and Hangshin both bowed respectfully to see him off. The sun had set, so Vulcan suggested everyone return to rest. But to Jin Hyuk, the word rest was too much of a luxury. He had another destination. Sitting around waiting for Goldrich to come was too dull, and he despised boredom. At the headquarters of the White Swan Guild, in the lobby on the first floor, two girls were chatting animatedly. One bragged that she had climbed to the 57th floor and planned to buy new equipment after completing the monthly quota, but first she had to eat. The blonde girl did not understand why they had to stand guard here. No one would dare charge straight through the main gate of the Holy Nation Alliance. The moment she finished speaking, the door suddenly swung open. The two immediately bowed and asked the visitor what assistance he needed. Jin Hyuk revealed an innocent smile filled with pretense. Climbing the tower is too exhausting, so I want to apply to join the guild. Hearing that, the two girls sighed in relief. It turned out he had only come to apply. Then they suddenly remembered that, if they recruited a newcomer, one who introduced him would gain greater influence within the guild. So they smiled brightly, invited Jin Hyuk inside, and asked whether anyone had recommended him. Jin Hyuk pretended to be naive and replied that he had come here by fate and had no sponsor. The two girls secretly rejoiced, seeing that he was still a newcomer unfamiliar with the world. So they decided to observe more carefully and asked him to demonstrate his skill. Jin Hyuk borrowed a small coin from them. He pinched it between two fingers and bent it effortlessly. That simple display made the two girls widen their eyes in astonishment. He also said he could cast a few basic spells. In his palm, a flame flared up from a small magic circle. Two girls marveled that he truly had many talents. They turned to whisper to each other, thinking that specific skills were not too important since the performance was already eye-catching. Perhaps he would become a standout figure if he joined. Moreover, he had caught the blonde girl's eye because he suited her taste. As for Jin Hyuk, he was merely stalling for time for the next plan. Suddenly, a chaotic noise erupted from outside. Someone rushed in frantically to report that an evil spirit was rampaging and destroying the village. All members who had surpassed the 50th floor were immediately summoned. Two girls had no choice but to leave with regretful expression. Before leaving, the blonde girl even told Jin Hyuk to stay put and wait for them. As soon as the door closed, Jin Hyuk put on the Gabai mask. He returned to his familiar identity as the masked demon. Outside, the villagers fled in panic from the shopping district. Their counterattacks had no effect on the evil spirit at all. Moreover, this evil spirit had something rather strange about it. Because Vulcan tried to appear ferocious, yet his face carried a barely concealed hint of humor. He knew he looked quite comical since it had been a long time since he had performed such acts. All of it had been arranged by Jin Hyuk. While Vulcan caused chaos outside, inside the guild Jin Hyuk was no less noisy. He knocked out the guards and began searching for what he needed. A guard who had been sleeping also jolted awake because of the noise. The moment he opened the door, he came face to face with Jin Hyuk's demonic mask. It frightened him so badly, he nearly fainted. Jin Hyuk held him tightly to interrogate him for information. He demanded a list of the guilds affiliated with the Holy Nation, along with their specific location. Purpose was to visit each one in turn and deal with them. Do you think you will remain safe after offending two members of the 9 stars? Jin Hyuk merely thanked him for the reminder and told him to worry about himself first. After being squeezed so tightly, he could hardly breathe. Guard trembled and pointed toward the stack of documents on the table. Jin Hyuk immediately checked them. Inside was clearly recorded the list of subordinates of the Pelin brothers. He burned them all and left the place. He swore he would make every subordinate under them submit. And the final targets were the Pelin brothers. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired man was reading a report from the 10th floor branch regarding a puppet. Suddenly, a letter fell before him, leaving him wondering why. He had his subordinates secretly send a private letter alongside the main report. After reading it, he was so angry that he crumpled the letter in his hand. Maudine, how did you know about this? Meanwhile, the White Swallow Guild was frantically cleaning up the aftermath, and all witnesses at the scene were gone. Guild leader Beck Holio grew suspicious of Jin Hyuk and summoned the two girls for questioning. The blonde girl described Jin Hyuk's appearance to him. Male, slender build, fair face with a high nose. Yet her sister insisted he was ugly with a rather large nose. Two looked at each other in confusion. Only then did they realize they had fallen under Jin Hyuk's illusion magic. Finished, Vulcan returned exhausted and received only a lukewarm compliment from Jin Hyuk. He also teased that rumors of a terrifying ghost were spreading outside. Annoyed, Vulcan asked whether Jin Hyuk had handled the arson incident smoothly. Jin Hyuk proudly recounted that even low-level magic was enough to create an impression, making anyone who met him notice a distinct feature. Vulcan wondered why he returned empty-handed, but all information from other guilds was already in his mind. "Fine, you are indeed the most formidable," Vulcan reluctantly admitted. At that moment, a knock at the door made him alert. He hadn't called room service. Jin Hyuk put on his mask and slowly approached the door. Counting to 3, Vulcan immediately threw chains to restrain the one outside. Everything went smoothly because the knocker was only Hansien, a barely surviving employee. Today he reported that Goldrich had arrived at their floor 10 branch. He also sent an invitation for Jin Hyuk to meet him. An army was ready, but Goldrich was nowhere in sight, arousing his suspicion. At that moment a voice spoke. "I do not know how you learned the contents of the letter, but I must admit, you are bold and daring to reveal yourself. Those holding the secret cannot continue to exist in the tower." Goldrich, the blond man, slowly stepped forward. Jin Hyuk smiled with satisfaction. It had been a long time since he last saw Goldrich. After speaking, Goldrich left, leaving Jin Hyuk a small challenge. The army immediately took defensive positions, expecting a counterattack. They were hit by an unexpected blow directly to the front. That was the price of revealing plans to a cunning opponent. The army lost their captain. Jin Hyuk calmly passed through them as if no one was there. Next, Goldrich was the real target he aimed for. Goldrich turned his back, and gold poured out from somewhere into a huge heap. Jin Hyuk realized this was his golden power, the ability to control gold with mana. Yet even that could not hold him for long. Goldrich still had another move with the gold stream. He gathered nearly all the gold in the branch into a massive wave. That strike alone was enough to destabilize his opponent. A loud explosion rang out, gold flying in all directions. Goldrich murmured coldly, thinking his opponent was finished. But it was not over. The spear tip was close to his face. In a speed duel, Jin Hyuk always held the advantage. Goldrich lightly deflected the spear with calm composure. "Do you think such threats would scare me? I would have acted already if I wanted." "Oh, you cannot do that," Jin Hyuk replied confidently. Because Goldrich still didn't know where he got the information, and the army still wanted to capture him alive. Jin Hyuk offered to reveal the source if allowed into the private office. The luxurious room was overwhelming. "Truly a wealthy man is different," he remarked sarcastically. Goldrich closed the door and continued to struggle with Jin Hyuk. Golden power filled the room, completely isolated from the outside so no one knew. Now Goldrich wanted to know who had revealed that he was the true owner of the auction. The auction was a massive system, allowing item exchange within the tower. And it was built by Goldrich himself. If the secret leaked, his company's foundation would be seriously shaken. That was why he reacted so violently. Jin Hyuk feigned naivety, just heard it in passing. So losing an arm or a leg is just a minor issue. Goldrich formed a giant golden axe from the stream of gold and swung at Jin Hyuk. In this situation, he didn't even need to act himself. Just one punch from Vulcan was enough to shatter the golden axe. Goldrich was stunned when a spirit soldier appeared. Only a necromancer could summon a soul. That meant Jin Hyuk's identity was now clear. He removed his mask, coldly saying it was time to settle the old debt, William. Goldrich could not believe he was alive after 10 years. Jin Hyuk calmly recounted the entire story to him. Vulcan, standing beside him, also heard parts and was amazed at their deep connection. Yet Goldrich still found it hard to accept this resurrection. Even Jin Hyuk had once doubted it. This time, Jin Hyuk's target was a portion of Goldrich's company resources. The two could fully sign a sponsorship contract. "Speak as if Goldrich belongs to you," he forced a laugh. But in a sense, that was not entirely wrong. Someone without trading skills would have no chance to acquire items from the higher floors of the tower. He was the one who laid the foundation for Goldrich, and at the same time held the largest share of stock. That arrogant attitude made Goldrich somewhat believe that he truly was Jin Hyuk. Even so, when signing the agreement, he still had to grant him a concrete benefit. Jin Hyuk decided to sell all the data he had gathered over time, carefully compiled and analyzed, to Goldrich. "Very well, I will set a price after hearing everything," Goldrich replied slowly. If the 9 stars targeted Jin Hyuk, then there was certainly someone pulling the strings behind them, because each of them was arrogant and unlikely to obey one another. That meant there existed a force powerful enough to manipulate them, and the most fitting name was the Four Kings of the Tower. Goldrich was briefly stunned when he mentioned the Four Kings clan. They wanted to maintain their supreme position over other races, because if others climbed higher, their power would be shaken. Therefore, they either strove to reach the top of the tower themselves, or sought to eliminate anyone with the potential to surpass them. Those willing to cooperate would be appointed as the ruler of a floor. However, Goldrich still harbored doubts, because it seemed he was the only victim. Jin Hyuk immediately brought up the tragedy at the Oni village on the 100th floor. Only one person survived that calamity. It was Haru, a young girl still tirelessly training to confront that great warrior. She had yet to overcome the trial on the human floor. All of it was for the day she could meet Haru and King Kan again. Haru told herself she had to become even stronger. Why do you keep sighing? You only need to use me. The spirit within the sword appeared and circled around Haru's hand. He knew she was eager to meet Jin Hyuk again. If she borrowed his power, that warrior would not be worth worrying about. But Haru firmly refused to rely on the power of the twin dragon sword, because she had promised Jin Hyuk that she would grow by her own strength without depending on any other source of power. After hearing this, Goldrich gradually understood that their target was Haru and the sword. To eliminate her, they were willing to wipe out an entire race. In other words, they chose their targets with extreme care. Goldrich found it hard to believe, because this could shake the power structure of the tower. Yet the more he listened, the more reasonable it sounded, leaving him deeply conflicted. Jin Hyuk stated frankly that his purpose was revenge. He would wipe out everything, from the 9 stars to those behind the Four Kings clan, including the members of the Four Kings who had once driven Goldrich's family into tragedy. After finishing the conversation, Goldrich lifted the barrier. Ban immediately rushed over with questions. Even the 9-tailed fox teased about gender, making him irritated. Good news was that Goldrich had agreed to purchase the information, on the condition that he prove his identity immediately. Jin Hyuk let out a soft sigh at that stubbornness. As a merchant, Goldrich regarded reputation as an asset, so he could not conduct business based on mere words. Jin Hyuk had no choice but to ask Ban to help verify his identity. The price was only a handshake, but he even demanded 3 handshakes before agreeing. Once it was done, Ban repeatedly informed Goldrich that he was exactly the person he had in mind. With Ban's honor as guarantee, Goldrich had no reason to refuse. I trust you, a pleasure to meet you again, masked demon. Goldrich extended his hand and Jin Hyuk responded. He believed that one day they would address each other by their real names instead of nicknames. As long as it could be bought with money, Goldrich was willing to supply it to him. And he needed all kinds of weapons usable in the tower, along with abundant ammunition. During that, Goldrich had a headache. What would a necromancer need with collecting weapons? Jin Hyuk smiled and revealed his all-around master's secondary profession, leaving Goldrich astonished. He had not expected such a profession to exist, and he further explained its uses. For example, it increased all stats, and even when wielding unfamiliar weapons it felt as though he had used them for many years. Though slightly envious, Goldrich believed that in the future he would far surpass the past. The present was only the beginning. Therefore, what he needed to do was push Jin Hyuk's power to a new height. Goldrich immediately called the manager over, ordering him to purchase all weapons on the 10th floor under the name of another company. Then package them and send them to VIP client Jin Hyuk. In about 10 minutes, the manager returned with a cloak. But this was no ordinary cloak. It was a mobile storage. Goldrich introduced its name as Dao Fi. It connected to a vast subspace, capable of storing countless items like a true warehouse. The user could adjust the temperature, size, and color, and it even had protective enchantments. If accessories were placed inside, they would automatically move to the appropriate position on his body. This was an extremely rare item, so Goldrich hoped he would use it carefully. The one who should be careful is you, Jin Hyuk replied. If I buy too much you might go bankrupt. In shift, Kim Seung's trio stepped out from a spatial gate. Although they achieved nothing, at least they managed to keep their lives. They had run out of money before even reaching the 10th floor, with no idea how to continue climbing. Do not worry, there are people from White Swan on the 10th floor. Just meet my brother and we will have money at once, Kim Seung boasted. Speaking of Jin Hyuk, he grew even more furious at being forced into humiliation. He swore that after getting money, he would prepare a fierce retaliation. In less than 10 minutes, the entire group turned pale. Before them stood the ruined headquarters of the White Swan Guild. The guild members had scattered all the way to the 30th floor. Even Kim Seung's brother had cut off contact. With no money and no skills, let alone the 30th floor, even reaching the 20th floor would be difficult. Kim Seung's silence made the other two begin to criticize. Aside from boasting about the White Swan Guild, he had no notable ability. Hearing their nagging, he only wanted them to shut up. If he was useless, then they were nothing but freeloaders. He even considered abandoning both of them. Suddenly a small fox trembling approached them. Kim Seung waved frantically, trying to shoo it away from his sight. "If you're hungry, fend for yourself, we have nothing for you, get out of here quickly." Little fox approached, sniffing around Seung's feet, making him even more annoyed. He kicked it away, worsening its injuries. His irritation made him vent everything onto the poor creature. Without mercy, he tormented the already exhausted body of the fox. Tried to cry out but too weak, could only make faint sounds. Kim Seung muttered, cursing his own fate as utterly mistaken. Cursed a life surrounded by misfortune after misfortune. Suddenly a sharp object shot out and pierced his leg. Before he could understand, pain struck, leaving him dazed. In the shadows, Jin Hyuk slowly stepped out and was asked for his identity. He calmly replied that he would be the new master of the mistreated fox. 5 minutes earlier, Jin Hyuk had been walking with Vulcan, preparing to reach the tower and change professions to gain mana. Vulcan wondered since he had already reached the level of spirit mage. In fact, Jin Hyuk's profession was somewhat unstable, like carrying memories of a previous life but not yet fully utilizing its power. He still lacked mana from self-draining. Vulcan never considered this, so Jin Hyuk decided to rest and spend some of Goldilocks' money for now. Suddenly, the nine-tailed fox sensed something unusual. It immediately pointed toward a nearby alley. The nine-tailed fox begged him to save the child in danger. That was why Jin Hyuk caused Kim Seung to lose a leg. Indeed, as a supporting role, he could not even hold onto opportunities. Jin Hyuk did not expect to meet the descendant of the legendary nine-tailed fox here. Simultaneously, he received the task to rescue the child, disciple of the neutral god and the nine-tailed fox. After saving it, careful care was required, with rewards being the fox's items and increased favor with the nine-tailed fox. Kim Seung looked at the mask and realized he was Ma Dien. Jin Hyuk feigned surprise, asking if they had met before. "You think that would make me angry?" Kim Seung signaled 2 underlings to attack secretly. Jin Hyuk vanished in an instant, leaving them stunned. In the blink of an eye, he held the little fox in his hands. He had stepped on that creature unknowingly, perhaps the last time he could speak. Seung paid no attention to the fox's origin, and threatened he would make him pay. Jin Hyuk turned to ask the nine-tailed fox. It replied to let them return to dust. Actually, he did not intend to be harsh, but they brought the consequences upon themselves. Jin Hyuk threw the leg back toward Kim Seung, turned it into a tool of intense fire. With just one leg, he handled 3 arrogant men neatly. Afterwards, he took the little fox home. He was unsure what to do, so decided to give it a name, as its original name was too long. Shortening it to Miho seemed fine. Vulcan warned that when it grew up it might cause trouble if not careful. He was confident that his long experience could give it a worthy name. The meaning of shining brilliantly, he suggested calling it Miho. The grand name dampened the atmosphere. Vulcan angrily demanded honest feedback. Jin Hyuk saw it had 2 tails, so calling it Miho was simpler. Vulcan criticized the name as too ordinary and thought the fox would dislike it. Unexpectedly, Miho seemed happy, leaving Vulcan speechless. The task of saving Miho was considered complete. Miho gave Jin Hyuk a fox mask. Wearing it, he could use the abilities of wolves. The mask's power increased with the wearer's strength, similar to the Oni mask, but focused on the fox's characteristic allure. The skill was extremely useful to control opponents. The nine-tailed fox reminded that the new task was only half complete, and Miho's vitality needed boosting. The only way was to feed it 999 portions of fresh liver. The number was challenging, and requiring it fresh made it even tougher. He had to hunt it himself. Nevertheless, considering the mask's value, the effort was worthwhile. Moreover, gaining the fox's favor brought many benefits. Vulcan excused himself to patrol to avoid being assigned tasks. At dawn, they would reach the tower to change professions, so Jin Hyuk dragged him along to prevent delays. The two walked around the town at night. Everything was indeed different from Vulcan's tower-climbing days. Suddenly, a familiar aura appeared. Vulcan looked toward the man with 2 horns. It was a dragon, with a dense mana field enveloping the area. He sighed, murmuring a desire to destroy all of his kind. Vulcan was stunned, for dragons were proud and valued their bloodline. As the most proud divine beasts, those words implied a major event. He did not expect the dragon to appear on the 10th floor so soon. Tower climbers said it had stood there for days, speaking incomprehensibly. Stillness made Vulcan even more suspicious. Suddenly, the dragon's gaze turned toward Vulcan, startling him. It seemed to sense his mana. The dragon mocked him as a useless wandering ghost. Useless ghost. Vulcan could tolerate trivial matters, but would not accept insults. Stepped forward to regain dignity and greeted the young dragon. It roared in anger at being addressed that way, clearly showing its fury. Next morning, the group arrived at the class transfer tower. Vulcan was late again, which annoyed Jin Hyuk, and he didn't even bother to reply to the messages. Reluctantly, he had to enter alone. A young man named Ken greeted him, currently the manager of the place. It's quite empty here, Jin Hyuk remarked, as few people awaken mana on the 10th floor, so this area was almost abandoned. Jin Hyuk requested to use the Soul Summoner's room, but first, he had to prove he had awakened mana. He needed to channel mana into the crystal ball Ken was holding. Jin Hyuk placed his hand on it, slowly releasing his energy. Ken struggled to hold the crystal ball, which was shaking violently. Just a few seconds later, the crystal ball cracked open and shattered, causing Ken to fall back. Meanwhile, Vulcan was still fighting with a man who had the form of a dragon. Without Jin Hyuk by his side, both his mana and soul were limited. The arrogant dragon man challenged, "How long do you plan to hide in that shadow? Come out and fight me properly." The battle attracted attention, causing many people to gather and watch. Look at those horns, he's definitely from the dragon race. Being called a dragon directly made him furious. Vulcan was puzzled as he was clearly a dragon, yet seemed sensitive to being called that. It was as if his soul and body were not in harmony. This condition reminded him of Jin Hyuk. Research instinct in Vulcan immediately surged. He used his soul as a weapon, wanting to see what exactly was hidden within that body. Vulcan attacked, and although his opponent dodged, he had to admit that Vulcan was no ordinary soul. Soul power was a type of magic that used the soul instead of mana. Even Jin Hyuk had never been able to use this type of magic. This was the power of a top necromancer. That man would regret ever underestimating him. The two sides engaged in chaotic combat, with the dragon man throwing insults. Is this a blind date? Why introduce yourself so long-windedly? Since Vulcan had introduced himself, the dragon man drew his sword and introduced himself as well. I am Hendrik the Dragon Slayer, a title for those who have defeated dragons. A soul once known as a dragon slayer now residing in a dragon's body. How ironic. Hendrik used Dragon's Rush, forcing Vulcan to separate. Seeing that he was young, Vulcan inadvertently let his guard down. If that soul had truly climbed to the 780th floor, even Jin Hyuk might not be able to win. Therefore, the most feasible plan was to seal him off. Vulcan prepared to strike, but Hendrik was determined not to let his cloak burn again. Suddenly, soul hands appeared and gripped him tightly. Then a massive strike with immense power came crashing down. Hendrik gritted his teeth and unleashed Thousand Heavens Slash. Cut through the attacking blows, but couldn't react to Vulcan's giant hand. His head was tightly gripped by the Phoenix Soul Guard. Every attempt to resist was weak. Vulcan gasped, nearly exhausting all his soul power and mana reserve. Perhaps this time he had managed to suppress Hendrik, so he took the opportunity to stabilize the situation. But below, Hendrik still broke free, vowing to remember the name Vulcan. He declared that the next time they met, he would tear Vulcan's soul into pieces. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was touring the room, the magical hallways stretching out endlessly. Ken, leading the way, was sweating. Even though he had climbed to the 35th floor, he still shivered before someone from the 10th floor like Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk found Ken quite diligent, so he didn't feel annoyed. Finally, they arrived at the Necromancer's room. Inside, there were plenty of magical potions, corpses, and countless ancient books. Indeed, this was the dream place of any necromancer. When Ken left, Jin Hyuk immediately got to work. At that moment, Vulcan crawled up from the ground, startling Miho. Jin Hyuk asked where he had been, and Vulcan awkwardly said he had been doing Qigong exercises. Quickly changed the topic to Jin Hyuk's matter. He began summoning his subordinates to prepare. The book was opened, and a magical circle was drawn on the floor. Scented candles were lit to create a ritual atmosphere. As Jin Hyuk carried out the ritual, Vulcan and Miho had to stand back. This could be the final instruction he gave before entering a meditative state. He told Vulcan to protect his body until he woke up. Be careful, if you don't wake up, I'll take over this body. That joke from Vulcan actually made Jin Hyuk feel more at ease. A strange soul was summoned from the circle and merged with Jin Hyuk's soul. Miho screamed upon witnessing the scene. Vulcan had to calm her down. Powerful spirit was the core realm of the Necromancer system. It allowed manipulation of souls, just like using mana. The fastest way to achieve this was to exist in the form of a spirit. This meant they were close to the boundary between life and death. Jin Hyuk closed his eyes, his mind delving deep into the invisible realm. At the same time, lost souls began to gather. They longed for a complete body to reincarnate into. That's why he asked Vulcan to stand guard. He immediately summoned the Soul Soldier. They had to protect the soul of the Prince Spirit from being devoured. Vulcan used Polar Light Soul, along with the Soul Soldiers, to fight the hungry ghost. During the strange noise, Ken rushed in to check. The sight before him made him turn pale. Seeing someone appear, Vulcan pulled Ken into the battle. At the same time, Miho trembled as she curled up in a dark corner. From that spot, she noticed a hungry ghost charging straight toward Jin Haya. Ken also sensed the danger, but it was already too late. Vulcan could only trigger a warning in an attempt to wake Jin Haya. Miho immediately rushed out to shield his body. A brilliant burst of light erupted. Other hungry ghosts faltered, dazzled by the glare. They did not know where that tiny creature had come from, yet their first impression was that she was unbearably cute. Tiny tail and small hands made them collapse before Miho's spinning cheese attacked. Even the Soul Soldiers softened before that cuteness, leaving Vulcan helpless. Even the gate guards were affected. Only Vulcan realized this was a Meg technique, yet it was supposed to influence only tangible bodies. Power to manipulate even souls showed that this divine-blooded creature was far from ordinary. Amid the chaos, another hungry ghost appeared. Vulcan recognized that man as an extremely powerful tower climber in light. If he were possessed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Vulcan tried to stop him, but Miho Meg technique weakened his strength. Now he could only place his faith in Miho. Move aside, I have no interest in a furry thing like you. The hungry ghost reached toward Jin Haya. Miho leaped forward and closed in on him. She shone once more, but this time it was only a tiny heart, not enough to halt him. Vulcan stiffened, had Miho already exhausted her strength. The hungry ghost did not hesitate and prepared to strike Miho. She shut her eyes to endure it, yet felt no pain. A surge of magic power pierced through his arm. Hayek finally opened his eyes and awakened. This time that ghost had no path of escape. Screamed miserably, my spirit body. Jin Hayek absorbed all the surrounding hungry ghosts as materials for alchemy. As for that one, he used the 10-finger spirit pill technique. His 10 fingers spread wide and shattered that man's spirit body. Force even spread far enough to crack the entire room. Vulcan was astonished at how he gathered spiritual power at his fingertips and released it with such simplicity and efficiency. He blamed himself for not thinking of it sooner. When it was over, Jin Hayek left a massive hole in the wall and remained unconscious after being affected by the Meg technique. A manager rushed over and could not help exclaiming in shock. What exactly have you done inside the tower? Jin Hayek found the explanation too long and ignored it. The manager came to deliver the items he had requested, but they could not be stored in a spatial pouch. They were graded poison vials along with fire stones and frost stones containing corresponding energy. Jin Hayek wondered, since these were meant only for conquering the 100th floor. Having been seen through, the manager was startled. This was his final task as the branch chief of the 10th floor. After that, he would return as a tower climber to grow stronger. As a merchant, he aimed for the highest position. He believed Jin Hayek and Goldrich would bring about great change within the tower. And within that change, a merchant who climbed to the 100th floor by his own strength could not be absent. Jin Hayek felt that determination reminded him of Goldrich in the past. If he proved capable, he would let him join the plan alongside Goldrich. He agreed immediately without hesitation. When the manager left, hunger struck. Jin Hayek decided to replenish his energy with the pile of poison. That decision made Vulcan's skin crawl. That his ability was to turn whatever power he consumed into his own. Was he not curious about what they would bring? Shortly after, Ken woke in a tense state. But everything had been resolved and was fairly safe. The final remaining risk was Jin Hayek. He put the heat stone into his mouth. It felt no different from eating hundreds of bowls of the spiciest noodles at once. The stone was too large, so it took time for him to swallow it whole. His ice and fire absorption had reached its peak, so any excess could no longer be contained. At night, Vulcan had to clean up the aftermath Jin Hayek caused. He felt as if he were being tortured, while Jin Hayek devoured all the poisons. With the Black Star, he prepared himself for emergencies, especially toxins, since one of the Black Star was highly proficient in that field. Had he realized that scheme earlier, he would not have suffered such a crushing defeat. After finishing clearing the rubble, Jin Hayek let Miho enjoy a feast of fresh warm livers. Vulcan thought she should learn to fight more practically. Jin Hayek believed that by human standards, Miho was still just a child. Yet baby Miho with her sharp fangs devoured the reward, forcing him to reconsider. Tonight she had eaten 127 livers and was finally full. On the way, Vulcan confided that he wanted to stir up the city like him, though it would be better to act discreetly. Jin Hayek guessed he intended to seek an opponent in the night, as demonic energy was rising. He was merely curious whom he had encountered. I just battled the Dragon Clan, Vulcan recounted calmly. Of course that did not include the part where he turned and fled. Suddenly Jin Hyuk flared with killing intent. It seemed he bore a deep grudge against the dragon race. Vulcan hurriedly signaled for him to stay calm and not lose control in the middle of the street. Jin Hyuk did not mean to. It was merely the aftereffect of devouring the ice-fire egg that made him hard to control. Vulcan explained that the dragon he once encountered was far from ordinary. After hearing the story, Jin Hyuk could not hide his astonishment. The soul and the body existed separately from one another. At first Vulcan also doubted it, but Jin Hyuk himself was clear proof. Moreover, he even knew Hendrik, the dragon-slaying warrior. He began by tempering himself through dragon hunts when he first climbed the tower. Any dragon he encountered or tracked down was slain one after another. Thus the title Dragon Slayer turned him into a living nightmare. There were rumors he slept on the 700th or 800th floor, and by speculation, it was very likely a trap set by the dragon royal family. If given the chance, Jin Hyuk wanted to meet Hendrik in person at least once. Overwhelmed with excitement, he once again let his killing intent spill out. The nature of the ice-fire egg was like a backlash. Vulcan believed calling it a punishment was more accurate. Its poison, heat, and frost were ravaging his internal injuries. Healing, go find a priest. Jin Hyuk did not want to be purified by the same divine power as those souls. If it continued, he would keep losing control and struggle to recover. The best method was still to use divine power to heal himself. Suddenly Miho roared, the piercing sound making Jin Hyuk frown. Vulcan realized the surrounding crowd was behaving abnormally. He did not react to Miho's roar at all and walked like mindless shadows. A radiant golden light appeared, causing both of them to halt. A girl with a halo like an angel gently approached them. "It is an honor to meet you, masked demon." Jin Hyuk immediately recognized that she belonged to the angel race. Since that was the case, there was no need for courtesy. He was ready to fight. At some point, she had already gripped the hilt of his sword firmly. She advised him not to do something he would regret. Even though she used only one hand, Jin Hyuk could not move. Then unexpectedly, she placed her hand upon his face. Wherever that hand brushed, it clearly sensed every hidden wound deep within his body. The halo above her head shone brightly. A warm stream of light flowed into his body. Vulcan, standing beside him, anxiously whispered, "Is he all right?" All the injuries within him had been completely erased. That was the pure divine power of the angel race. This act proved she had no intention of fighting. She introduced herself as Uriel, from the wingless angel race. The crowd suddenly awakened, as if emerging from a deep sleep. Jin Hyuk immediately asked Uriel what she had done. She replied that she had only slightly adjusted their memories to protect the people here. According to what she had heard, if they learned that angels from the 10th floor had appeared, it would cause great trouble. Jin Hyuk judged her to be bold yet calculating, far from simple. He wondered why she could not do the same to him. Was it impossible or merely too slow to take effect? Uriel could not influence Jin Hyuk nor Miho, who bristled warily. Even Vulcan was completely immune. He grumbled that as a soul he attracted attention wherever he went. Uriel said she had sought him out, the masked one who wished to overturn the order. His strength and that of his companions might wane at times, but in the end they would achieve what they desired. That was the prophecy of the wingless. Jin Hyuk asked about the name wingless because he had never heard of it. Uriel slowly rose to her feet, a faint sorrowful smile on her lips. Behind her were wings that had been cut away, leaving only painful remnants. The angel race had now become fanatical and blind with ambition. Those who did not share the same views were exiled and branded with charges. When cast into exile, angels would lose their wings, the symbol of their honor. Thus Uriel was now merely someone who once belonged to the angel race. Wingless were people like her, driven from Utopia, the city of the angels. According to the prophecy, Jin Hyuk intended to overthrow the rule of the Star Monarch race. Therefore the wingless wished to contribute to that goal. Jin Hyuk exchanged thoughts with Vulcan in silence. It seemed she was not lying, so he would accept it for now. When he asked about benefits, Uriel merely shook her head honestly. Though the wingless were strong, Utopia regarded them as enemies and constantly monitored them. The more their numbers grew, the greater the hostility from the angel race. Jin Hyuk realized the situation was troublesome. Ignoring them would waste a resource, yet taking them carried hidden risks. Even so, at the decisive moment if he needed it, the wingless would give their full support. Satisfied with the answer, Jin Hyuk agreed to form an alliance. It seemed his identity on their side had not yet been exposed. He asked whether Uriel could deceive gods and demons. She replied it could only be maintained briefly. Uriel gently plucked a remaining feather from her wing. He erected a barrier similar to Goldrich's. Those outside would neither hear nor see what occurred within. To test it, Jin Hyuk removed his mask and loudly challenged to see if anyone could hear. Uriel was stunned by that action. She had not expected the masked demon she respected to display such childish impulsiveness. After confirming safety, Jin Hyuk finally felt at ease. He completely removed his mask and revealed his real name and identity from 10 years ago. Upon hearing his father's name, Uriel immediately knelt down. "Please forgive me, I was too foolish." That action stemmed from the event 10 years ago, because Uriel had once been one of those who judged his death. Surrounding space seemed to freeze for a few breaths. Jin Hyuk stomped his foot heavily on the floor. Killing intent erupted around him, and she should carefully consider what to say next. Uriel still bowed her head in weakness, softly asking if he knew what awaited on the 999th floor. Jin Hyuk was almost certain his end would be no different from the demons and gods who once ruled the tower. But according to Uriel, the Star Clan was obsessed with power and wanted to monopolize that supreme position. In the end, they didn't want anyone but themselves to have the chance to conquer the top of the tower. Jin Hyuk was quite surprised. It had only been a guess before, but now he had confirmation. Even the fact that the Master of Mu was standing right in front of him. Jin Hyuk once thought he would send Uriel's head back to the Celestial Clan. Despite being suppressed, she didn't resist. Perhaps that's why the Celestial Clan saw her as useless, which Jin Hyuk couldn't understand. In fact, 10 years ago, Uriel had considered herself worthless after opposing the cleansing of a tower climber. That person was Jin Hyuk Black Soul. In the end, Jin Hyuk decided to spare her life. How unreasonable, at the very least. You should apologize to me. Despite that, he didn't want to take his anger out on Uriel. He understood the difference between her stance and the will of the Celestial Clan. Uriel was grateful to see that Jin Hyuk understood her situation. She said that within the Star Clan there might still be others with the same goal, and if he could contact them, he should consider them allies. Jin Hyuk had experienced enough to know that there were good and bad people everywhere. Those expelled from the Star Clan would surely be valuable assets. If he could recruit them, the fight against the Star Clan would have an additional advantage. Jin Hyuk asked where Uriel was hiding, and it turned out to be the 190th floor in Dream City. The 190th floor was lower than he expected. As the higher up they went, the stronger the influence of the Star Clan, making it difficult for them to advance. Moreover, from floors 200 to 300 was the territory of a special figure. Jin Hyuk suddenly remembered that it was the domain of Emperor Tet-Vu. This almost invincible entity ruled the 200 to 300 area, and anyone who set up base there would likely be crushed by him before the Celestial Clan could intervene. "If you don't mind, can I put my clothes back on?" Uriel shyly suggested. Jin Hyuk asked if her visit to him had left any trace. Uriel confirmed that it had not. Being pursued by the Celestial Clan, the only thing she carried with her was her body. Jin Hyuk smiled in satisfaction. That was enough. Her cold smile made Uriel wary. She only knew him from the prophecy, so she wasn't sure whether he liked men or women. "I didn't mean it like that." Jin Hyuk quickly explained he only needed a few of her feathers. If it was just feathers, Uriel had plenty, as they could regrow. In fact, Jin Hyuk was worried they wouldn't grow back, which was why he chose his words carefully. Nevertheless, Uriel generously plucked quite a few for him. He warned him not to reveal them, as the Celestial Clan could trace the owner of the feathers. Jin Hyuk reassured her not to worry. He would swallow the feathers without leaving a trace. Sure enough, he was exactly that type of person. Uriel bristled, making Jin Hyuk feel awkward. Finally, it was time for them to part ways. Uriel said she would wait to see what he could do before vanishing into the air. "Shall we eat it now?" Vulcan asked curiously. Jin Hyuk had been wanting to try its taste for a long time, so he couldn't wait any longer. The divine power of the Celestial Clan, he wondered if he could handle it. Vulcan remained silent. He had long given up on ambition for such luxurious power. He even told Miho not to eat everything she saw like Jin Hyuk. Otherwise, one day, they might bring trouble upon themselves. Jin Hyuk tried biting a feather, and his heart seemed to stop. His body glowed brightly, as if a light bulb were inside him. Vulcan sighed, as he was already very familiar with this sight. He pulled Miho to fly around the area to stay away. Pain hit him, causing Jin Hyuk to scream and then faint. When he woke up, he found himself surrounded by water. His head ached as if someone had struck it with an axe. More importantly, he was stuck in an imaginary world. Jin Hyuk feared that his current body couldn't handle the divine power of the Celestial Clan. If that was the case, what would be the consequences in this virtual world? Suddenly, a warm golden waterfall appeared behind him. It seemed like divine power was merging into his body, surging like a volcano, even though it started from a single feather. Luckily, he hadn't fought with Uriel. If he had defeated her and consumed her body, the power gained would likely be unimaginable. Jin Hyuk realized that what was rising was water, not an illusion of a golden waterfall. He had to overcome this sensation. before the holy water drowned the entire imaginary world. There was only one way, and Jin Hyuk immediately activated his spiritual energy. Outside, Vulcan was watching over his motionless body. He was surprised to see Jin Hyuk using spiritual energy to resist. Even stranger, Jin Hyuk was using spiritual energy in his soul form. Miho stood beside him, worried. Vulcan comforted her, telling her to trust Jin Hyuk one more time. He had surely planned something when he absorbed the feathers. This was just a challenge, and Jin Hyuk would definitely overcome it. Who knows how many more things would amaze him. Truly, what a main character. In the virtual world, Jin Hyuk tried to suck the holy water as if drinking bubble tea, but it was ineffective. He formed the image of using spiritual energy to control the divine power, because that was the power gained through hunting and absorption. So he thought he could digest the waterfall like usual. But if he continued like this, he would fail, as the divine power was overwhelming his strong will. Either abandon that source of power or push himself into the gates of death. Suddenly, he felt his heart tremble with fear. But why should he be afraid, when this was only a reflection from the very soul within his body? Thinking that way, Jin Hyuk decided to walk the path he had chosen. He channeled spiritual power to create a gigantic shark bearing the same ferocious nature as himself. Ordered it to charge straight into the waterfall, because from now on everything truly began. Jin Hyuk savored every drop of holy water seeping into his body. That taste was even more alluring than milk tea, making it hard for him to restrain himself. Jin Hyuk craved more and more, as if he would never feel satisfied. At the same time, in reality, his body displayed a similar reaction. His body convulsed with a delirious smile, looking no different from someone intoxicated by stimulation. Ban observed from beginning to end, applauding the birth of a new demon king predator. There was a neutral god famous for his insidious nature named Greed. That god was so greedy that he wished to embrace every treasure, yearning to devour the entire world. The title of Greed was Avarice, and at this moment Jin Hyuk was no different from that embodiment. He wanted to gather all that divine power for himself, without the slightest hesitation. "Hey, wake up!" Vulcan voice rang out. Beside him was Miho radiant face. Jin Hyuk had awakened. Vulcan was curious whether he had succeeded or failed so he could tease him. The result, of course, he had succeeded. Jin Hyuk immediately displayed his new skill, giving Vulcan no chance to mock him. Though it was only a tiny seed, he had built an entire miniature universe to nurture divine power within his body. Vulcan was astonished that Jin Hyuk did not belong to the celestial race, yet still possessed celestial power. If the celestial race learned of this, they would likely hunt him down to the very end. Jin Hyuk merely shrugged. If his talent made them uncomfortable, then so be it. He felt no fear. Vulcan was pleased yet still worried, because Jin Hyuk was not strong enough to stand against the celestial race. With his current unstable state, if a conflict broke out with the celestial race, the consequences would be unpredictable. A few days later, at the hunting zone of Floor 10, Jin Hyuk continued training his army of soul soldiers. Because they had not yet reached the peak of their strength, called training, it was mainly Vulcan who had to constantly summon soldiers. Meanwhile, he stood behind like a supervising teacher. When a soul soldier was struck down, the process truly began. A beam of light flared from the body of the soul soldier. Then a spirit entity with a sacred aura appeared. Jin Hyuk called them Holy Soul Soldiers. Their strength exceeded expectations. He specialized in healing the soul soldiers, overcoming the fragile weakness of summons, allowing a necromancer not only to overwhelm in number but also to raise quality. Though it was divine power, some individuals seemed on the verge of reaching perfection. Two sides clashed fiercely, while Miho reaped all the benefits. She filled her belly with the spoils just obtained. At this rate, the mission to nurture Miho's strength would soon be complete. The achievement would rise again. Jin Hyuk opened the status window to check. Only a few days after planting the divine seed, the stat had risen to 3. Though not very large, in a critical moment he could still use it once. Now it was time to meet Hendrik, the Dragon Slayer hero, to exchange a few words. According to Vulcan, from a certain point Hendrik had simply stood still without continuing to climb the tower, as if waiting for someone. If he had stopped at floor 10, there must be a reason, so Jin Hyuk wanted to meet him even more. Just like Uriel heard the voices of gods and demons, perhaps Hendrik was also waiting for a signal. Stepping out of the alley, they immediately saw Hendrik towering and prominent among the crowd. A pair of horns and red eyes clearly proved he belonged to the dragon race. "Then let us move forward," he decided decisively, startling Vulcan. Vulcan believed they should not approach rashly, because Hendrik might not be waiting for him. All this time he rarely solved matters with words, he usually acted directly. Truly a reckless fellow, Vulcan angrily cursed. He insisted on staying put, then was teased that he was likely still traumatized from last time. In the end, Jin Hyuk had the chance to tease him, leaving Vulcan flustered as he tried to explain himself. The loud arguing outside made Hendrik completely lose his focus. He stood waiting here because he had heard that on the 10th floor, there was someone who could fulfill his long-held desire. As for the identity of that person, he was completely in the dark. Jin Hyuk stepped forward and greeted him first. In fact, he was also waiting for a chance to speak privately with Jin Hyuk. He did not forget to send his greetings to the familiar face named Vulcan. First, Hendrik observed whether Jin Hyuk was participating or not. Although he disliked this kind of flashy behavior since he had already acknowledged it, he temporarily let it slide. Hendrik, who did not like talking in crowds, suggested that they move to another place. To his surprise, he chose to handle the matter in a narrow, secluded corner. Without many words, Hendrik opened a teleportation gate. The two followed him into the secret space on the 10th floor. Here, both angelic and demonic eyes were weakened. No wonder Jin Hyuk's vision had deteriorated. Only then did Hendrik become truly serious about the matter. He wanted to wipe out the dragon clan that was hunting him in the tower, and asked Jin Hyuk if he had the determination to accompany him. Jin Hyuk smirked, saying that the ambition was too small. "What did you just say?" Hendrik glared at him. Even Vulcan had to speak up to stop his fearless mouth. Because Hendrik was an existence beyond the tower's standard, angering him was like asking for trouble. "Don't interfere, you incompetent fool." Jin Hyuk transmitted a reassuring thought to Vulcan, saying everything was within his calculations. He continued the conversation, saying that although he didn't know the full reason, he could guess why Hendrik had become like this. However, he surely didn't know that the ones targeting them were not only the Sa Hong clan. He didn't understand why Hendrik was so obsessed with the Dragon clan, because just those dragons weren't enough. If it were him, he would have dealt with all those who had deceived him, regardless of whether they were Sa Hong or not. Therefore, Hendrik's goal was too narrow for him to be interested in accompanying him. "So you intend to destroy the entire Sa Hong clan?" Hendrik asked skeptically. "Unlike you having stepped out of the scythe of death, and there was someone behind that death. Do I need to elaborate further?" Just those few words made Hendrik laugh in amusement. Vulcan stood beside him, not understanding what was going on. Hendrik suddenly felt that he should apologize. "The man in the prophecy that Uriel mentioned turns out to be you." Jin Hyuk was surprised, not realizing he had met her before. However, Hendrik wanted to personally verify whether his determination was real or just empty words. One scheming the Ngayat theme, "What is your name?" "I am Black Death Spirit Jin Hyuk." He removed his mask and plainly revealed his identity. At that moment, a loud shout was heard. "That damned lizard is causing trouble again." Even Hendrik had to be cautious before the old man's imposing aura. He was the first blacksmith to live here, and was also the one who forged his sword. Meeting him, both Jin Hyuk and Vulcan were taken aback. He was a true Oni. The old man curiously asked about the strange mix of soul and spirit beast, and who the black-haired person was. Jin Hyuk twitched his lips, not understanding why the old man was still alive until now. Upon hearing that question, the old man immediately affirmed that Jin Hyuk was the one who attacked the Oni village. He hurriedly explained that he wasn't the culprit. However, the more he spoke, the more the misunderstanding piled up, causing the old man to become angry. He grabbed his forge hammer, intending to teach Jin Hyuk a lesson, believing him to be the one who had burned the village. Hendrik immediately stepped forward to block him, reassured the old man that Jin Hyuk was someone in the same predicament as him. Vulcan asked if the old man knew Haru, and indeed, he received a confirming answer. The group followed him back to the small house. Hendrik never expected such a strange coincidence in the vast tower. According to his story on traditional holidays, all the Oni gathered on the 100th floor. Due to his old age and weakness, he didn't participate and stayed behind to forge swords when disaster suddenly struck. He anxiously asked for news about Haru. Jin Hyuk replied that she was on the 9th floor and would meet soon. This mask is also Haru's. She gave it to him as a gift in return for saving her life. Hendrik curiously asked how strong Haru was. Jin Hyuk proudly replied. He affirmed that even though she was recovering, if they fought one-on-one, she was on par with them. Moreover, after receiving the mask, they decided to become long-term partners, working together to seek justice. The old man suddenly grabbed Jin Hyuk's hand to express his gratitude. He also introduced his real name as Gino. He promised to give them his full support and to help Haru rebuild the village. Although he didn't fully understand everything, Jin Hyuk nodded in agreement. Only Vulcan understood that this mask also symbolized a proposal. Gino allowed him to take any of Lozen's items that he found necessary. They were all weapons far surpassing those Goldrich had given him. After handling everything, Jin Hyuk prepared to leave. However, Gino had fallen asleep at some point. Perhaps he had finally relieved some burden, as Hendrik rarely saw him resting so peacefully. Jin Hyuk decided to let him sleep, waiting for Haru to arrive so she could meet him first. He believed that their reunion would give her strength. Just then, Vulcan screamed so loudly it was deafening to his ear. Jin Hyuk immediately dodged the surprise attack from Hendrik. The collision caused a house to be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Hendrik seemed pleased with Jin Hyuk's quick reflexes. The strength test he mentioned earlier was still not over. If Jin Hyuk could defeat him, something beyond the ordinary could happen. Jin Hyuk did not intend to argue with words. He wanted to test the strength of the Dragon Slayer himself. Two charged into battle, the shockwaves spreading around, but they felt excitement radiating. For until now, they had never been able to unleash their power so completely. Hendrik was entirely capable of effortlessly shattering Jin Hyuk's soul soldier. Yet he had already concealed a dagger behind his opponent's back. He paused slightly in surprise, but that man still handled the situation with remarkable composure. In Hendrik's eyes, that attack was far too simple, not even worth his concern. Jin Hyuk charged forward head-on, swinging his sword to clash against him. Hendrik glided away as light as air, like a spirit too elusive to touch. Jin Hyuk clicked his tongue in irritation when such a supreme technique was still dodged so cleanly. That man casually grabbed him and flung him away like a mere sack. Spirit Master, if you wish to cooperate with me, you need far more training. After only a few probing exchanges, Hendrik had already identified the issue. It would be best for Jin Hyuk to restore his soul soldier and summon the monster of the 10th floor to unleash his full strength. Oh really? Jin Hyuk laughed as Vulcan tightly restrained him. This was his chance to reclaim his honor after his previous retreat. Jin Hyuk summoned back his massive Gungnir spear, the weapon that once felled the legendary Spiral Shell Warrior in an instant. Now it was time for battle. Vulcan immediately separated from Hendrik's body to avoid being implicated. Hendrik pretended to grit his teeth to match the tense atmosphere. After all, his sword was engraved with a spell that countered magic. Therefore, Vulcan's chains were nearly useless. Vulcan quickly signaled for Jin Hyuk to retreat, because that sword bore the ultimate technique Dragon Break Slash. It split the Gungnir spear in two and shot straight toward Jin Hyuk. Thunderous explosion erupted at the very spot where he stood. Vulcan wanted to check on him, but first he had to protect himself. Hendrik was relentlessly pressing him beneath his feet. Perhaps you are Jin Hyuk's strongest companion. If so, then no one else could assist him. Hendrik eagerly searched for Jin Hyuk's whereabouts. From the side, Jin Hyuk burst out, who said Vulcan was the strongest. He was still standing firmly right here. Jin Hyuk fired an arrow that merely brushed past Hendrik's glossy hair, leaving him momentarily speechless. Compared to his swordsmanship, his archery seemed even worse. Two arrows shot into the sky, releasing magic that drew Hendrik's attention. Then three more arrows struck him, dragging him into free fall. Coordinated attack had worked. Jin Hyuk had to seize the moment to finish him. He donned the Oni mask to activate his battle eye. As he fell, Hendrik ground his teeth in fury. That man unleashed a blazing red aura like flames, causing Jin Hyuk to miss his chance to counterattack. Haha, you truly are formidable, Jin Hyuk. I am somewhat surprised, but this is far from over. Hendrik roared in excitement. He had yet to reveal his full strength. The next strike was the Dragon Clan's ultimate technique, Molten Dragon Flash. Jin Hyuk broke into a cold sweat not from the heat, but from the crushing pressure. Even though he grasped the trajectory thanks to his predictive ability, his speed was insufficient to evade it. If struck, he would have no choice but to fall. But he still had another trump card. Jin Hyuk switched to the fox mask. Gino awoke after a brief few minutes of rest. Before him lay nothing but a scene of utter devastation. He guessed that Lizard Hendrik had flared up again. Miho rushed outside, making him anxiously follow after her. It halted at Jin Hyuk's summons. Hendrik unleashed Ascending Dragon Flash. His figure vanished in an instant, causing Jin Hyuk to falter. In less than a second, he appeared before him, his blade thrusting forward. Another explosion rang out, smoke billowed thickly, yet there was no sign of injury. Hendrik refused to believe Jin Hyuk could evade that move. Yet he was already standing behind him with the fox mask, which only deepened his interest. That mask looks rather beautiful, Jin Hyuk. From his hands emerged sharp claws like those of a wild beast. He lunged forward to confront Dragon Break Slash head-on. However, both his speed and strength had undergone a change. Hendrik realized his opponent was no ordinary foe thanks to the power of the fox mask. Fighting while conversing caused him to be forced back step by Jin Hyuk. The instant an opening flashed, he could not hesitate. On the opposite side, Hendrik had secretly prepared a magical attack. Perhaps that man had deliberately created an opening to lure him before suddenly unleashing a counter spell. And indeed, magic erupted, adding further devastation. It turned out that man was even more calculating than Jin Hyuk. From within the smoke, he charged out and decided to use his ultimate move. Famed bewitching illusion of the fox was unleashed. Even anticipating it, Hendrik could not evade in time. A floating sensation surged through him, as though touching destiny itself. He roared in annoyance, "Do not misunderstand. I have no interest in that sort of thing." By focusing his mind, he dispelled bewitching illusion, yet that had never been the true objective. In that fleeting instant, his body stiffened, and Jin Hyuk had already closed in. At this range, he could not swing a weapon freely, so he chose to end it with a single strike. He recalled Kyung-hoon's technique, omnipotent skill fused with the fox's agility and a strengthening spell. All his power gathered into his arm to deliver the most perfect punch. It is over, Jin Hyuk drove his fist straight into Hendrik's solid abdomen. The move was called Shattering Meridian Turbulent Palm. It sounded elaborate but was in truth a straightforward punch. This time, the range of destruction far surpassed what Hendrik had called. Smoke roiled and the thunderous noise was so immense that even Vulcan was awakened. He staggered upright and softly asked what the current score was. From the thick cloud of smoke, Jin Hyuk's figure gradually emerged, making him burst with joy. Yet the joy had not lasted more than a few seconds before he collapsed. Red seeped from the corners of his eyes and lips. His life force was exhausted, so his body could no longer move. Meanwhile, Henrik still gripped the sword in his hand, as if preparing for the final beat. Everything should have ended at that very moment. Hans swung his blade with absolute certainty that victory was already his. But he refused to accept that outcome, springing up to demand fairness, saying the final blow had been unleashed and that monster had already fallen. Hendrik fell into an awkward position because he had never imagined he would one day be defeated like that. It left him endlessly irritated. Very well, Hendrik spoke, but he wanted to decide everything with this ultimate move. He admitted his opponent's strength was admirable, yet he was still determined to win at any cost. "Wait, I cannot move right now." Jin Hyuk tried to send a plea for help, but Hendrik acted as if he did not hear. He summoned a fire dragon and hurled it straight at him. Jin Hyuk was so helpless that he could not tell whether what fell was tears or dark crimson blood. "Very well, you will be the one to claim victory in this match." "What did you just say? I was planning to verify your title of Dragon Slayer, and yet you failed like this." Vulcan's mocking tone made Jin Hyuk feel as if he were about to explode. Even as a soul, that arrogant air of his had not changed in the slightest. Jin Hyuk pulled his hand back in pain, which only gave Vulcan more momentum to press on. "Hey, do not push yourself like that. Without Uriel's divine power, he would have been in a far worse state. Without that source of strength, his slender body could hardly have endured. This old man is truly excessive. Why does he keep provoking his master like this? Just wait until I recover." The back and forth bickering kept Miho tossing and turning, unable to sleep. At that moment, Hendrik, the source of all the arguments, walked in and asked how his body was doing. The moment Vulcan saw him, he startled as if encountering a ghost. He suddenly remembered boasting that he had once defeated Hendrik. So he hurriedly turned around and stepped forward to apologize. Hendrik did not pursue the matter either, knowing that at present the fault lay with him. Letting bygones be bygones, Vulcan let out a relieved sigh as if a burden had been lifted. When fighting Jin Hyuk, he seemed almost insane, but in normal times he was completely different. Hendrik looked at Jin Hyuk sincerely and asked whether he had struck a bit too hard. That question touched a sore spot and made him uncomfortable. "The two of you stop. Next time I will definitely win." Setting that aside, he wanted to hear his past, so he called Hendrik over. From his previous life all the way to his death, Hendrik began recounting the entire story. Everything began when his family and homeland were wiped out without a trace by the dragon race. He alone survived as if by a miracle. Before his eyes at that time was the sight of his loved ones drowning in a raging sea of flame. In the sky, dragons spread their wings and circled coldly, leaving within him nothing but hatred aimed at dragon horns and scales. After that tragedy, Hendrik also began climbing the tower like everyone else. Thanks to his outstanding talent, the first time he struck at a dragon for revenge was on the 600th floor. Jin Hyuk could not hide his astonishment because his tower climbing speed was even faster than his own, and from then on Hendrik embarked on the path of hunting dragons. In return, he was constantly pursued by the Star Emperor clan's hunting squad. That became his daily life. He realized one thing: the stronger one became, the lighter the punishment grew. After the 800th floor, that penalty seemed almost to vanish. Punishment had been set by the system to prevent climbers from monopolizing everything. Everyone was restricted in strength when on a lower floor than the highest floor they had ever reached. That was why he could withstand Goldrich's blow. Without that penalty, he might have collapsed long ago. Jin Hyu suddenly felt startled. Just how far had Hendrik climbed? The 900th floor, he answered briefly. And it was also there that his journey ended. On the 900th floor, he might very well have been destined to become a transcendent. A larger and stronger Star Emperor clan hunting squad was formed solely to hunt him down. In the end, Hendrik could not withstand the overwhelming numbers and lost his life there. Ironically, among countless races, he was reborn in the body of a dragon. He once wanted to give up, but with this new strength and body, even death was not easy. Therefore, Hendrik accepted reality and used that very body as a tool for revenge. Jin Hyuk somewhat understood and found answers to the questions he had about him. Hendrik nodded eagerly and asked when they would continue climbing the tower. As far as he knew, the group was waiting for Haru. Unexpectedly, he wanted to travel alongside him. Though still uneasy, Jin Hyuk had no choice but to accept. Moreover, Hendrik realized they had many similarities. He had been alone at his final moment, and perhaps he would be as well. They needed to learn from their failures. Standing alone against everything was merely a futile illusion. Jin Hyuk clearly understood that he needed companions, friends who could stand shoulder to shoulder in battle. Hendrik immediately proposed forming a guild. That suggestion was beyond Jin Hyuk's expectation. Meanwhile, on the 600th floor within the Holy Nation Alliance, Aintes Ken stormed straight into the room, questioning with a harsh attitude. He was reviewing a report sent back from the White Swan branch on the 10th floor. Someone had set it ablaze and reduced it to ashes, acting alone. According to the information bait, Holio provided it was so, and he also believed this was not the act of a group. Absurd, on a low floor like the 10th floor, no matter how strong one is, they are still weakened by the penalty, she shouted loudly. Even a 9-star cannot escape that diminishing law, so the culprit must be someone outstanding on the 10th floor, quite similar to them when they first began climbing the tower. However, Ken still believed everything had not gone beyond control. If that person possesses unexpected power, then apply the plan from 10 years ago and uproot the weeds completely. For now, he would hire a capable bounty hunter to handle the matter. After careful thought, Jin Hyuk also agreed with Hendrik's opinion. However, there was still one obstacle. At present, he was carrying out a mission assigned by the council. Before setting foot on the 100th floor, he had to build his reputation and establish his name. So if he got involved with him or his organization, trouble would surely follow. Hendrik understood the situation clearly, and he devised a plan that was both neat and extremely useful. That was to have Jin Hyuk take the role of guild master. Jin Hyuk was surprised. He had never anticipated this scenario. Honestly, Hendrik was not interested in that position. He felt he lacked confidence. As for him, a talented necromancer, he was clearly very suitable for a leadership role. Jin Hyuk still hesitated because he was weaker than Hendrik and would have to give him orders. How could a stronger person easily follow someone weaker than himself? Suddenly, Hendrik knelt before him, leaving Jin Hyuk stunned. He did not want to treat him that way at all. He just laughed jokingly. That was his answer. He could not imagine all the humiliation he had endured, nor did he know how helpless and furious he had been. For the ultimate goal, you still accept everything? Jin Hyuk asked again, and Hendrik silently nodded. If so, to avenge both, Jin Hyuk decided to take the guild master position. Hendrik was extremely pleased. He believed this was the right choice. The next issue was naming the guild. The leader was the Masked One, determined to wipe out all prevailing crimes. Defying Heaven was the most fitting name, and Jin Hyuk was very satisfied. Just by paying the trade guild fee, he could form the guild, and at that moment Jin Hyuk remembered Goldrich and his puppet. But then he suddenly remembered the puppet had already left. Hansen was now managing the branch on the 10th floor. What puzzled him was that Ken from the tower also appeared to observe. Due to work related to the tower, he often visited here. He had even become close friends with Hansen, sharing all sorts of things together. Every time Jin Hyuk came, he brought strange requests, so Hansen was curious what this time would be. Jin Hyuk frankly said he wanted to form a guild. Hansen thought this was quite simple. Everyone wanted to join Ma Din's guild. To establish a guild, at least more than 2 members were required. The current team included Hendrik, Vulcan, and Miho. Ken was shocked to see the Dragon clan, while Hansen admired Hendrik's recruitment ability. He seemed very famous here, standing in the street every day chatting idly. Jin Hyuk had also sent invitations to others. When everyone gathered, Hansen had to quickly complete the guild formation procedures. He followed Goldrich's orders, fulfilling all of Jin Hyuk's requests. At that moment, the letters had been delivered to the puppet. Haru and Goldrich both received them, making everything even more interesting. That night, Jin Hyuk continued to look for food for Miho. At the same time, he tested separation magic. A pile of corpses was gathered like a grand feast for Miho. Today marked the completion of all 999 livers. When Miho finished the last one, a red light burst forth. Hendrik muttered, wondering what would happen when she had eaten them all. The system announced that the nine-tailed fox was manifesting. Vulcan panicked and shouted, telling everyone to look. A figure appeared, leaving Jin Hyuk astonished at its true form. It was a small, cute child, hard to distinguish gender. Slightly clumsy, she accidentally fell into his arm. Miho blinked in confusion. Then she spoke sweetly, "Daddy." Jin Hyuk was shocked, not understanding what was happening. He did not have a family yet, so how could he be a father? Haru appeared suddenly, asking who the little girl was with cold eyes. Jin Hyuk was in an awkward position, not knowing how to explain. Miho innocently pointed toward Haru. She asked, "Daddy, who is that lady?" That call made the atmosphere even tenser. Jin Hyuk felt the situation becoming increasingly complicated. Upon checking, he found the mission completed, and Miho had become his pet. He did not expect the reward from the fox to be like that. The nine-tailed fox handed over the child and departed without a word. Vulcan smiled knowingly, while Hendrik was puzzled by the scene. Haru was devastated, thinking Jin Hyuk's daughter had grown so much. He wondered what he had gone through, but with his charm, it was not too surprising. Perhaps she should accept the truth early instead of hoping and being disappointed. Hendrik approached and asked Haru about the situation. He realized she was Annie, the one they were waiting for. Haru looked up at his dragon clan form. Painful memories immediately surged back. The image of the cruel dragon clan from the flames of the past appeared vividly. Haru immediately swung her sword at Hendrik. In her eyes, he was the enemy of the Oni village. Hendrik did not understand why he was always attacked and hurriedly called Jin Hyuk to explain. Jin Hyuk remained calm, thinking it was a misunderstanding, and let him handle it himself. Hendrik did not want to counterattack for fear she would get hurt. But with Haru's strong personality, he believed she would not be easily harmed. Finally, Hendrik saw this as another test. Haru was pushed back but felt no pain. She continued charging, her spiritual power strong but still not comparable to his. Hendrik's slash swept horizontally like a shooting star's tail, sending Haru flying a great distance. She fell to the ground, gritting her teeth in disbelief at the huge gap in their power. The enemy stood right in front of her, but she was powerless, unable to bring justice to the villagers. Soul residing in the sword manifested, recognizing the bloodline of the dragon clan and granting Haru more strength. He promised to grant her the power to slay dragons, and for that, the sword was named the Dragon Slayer. Very used transformation fascinated Hendrik, who was intrigued by the sword's unusual aura, and stopped the Dragon Slayer sword with one hand, leaving Haru stunned. Immediately after, he relentlessly struck her side without mercy. Even holding the Dragon Slayer sword, her opponent possessed something even more terrifying. The very origin of its training alone far exceeded her strength. Haru silently prayed for the Dragon Slayer sword to give her more power for revenge. He seemed pleased with her will, making the flow of power rise even higher. Hendrik recognized that form as the sword chi. "It was you who burned my homeland, and I will surely avenge the fallen Oni." Haru swung the sword with a completely different vigor than before. Hendrik understood that this was not her internal power, but the power transferred from the sword. If this continued, she would only push herself into danger. Hendrik grabbed Haru's hand, demanding that she drop the sword. That power was like a parasite gnawing at her, as she wasn't at the level to control it yet. Haru was determined not to let go. She would stop only when he fell. Before the one who destroyed her clan, Haru would never show mercy. Hendrik realized that Haru's hatred for the dragon clan had grown so deep it was hard to control. As someone who had held the sword longer than her, Hendrik felt he must guide her so she wouldn't lose her way. He warned that this strike would be painful, but she would still survive. The thunderous dragon strike swept across, shaking a vast area. Haru's hand released the sword, and her consciousness slowly drifted into a haze. She found herself standing in the familiar forest of the Oni village. A ball rolled towards her, and the figures of the children slowly appeared. They looked at her with empty eyes, asking why only she was still alive. That question made Haru awaken to the heartbreaking truth. Those girls, like all the other Oni, had once longed to exist like her. Why was it that only she survived while everyone else had to perish? Even Haru was tormented, wondering why fate chose her. Because she had to continue living to wield the Dragon Slayer sword. He appeared as a source of salvation amidst her darkness. To avenge the village, the only way was to rely on her, and she had to stand up and fight. The Oni clan never forgot the words, repay kindness and seek vengeance. Hendrik was astonished to see Haru standing up after being struck by the thunderous dragon strike. Not only that, she furiously charged towards him. The sword seemed capable of piercing through Hendrik's body. If it didn't shatter before reaching its target, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Dragon Slayer sword sensed that she needed even more strength to defeat him and avenge the Oni. Jin Hyuk and Vulcan stood by like spectators watching an action scene, pretending to step forward to ask her. Fortunately, Hendrik was unharmed because Haru exhausted herself before reaching him. Now she could rest. It seemed Haru had surpassed her limits many times before. The sword clearly had a powerful impact on her. Hendrik worried that when she woke up, Haru would attack him again, as their story had many similarities. Perhaps the former owner of his body was one of the dragons that attacked the Oni village. Hendrik accepted the burden of that resentment, as he too had to take responsibility for this sin. Jin Hyu led Hendrik to another room. He had rented the entire second floor, so Hendrik could stay there until she woke up, but he still claimed he deserved to be hated. Jin Hyuk angrily shouted that he didn't care, as long as Hendrik stayed away and let Haru rest. Afterwards, Haru indeed slept much more peacefully. When she woke up, she expected Jin Hyuk to be by her side, but instead, it was his daughter in front of her. Haru jolted awake, making a noise. Jin Hyuk immediately heard and rushed in to check. Miho innocently called out for her father, causing Haru to sink back into her trauma. Jin Hyuk quickly told Miho to leave and reminded her not to call him that anymore, if she didn't want Haru to get angry and cause trouble. Next morning, the group prepared to set off, and Haru had packed her things. Though the Dragon Slayer sword was broken, she still believed it would return one day. Hendrik's possessions had been arranged with magic, so there was no risk of missing anything. Miho had also prepared well, and had even gotten used to calling Jin Hyuk uncle. Jin Hyuk was surprised that the girl no longer called him father. All thanks to Haru's patient and gentle explanation. Miho muttered that calling him father sounded better. As soon as she met Haru's cold gaze, the girl fell silent. Jin Hyuk handed each person a teleportation scroll. By tearing it, they would be taken to the meeting room Goldrich had prepared. Vulcan immediately demanded his share. Jin Hyuk snapped his fingers and returned the old man to his soul stone, leaving him furious. The old man snapped that he had told them not to treat him like an object to take and put away at will. Now let's get going. The group entered a room constructed with magic, a place only the wealthy like Goldrich could manage. At the same time, another figure appeared. It was old Gino, and the two embraced each other in tears. Vulcan, released and witnessing the scene, felt relieved that they had finally reunited. Goldrich opened the door and walked in, his demeanor godlike in wealth. To him, time was as valuable as gold, so he seemed irritated by everyone's tardiness. Jin Hyuk clearly laid out the circumstances of the Oni tribe, yet in Goldrich's eyes he no longer seemed as unyielding as when he was the Purple Star. The puppet recognized that nickname Purple Star, the famed tower climber who had fallen into a decade-long slumber after being branded a traitor to humanity. It is I, the one once branded a traitor and presumed dead 10 years ago. Jin Hyuk slowly removed his mask. During the meeting, Goldrich compiled all the information they had gathered up to this point. The puppet trembled as it raised its hand, taking a while to digest the information it had just heard. 4 great royal clans had been silently purging promising seeds. Even the Oni village on the 100th floor was not spared. Both Jin Hyuk and Hendrik were individuals who had once fallen and been pulled back. More importantly, the guild's core objective was revenge, an organization true to its name, harboring dreams of defying the heavens and ready to overturn the order of the world. Ino had thought Jin Hyuk was already bold enough, but this plan far exceeded his imagination. The puppet firmly believed they would bring great change to the tower. The mere thought of it filled it with excitement. At the end of the meeting, Goldrich asked him about the next step. For Jin Hyuk, the answer was obvious: to continue conquering the tower. Every member had to maximize their strength, and their only method was to use poison to counter poison. Haru hurried over, inviting Gino to climb the tower together. Haru's appearance warmed his heart, yet he still chose to go alone. Seeing her safe and sound, the anger in him over the past eased, his burning will for revenge no longer as fierce as before. If he traveled with her, Gino would soften and slow down. Moreover, his age was advanced. He did not wish to become a burden. From now on, he would take the name Vo-An, no longer Oni Gino, but merely an ordinary Gene blacksmith. Before leaving, he reminded her not to forget the responsibility and the hatred of the last Oni. Jin Hyuk decided to assign him an entirely different mission. Goldrich planned to establish a base on the 100th floor, and at the same time, they needed to thoroughly investigate the village there. The one taking on the managerial role would be Gino. Ernie, the most outstanding gene craftsman, had lived long enough on the 101st floor to understand the terrain and characteristics of this place. Goldrich grasped the issue and immediately ordered the puppet to escort him down to the 100th floor. Once everyone had settled on their destination, it was time to depart. Those bearing the name Defy the Heavens would show the world why they were called so. At the safe zone of the 11th floor, Jin Hyuk stepped in with the aura of a descending god. The 11th floor was merely the true beginning. Those who had pushed him to this point could just wait. He did not care which floor they were on. Sooner or later he would find them and wipe out their nests. From the gate at this moment, a familiar bounty hunter stepped out with a foolish grin. Ada had been sent by Ken to track down Jin Hyuk's whereabouts. The scene shifted directly to the 50th floor. Rumors about the masked demon who had reached the 50th floor spread everywhere. Accompanying him was an army of spectral soldiers capable of self-regeneration. Not only that, his companions also possessed formidable strength. The deeper he advanced, the more spectral soldiers gathered under his command. Even a man who had just assumed the position of branch leader was targeted. He was unwilling to leave glory just as he had touched it. The renowned hound guarding the Holy Kingdom let out a fierce roar. It was a creature from the 120th floor. He firmly believed he could turn the tide. Anyone arrogant enough to lay a hand on the city-state alliance would pay the price. Unexpectedly, the hound behind him was shattered by Jin Hyuk's strongest companion. Dragon Slayer in the form of a dragon race appeared. Jin Hyuk grabbed the collar of the leader of the 50th floor. He could not believe Jin Hyuk dared to confront the 9 stars. But in truth, their feud had begun 10 years ago. To be precise, that was the case. Each time he set a new tower climbing record, the Alliance Association on that floor suffered heavy losses. The 50th floor came to a close, and the Defy the Heavens Guild would gradually shatter all of the enemy's schemes. Jin Hyuk strolled calmly through the street, whispers surrounding him. Because he had acted against the smaller guilds under the 9-star union, the news spread rapidly. On higher floors, they could even use magic to erase all traces. Yet Haru felt that he was deliberately exposing himself. Jin Hyuk had grown weary of secretly infiltrating the union to gather information. Now he wanted to throw them into confusion and make them take the initiative to hunt him instead. With his current stats, even if ambushed, he had enough strength to respond. Although his demonic energy and divine power were limited, if someone descended from a higher floor to attack, that would become their weakness. Fortunately, their strength was suppressed on lower floors. Unfortunately, the group's equipment was still not fully complete. Hendrik even reminded him not to be overly greedy. He was using a weapon forged by the Oni's top blacksmith Vo-An. Without it, the journey up the tower would have been far more arduous. Speaking of Vo-An, Haru could not help but feel curious about his current life, while Miho blamed Hendrik for making her sentimental. Did I say something wrong? Hendrik was dragged into it while doing nothing, feeling aggrieved inside. In short, Jin Hyuk still wanted to settle the matter of equipment soon, considering it a bit of relaxation. The place he mentioned was the black market on the 51st floor. One could hunt for rare items difficult to find elsewhere. If he encountered a desirable item at the auction, he intended to buy it as a gift for Haru and Miho. The two girls beamed with joy, their reaction surprising him as well. He should have prepared gifts for them much earlier. Suddenly a blast exploded, forcing the group to scatter. Amid the haze of smoke, a gun barrel aimed straight at Jin Hyuk's head, making him halt. The arrogant bounty hunter pulled the trigger, the bullet powerful enough to blow away an entire house. Without the power from the mask, he might not have remained unscathed. Think you can still dodge, she sneered provocatively. But let us see who is about to take a blow from Hendrik. Shield, she commanded, and an energy barrier instantly appeared. Hendrik was stunned. She seemed to be a machine. Shield suddenly shifted into a counterattack, blasting Hendrik far away. Haru appeared right on time beside Miho. The presence of the Overseer and Oppa instantly activated the two lionesses of Hadong. Immediately switched into flight mode. Haru's eyes widened in shock, while Miho's excitement was written all over her face. Yet her smile vanished when she dropped a barrage of terrifying tooth bombs. Two girls sank into a long slumber, as if they would never wake again. The masked woman stepped into the midst of her rebellious subordinate. It came with such high expectations, yet this is all you can manage, she mocked. Of course it was not over. Hendrik and Jin Hyuk launched a counterattack at the same time. Just when they thought they had the upper hand, weapons were instantly aimed at their heads, quite impressive. I almost felt regretful having to remove you two from the game so soon. Leaped back and she did not seem in a hurry to strike, as if she wanted to talk. That night the group gathered to discuss. She introduced herself as Sen, a seasoned bounty hunter. Jin Hyuk did not expect that on the 50th floor there would be someone bold enough to place a bounty on them. She did not need to hear their explanations, because she always held complete information about her targets. However, Sen offered a more interesting proposal. She wanted to make a bet, a wager that would benefit both sides. Hendrik had never liked games of chance. Sen asserted that if they won, she would withdraw and reveal the one who posted the bounty. Hendrik was about to charge in and deal with her immediately, but Jin Hyuk ordered him to stop in time. If the mastermind were one of the 9 stars or an imperial star, they would have met disaster long ago while climbing the tower, and that was the clue they needed. What she truly desired was merely a fair duel with the strong. "Damn it, so we still have to fight," Hendrik shouted in frustration. Sen set a condition: win or lose, all 3 had to remain alive, because only if she existed would they have information, and she affirmed she held no personal schemes against them. The 2 of them could not understand why she was determined to forbid killing. Since it was 2 against 1, Jin Hyuk was forbidden from summoning supporting spirit. Jin Hyuk accepted as long as he grasped her purpose. Counterattacking later would not be too late. "Cut off arms or legs if you want. As long as no one leaves the game it is fine." Hendrik eagerly prepared to fight. Sen shifted into an autonomous aircraft form and opened fire with a rapid barrage aimed straight at Jin Hyuk. Those weapons were not enough to trouble him. Sen suddenly appeared behind him, forcing Jin Hyuk to raise a soul shield. At the same time, Hendrik closed in behind her. She calmly activated teleportation and vanished in the blink of an eye. Able to stop in time, Hendrik missed and struck Jin Hyuk instead. Sen laughed when she saw how poorly they coordinated. Jin Hyuk grabbed Hendrik by the collar and scolded him, demanding that he follow his strategy. In return, Hendrik argued that only by letting him command the battle could they hope to win. "Hey, you 2 stubborn fools, I know you are confident, but ignoring me like this is too much." Sen returned with a stream of dangerous beam. A devastating cannon blast came crashing down. Light was so blinding it felt as though it illuminated their very future. The explosion shook and ravaged the entire area. At the edge of the forest, the 2 young men fell from above. Fortunately, Jin Hyuk had used instant teleportation in time. Had they taken the attack head-on, they likely would not have survived intact. "Why are we retreating in the middle of a fight?" Hendrik shouted angrily. Jin Hyuk immediately covered his mouth. Her helmet was transforming into an autonomous aircraft to track their position. An advanced weapon made him wonder who she truly was. She certainly did not belong to Earth. This tower was connected to countless other spaces and worlds. She might come from a place whose technology far surpassed his understanding. This time Jin Hyuk sternly demanded that Hendrik obey absolutely if he wanted to win. Then began scanning the surroundings to search for their whereabouts. Jin Hyuk suddenly appeared, catching her off guard. "Revealing yourself like this means you have accepted defeat. Sorry, but fate has arranged for me to live long enough to become a legend." Jin Hyuk unleashed spirit binding to restrain his opponent. Sen had thought he would use some grand technique. Would have expected him to choose such a classic method. A figure suddenly emerged behind Sen. Hendrik launched a lightning-fast strike but still missed. He fired a shot through his head, but it had no effect. On the contrary, Hendrik remained unharmed. Around his head was the protective phoenix spirit shield. He swung his sword again and this time struck Sen. Even so, she still had enough strength to endure longer. Spells were not the only thing a spirit master possessed. With the omnipotent master trait, Jin Hyuk could transfer all his advantages to Hendrik. Now he would show her what true backing from an omnipotent master meant. Jin Hyuk increased Hendrik's speed until he reached a velocity equal to his own. She unleashed a continuous barrage. Hendrik's speed made him like an elusive shadow. He had always loved the sensation of chasing those seeking escape like her. Even with a shield raised, she could hardly withstand Hendrik's thunder dragon empowered by Jin Hyuk. With a thunderous explosion, Hendrik landed majestically like a god. But Sen did not flee. She had deliberately lured him here to deliver a gift called a nuclear mine. Jin Hyuk rushed in to rescue him, but everything was already too late. Another violent shockwave made the forest tremble. He was stunned, unable to comprehend which world she came from to possess such extraordinary technology. Suddenly a bullet pierced through Jin Hyuk's right chest. Sen stood behind him and declared checkmate, believing Hendrik could no longer rise. Now he was the only one without significant injuries. "Are you certain?" She seemed to forget that Hendrik was originally a colossal dragon, and he was fully capable of enduring the explosion just now. Seeing Sen stunned, could it be that he had been holding back his full strength all this time during the fight? Hendrik returned to the battlefield with an even more imposing aura than before. He never intended to reveal that terrifying form, since the Dragon Clan had long been his mortal enemy. Hendrik channeled divine power, launching a blazing stream of fire at Sen, yet her illusionary form seemed completely unfazed. She even boldly taunted in response, truly befitting someone who commanded the tower from a higher tier. But I haven't unleashed my full potential yet. As soon as the words left her lips, Sen snapped her fingers, triggering a barrage of attacks directly at Hendrik. The technique was executed with such speed and force that the naked eye could barely follow. After that relentless onslaught, what stunned Sen was that Hendrik remained completely intact, not a single hair out of place, his face radiating arrogance that infuriated her. Did he really need these things just to deal with one dragon? You once said we had an agreement not to eliminate each other, didn't you? Then don't force me to break that pact. Hendrik glared, engulfed in fiery energy, and shot into the air. Slightly hesitant, her tongue did not ease up. She continued to reply verbally, while launching constant counterattacks. Shield was activated at full capacity, preparing to retaliate. When Sen's shield collided with Hendrik's stream of fire, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. The entire space trembled violently. On the other side, Jin Hyuk, even while using divine power, recovered slowly, all due to the special shot Sen had activated earlier. Not to mention, when Hendrik transformed into a dragon, Jin Hyuk's defensive and offensive skills suddenly vanished. It was as if Hendrik's presence had disrupted the entire magical field in the area. After the fiery confrontation, Hendrik and Sen had yet to determine a victor. Sen seemed tireless, continuing to deploy support technology. She projected three-dimensional illusions to pressure Hendrik. She should have been the only one controlling the magic here, so why has it turned out like this? Hendrik's eyes burned red with rage, shouting furiously. He dodged the rain of physical attacks raining down on him. Continuous waves of attacks crashed around him. Pushed to his limit, Hendrik stood amidst the swirling magic, gritting his teeth and declaring that no matter how many shots were fired, they were futile. Fine, if he wanted it that way, so be it. Sen immediately switched to a massive gun with a barrel like a cannon. That sight made Hendrik shudder slightly. So this is your answer, Hendrik grumbled. Yes, this is the weapon with the greatest destructive power. I didn't want to use it, but now there's no choice, Sen replied with a smirk. With Sen so resolute, Hendrik did not hesitate either. He summoned all his strength to confront her. Hendrik's sea of fire collided head-on with the dense rain of bullets. Sen's barrage caused tremors as violent as an earthquake. Like a volcanic eruption, it swept everything in its path. Not a single fragment remained, even the bombs previously dropped. Nothing in Hiroshima's 1945 disaster could compare to this battle. The terrifying tremors erased the surrounding landscape, returning everything to the starting point. Amid the thick black smoke and scattered ruins, Sen staggered, lifting her head, fatigue evident after the overwhelming explosion. The intense heat weakened her shield, preventing normal operation. Sen decided to let the shield rest for a moment. As she looked ahead, she was startled, for Hendrik still stood tall. What the hell could he really survive such a blow? Sen thought, pale-faced. Luckily, it was only Hendrik's scorched outer shell remaining. His real body had fallen right before her eyes. Sen laughed triumphantly, thinking she had slain a dragon. Suddenly, a voice rang from behind, making her heart skip. Careless, 2 against 1 and still sloppy, forgot about me. I'm still here. Jin Hyuk dragged himself forward, blood at the corner of his lips, yet his gaze full of mockery. Injured like this and still talkative, do you think that beautiful face under the mask could save you? The weapon in my hands is enough to handle you, or will you surrender obediently? Sen sneered, aiming her gun directly at Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk remained unfazed, casually picking up a burnt scale of Hendrik and biting it hard. He laughed loudly, saying things were far from over. Seeing Jin Hyuk casually eat the scale, Sen shuddered. The real surprise came next. After swallowing, Jin Hyuk transformed into a half-human, half-dragon form, threateningly saying he needed information from her. I must know it even if I have to go beyond the limit slightly. Jin Hyuk spread his dragon wings, exuding a cold, arrogant aura. That power left Sen speechless, for it was the legendary might of the Dragon Clan. Since obtaining this power, Jin Hyuk himself felt transformed into a distinct existence. He could manipulate magic at will, truly deserving the reputation of dragons as master spellcasters. Jin Hyuk unleashed draconic energy freely, enveloping the sky. Sight left Sen wide-eyed in astonishment. He launched a gleaming spear from above, striking down. Along with countless surging sources of dark power, Jin Hyuk quickly reversed the situation, forcing Sen onto the defensive, making her retreat in haste. Waves of attacks like thunderclaps pursued from behind, and magic on par with the Dragon Clan closely trailed Sen, making her sweat while muttering in frustration. What is this? Could the masked demon belong to the Dragon Clan as well? No. His energy changed after swallowing Hendrik's scale. Don't tell me he can use the power of what he absorbed, Sen asked nervously. It was too late to realize, as Jin Hyuk had closed in from behind. In this critical moment, Sen hastily swung her light sword to counter Jin Hyuk's blazing fire stream. Seeing Sen flustered under his hand, Jin Hyuk grew even more delighted. He continuously taunted, making Sen furious to the point of choking. Eliminating someone with half-dragon blood like you is nothing difficult. Fine, I will close everything just as you wish, demon face. Sen screamed in fury and unleashed a piercing cannon attack, relentlessly bombarding Jin Hyuk like thunder. The more she lost control, the more Jin Hyuk remained eerily calm. The dragon's rage merged with the wind power from his mouth, swirling fiercely. Heat and pressure made the opponent burn like ash. She could only kneel down, her body exhausted. That explosive blow finally knocked Sen out. However, the price to pay was Jin Hyuk's heavy depletion of internal energy. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth continuously. The power of the Dragon Clan was still beyond his control. Perhaps he needed more time to adapt. Jin Hyuk sighed softly to himself. His gaze scanned the smoky, dusty space. All of it was caused by the shockwave from earlier. After a while, Sen slowly opened her eye. Her whole body ached from the aftershock of the battle. Finally, you're awake. We were wondering when you would open your eyes, Hendrik spoke up. Ah, you recovered faster than I expected. The power of the Dragon Clan, indeed. But what is this strange place? Sen looked at the dark space in front of her, puzzled. This is a magic barrier. Both of you were unconscious, and the surrounding area was devastated, so I had to create it, Jin Hyuk explained. Realizing her defeat, Sen could only lower her head and sigh. She scolded the two of them and the power from the four great races. Hendrik asked why Sen had been so reckless in fighting. He casually replied that she simply wanted to test her strength against a dragon. All the dangers she had gone through turned out to be for such a simple reason. That answer left Hendrik and Jin Hyuk speechless. To maintain this barrier, Jin Hyuk had to use up all the mana stones collected from the monsters to keep it stable. Anyway, you've woken up, so carry out your promise. Who is the one behind this? The one who hired the bounty hunters to hunt us down. Jin Hyuk rubbed his forehead and said, first, there's something I need to clarify. It wasn't just one person who sent me. Bounty on you came from an association organization. You must know the rules of punishment. Those who climb to the higher levels will have their abilities restricted when they descend to lower levels. That's why they bypass the law by funding and taking control of the associations on the lower level. These associations then continue to control even lower ones, creating a chain of connection. This method helps them strengthen their power like a chain reaction, which is the essence of the association organization. Upon hearing that name, Jin Hyuk immediately furrowed his brows. He thought of the leader of the 9 stars of the Holy Kingdom Association, Ken Belli. Only that man had enough power to manipulate everything like this. The Holy Kingdom Association's high-rise building. The 9 stars summoned his subordinates to discuss inter-association matter. The Holy Kingdom had been ambushed by Jin Hyuk. To avoid involving other associations, he decided to plan to eliminate Jin Hyuk, to extinguish the threat before it could grow. If he dealt with Jin Hyuk personally, the punishment would be severe. So the 9 stars secretly hired a mercenary to act on his behalf. That mercenary was Sen. She not only failed, she also revealed information to Jin Hyuk's side. After following the trail of his team, the clues about them gradually faded as she came into contact with him. Therefore, Sen was punished by the Holy Kingdom Association, thrown to the snakes after the brutal beating. Her body was trapped in the jaws of the beast. Sen's weak cries for help echoed before fading into silence. Elsewhere, Haru jumped up from the sounds of the cries for help. Her head ached, wondering if it was a nightmare or a premonition. In front of her were only Jin Hyuk and Miho. Haru anxiously searched around for Hendrik and Sen. He had left earlier to gather information. Ones hunting us down are relentless. Perhaps he will continue scouting for a while. If you're fine, I'll head to the next location, the black market. Jin Hyuk smiled and said. The 3 of them quickly headed to the 51st floor of the commercial district. He allowed Miho to indulge herself before entering the black market. Freedom to choose made Miho ecstatic. In contrast, Haru remained haunted by the dream from the afternoon. Tense expression made Jin Hyuk, walking beside her, notice. He could clearly sense her unease. As evening approached, Jin Hyuk worried that Haru's conspicuous appearance would attract attention. He snapped his fingers and created something for her. A cute outfit for her disguise. Miho, on the other hand, transformed into a small fox and jumped onto his shoulder. Once prepared, the 3 of them proceeded forward, heading straight towards the door where the staff were checking guests coming in and out. When they saw the powerful black card in Jin Hyuk's hand, the one that granted access to every auction, the crowd could not help but freeze in shock. They guessed that without a formidable force backing him, he He could never have obtained such a privilege. After a few seconds of standing stunned in astonishment, they immediately and respectfully led Jin Hyuk's group up to the VIP area. Signature demon mask Jin Hyuk was wearing caused quite a few people in the hall to recognize him as the legendary figure of late. Whispers spread at once throughout the venue. Once the whole group had settled upstairs, the auction swiftly began. He sat waiting until his body grew weary, yet not a single truly worthwhile item had appeared. It gradually made Jin Hyuk feel irritated. He sensed that something was not normal, because the lower level was packed to the brim, which meant a significant item was about to appear. Just as the next item was brought onto the stage, Haru suddenly sprang to her feet and jumped straight down below. That abrupt action startled Jin Hyuk in alarm. Before countless astonished gazes, Haru rushed toward the item being displayed. It was as if she was compelled to save something, because Haru heard a familiar cry for help. The sound echoed like a dream, emanating from the item itself. But just as she was about to touch the item, powerful force from the old man participating in the auction, along with his bodyguard, knocked Haru down onto the floor. "You dare touch what I have set my eyes on? What an arrogant little brat." The fat old man glared and shouted at Haru. "One who should step back is you. Do you even know who you just touched?" Jin Hyuk advanced with surging magic to respond, his icy expression making everyone wary. The old man also realized in time that Jin Hyuk was the renowned figure, the demon mask who had been causing a stir recently. Helping Haru to her feet, Jin Hyuk gently asked what had happened. Haru tremblingly said she heard a voice coming from the item. The chaotic scene made the host laugh, assuming everyone was overly excited about this valuable item. "Very well, keep that enthusiasm, and let us admire the next item." He snapped his fingers to signal the curtain to be drawn. What appeared before Haru's eyes at that moment? The hairpin belonging to the O'Neill tribe, causing old memories within her to surge back. Haru's whole body trembled, her eyes blazing when she saw her tribe's relic being put up for sale like a common commodity. Jin Hyuk, standing beside her, lightly patted her shoulder to calm her, gently telling her to trust him. Starting price for the hairpin was 100,000 gold coins. The figure quickly soared with each bid. Before long it reached 1 million, offered by that old man. "Ah, my collection grows richer once again. Another new species added to the collection. Even if I cannot obtain a genuine Oni, having this is amusing enough." The old man laughed smugly in provocation. Enraged, Haru was about to draw her sword and charge forward. Jin Hyuk stopped her in time by loudly calling out a bid of 3 million. The entire hall instantly fell silent. Everyone widened their eyes in shock at the number that had just been announced. The enormous price given by Jin Hyuk left everyone stunned. Then that item belonged to Jin Hyuk amid countless murmuring gazes. Murmurs about his wealth rose incessantly. Realizing he had inadvertently become the center of attention because of the exorbitant bid, Jin Hyuk took the hairpin and quickly pulled Haru away from that place. On the way back, Haru held the item tightly in her arms. He happily thanked him. Jin Hyuk merely smiled and said it was not his money, so she should not worry. "If you want to thank someone, thank Goldrich," he replied softly after reclaiming the hairpin. In that fleeting moment, Haru vaguely heard a whisper, like words of gratitude that echoed and then faded into the air. Tears slipped down her cheeks as she silently vowed to reclaim justice for her tribe at any cost. Jin Hyuk also understood why Haru reacted so fiercely, because within the hairpin dwelled the soul of a deceased Oni. While walking along the street, a figure holding a sword suddenly appeared behind them. He lunged forward swiftly, but Jin Hyuk had already detected it and reacted at once. As their blades clashed, Jin Hyuk realized it was the bodyguard of the fat old man who had just lost the bid. "That is rather discourteous. Did I not yield the item to you?" The old man curled his lips as he spoke and slowly stepped forward. "If you want it, then bid properly, but I will not let you have it," Jin Hyuk warned coldly. Unexpectedly, the old man let out a meaningful laugh. Slyly said he no longer needed the hairpin, he only wanted an Oni, specifically a living Oni like Haru. Provoked to fury, Haru immediately drew her sword and charged straight at him. The old man swiftly swung out a massive iron hammer. The heavy hammer came crashing down toward her with overwhelming force. Jin Hyuk shouted for Haru to stay calm. At the same time, he was nearly swept across the face by the bodyguard's sharp blade. The man's speed and strength made Jin Hyuk wary. He secretly guessed that this man's strength was likely even slightly above Hendrik's. On the other side, realizing that although the old man was strong, he moved sluggishly, Haru immediately shifted to a more agile fighting style to confront him. No one expected that just as Haru was pouring all her strength into an attack, the old man suddenly pressed a mechanism on his hammer, activating the internal mechanism. Poisonous gas immediately sprayed out in dense cloud. Haru turned pale, quickly covering her nose and reminding herself to stop breathing immediately. The toxin made Haru's head spin, losing her usual clarity. In the blink of an eye, she was controlled by him, pinned to the ground. Remember this, little demon, once you set foot on the 50th floor. You'll understand that every tower climber hides a trump card. This is a paralytic toxin that was once used in the needles of those despicable ones. I've improved it into gas form, and you won't be able to move even a finger for a while. I'm not interested in your revenge, so don't waste your energy getting angry. Your life hasn't ended, it's just entering a new chapter. To make you more obedient, I'll take care of some of your tendons. Feel honored to exist as an item in my collection. The old man yelled madly before drawing his knife, preparing to strike Haru. At that very moment, Jin Hyuk appeared just in time. Like a deity descending to the world, the cold blade slid across the old man's hand, leaving a neat line. You're surprised that I can still move, huh? Unfortunately, that toxin doesn't do anything to me. You're ugly and useless, not worth my attention, so I'll deal with it myself. Jin Hyuk spoke calmly in front of the old man's pale face. The arm severed from his body, dark red liquid spurted out, causing him to writhe in pain on the ground. Before Jin Hyuk could continue, the bodyguard rushed over in time. You arrived quickly, a little slower and things would have turned out differently. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Hyuk cast a magic circle and unleashed 5-finger spirit bullet. The blast force caused the ground beneath the bodyguard to explode like fireworks. However, something blocked his strike, the sword energy blending with magic. He was proficient in both skills. It could be that he has a hidden profession. Pressure he emitted was no different from a seasoned tower climber. The bodyguard turned pale, sweat pouring from his face as he realized the disadvantageous situation. He turned to suggest that the old man retreat to tend to his wounds first. But the old man stubbornly refused, still coveting Haru in front of him. Losing patience, the bodyguard pointed his sword directly at the old man's face as a warning. He gritted his teeth, reminding him of the contract terms regarding protection. While I'm fighting, you are absolutely not allowed to interfere. Bodyguard clearly showed his firm attitude. The old man turned pale with fear, quickly turning to flee. Unable to achieve his goal with Haru, the old man greedily grabbed the hairpin. He ran off desperately. Haru was determined not to let him escape easily. She drew her sword and chased after him, but was blocked by the bodyguard midway. Jin Hyuk rushed up from behind to assist, the sound of their swords clashing ringing out sharply. Where do you think you're going? Once you're in this, follow through to the end, Jin Hyuk frowned and asked. In the stillness of the night, Jin Hyuk and the bodyguard clashed continuously, neither willing to back down. Struggle caused the surrounding area to quickly become shattered. Facing him head-on made Jin Hyuk slightly regret that talent, because it was being wasted in this filthy place. The bodyguard replied that this place helped him lighten his heart. At least here he could face someone as strong as you, he said with a sneer. You're just a coward trying to avoid climbing the tower. That sarcastic remark struck the bodyguard's pride. His pride flared, almost driving him to madness. Strikes became increasingly relentless, speed and power both skyrocketing. But no matter how he exploded with power, the result was still being hit by a decisive blow from none other than Jin Hyuk. Dark red liquid spilled out, gushing like a rolling river. In his death throes, he remembered the time he reached the 431st floor, where he saw the true face of the tower. Lies, betrayal, and scheme, all the darkest corners of humanity. After the betrayal from his teammates, he had lost his eyes there. And what about here? At least here, people don't hide their evil. He roared and swung his sword at Jin Hyuk with a fierce aura. Jin Hyuk dodged in time, so the blade only stabbed straight into the ground, causing rocks to explode as if there had been a shockwave. I understand that feeling from when I was betrayed and knocked down. It truly sucks. But your mentality is too weak. If you're truly strong, then climb higher and deal with the one who betrayed you yourself. Jin Hyuk shouted loudly and threw a fierce punch. The punch, as heavy as a sledgehammer, sent the bodyguard flying dozens of meters. He fell among the rubble, and before he could get up, he received another powerful blow from Jin Hyuk. I don't run away like you, I'll crush those traitors. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, the power swirling around him, engulfing his opponent. His painful scream echoed in the quiet night. On the other side, the fat old man tightly clutched the hairpin and hurriedly ran for his life. Just as he was about to reach the main road, Sukarna was finally sent to his ancestors beneath Haru's decisive and merciless sword strike. Greed brings ruin, foolishness brings consequences, it was never any illness. That detestable old man had ultimately brought disaster upon himself. By chance, Haru picked up a golden card that had fallen from his body. Jin Hyuk actually spared the bodyguard at the final moment. Even he was surprised, unable to understand why he had done so. You still have something to finish, do you not, after what they did to your eyes? Bury all of them with your own hands. Jin Hyuk turned away and said softly, "When I am done, I will find you and make you regret not killing me today," the bodyguard replied with a smirk. Jin Hyuk also awaited that day. His cold composure in forgiving an enemy left Vulcan deeply impressed. Vulcan kept speculating that he sympathized with the bodyguard because they shared some similarity. He wanted to retort. Jin Hyuk remained silent. He did not bother responding to those remarks. That time Haru had also returned home. She informed Jin Hyuk that she had dealt with the fat old man and showed him the card. It was the golden card she had found on his body. It seemed connected to the auction house, but could not be used directly for transaction. Normally items of this type served as a key that opened the way into a high-end auction where rare treasures might appear. Jin Hyuk studied the card closely, his eyes gleaming with undisguised interest. Suddenly Haru lowered her head to apologize for losing her temper and putting everyone in danger. Jin Hyuk did not blame her. He gently patted her head and said everything was fine. He understood how important that hairpin was to her and affirmed that he could still manage. But he reminded her not to let hatred cloud her judgment. Haru remembered his words, smiling softly as she nodded. Thanks to the secret key Haru had picked up, Jin Hyuk and Haru finally successfully stepped into the private auction reserved for the upper class. After a long stretch of weary observation, the auction was about to conclude with its final special item. The surrounding guests suddenly grew unusually excited. The entire hall buzzed and drew Jin Hyuk's attention even more. He waited curiously to see what would appear. From above descended a massive cage covered completely by a red cloth. Jin Hyuk guessed that inside might be a mythical creature or a rare divine beast. When the red cloth was pulled away, what appeared before him was a girl with a striking figure. She was bound tightly from head to toe, making him voice his indignation at the brazen shamelessness of the auction organizer. The aura emanating from her was truly astonishing. He was certain she had not appeared here with any gentle intention. Beyond that imposing presence, he also sensed the pure mana of a high elf. Dark elves were variants whose ancestors had touched sinister energy, while high elves possessed pure mana. The two opposing forces were difficult to reconcile. Jin Hyuk pondered as he looked at the girl. Vulcan explained that a high elf could be forced to touch dark energy, but complete corruption was far from easy. If that were true, could the four royal clans be involved? Jin Hyuk broke into a cold sweat as he speculated. The hall now roared with bidding voices like a bustling marketplace. Then everything suddenly quieted when a price was announced. The figure of 5.5 million gold was offered by Hamiel, the Angel of Eternity. During that, the elf girl struggled violently and shouted Hamiel's name. "You dare, I will never allow myself to fall into your hands. If I ever escape from here, you will be the first I seek out." Faced with her fierce reaction, Hamiel merely smiled meaningfully. "Do not be so angry, princess. Rather than becoming a plaything for those people, why not consider staying by my side?" Hamiel suggested in a gentle tone. But those words could not extinguish the flames of fury in the elf girl's eye. Just before the 5.5 million was finalized, Jin Hyuk suddenly added another 4.5 million, leaving the entire hall stunned, especially Hamiel at his reckless display of wealth. Number 10 million gold instantly became the highest price ever seen here. On the 51st floor, that caused everyone to gasp in astonishment. The atmosphere turned chaotic like never before. Hamiel was overtaken by Jin Hyuk, making her grit her teeth in fury. Her angry gaze radiated surging pressure, as if trying to bear down on him. "Oh, trying to pressure me into withdrawing, and that is still allowed?" Jin Hyuk laughed as he asked. "I should be the one asking that. Stop evading. Where did you get the money to pay?" Hamiel growled, but what answered her was Jin Hyuk's calm yet sharp aura. That composure made others wary instead. Realizing she had encountered no simple opponent, Hamiel had no choice but to suppress her anger. Then she raised the price to 10 million gold. Jin Hyuk immediately pushed it straight to 20 million, leaving Vulcan, along with Haru and those around them, staring in disbelief. As for Hamiel, it went without saying. Face paled in shock, unable to comprehend why he was so determined to buy the elf girl. "Why do you keep looking at me like that? That gaze only makes me want you to stop looking. One day I will bring down the 4 royal clans, but for now my strength is not enough. Even if I cannot win by power yet, I can overwhelm with money. That alone is enough to satisfy me," Jin Hyuk thought as he looked at Hamiel's expression. Even now, she still found it hard to believe that Jin Hyuk possessed such an enormous sum of money. Just like that, the dark elf came under Jin Hyuk's command for a price of 20 million gold. before handing that item over to Jin Hyuk. The employee handed him a magical key used to unlock the chains. He even lowered his voice to flatter and asked when he would visit. Jin Hyuk coldly ordered him to bring the person immediately. Haru was curious whether he intended to turn that dark elf into a slave. "You must think I'm crazy," Jin Hyuk replied in surprise. As for Vulcan, no discussion was needed since he was already a spirit. What stunned Jin Hyuk was that Haru actually thought he could be that cruel. Haru hastily waved her hand, saying she meant no harm. She had only spoken out because the elf was so stunningly beautiful. The group was still talking. Hamil slowly approached from afar. On her lips was a flirtatious smile as she greeted Jin Hyuk. "If you intend to snatch my item, forget it. Someone already tried and met a bitter end," Jin Hyuk replied bluntly. "Of course not, I only wish, if you allow, to ask a few questions." "Did you bring her here?" Hamil asked curiously. "Knowing it's rude, don't ask. Even if you belong to the Four Kings, don't expect everyone to yield." Jin Hyuk curled his lips, his tone icy as if splashing cold water in her face. In response to that decisive attitude, Hamil only curved her lips in a faint smile. "I only want to understand more about you, but your records have already been sent to the higher floors." Hamil's words were half warning, half threat. Jin Hyuk trembled with rage, wanting to rush forward to teach her a memorable lesson. He quickly inhaled, forcing himself to stay calm. Not yet. If he unleashed full power, he could handle her, but the consequences would be severe. Then the stronger angels would surely pursue him. If he remained weak like now, he could not face them head-on. At this moment, all he could do was wait for the right time. Jin Hyuk clenched his fists, trying to maintain a calm facade before the provocation. "That hairpin is really beautiful. Too bad I burned them all so there's no chance to admire it." Hamil leaned close to Haru, whispering sarcastically, and only then did Jin Hyuk realize her initial target was Haru. Fearing Haru would get agitated, Jin Hyuk quickly pulled her back to calm her. But contrary to expectation, Haru just bowed calmly and said she was fine. "I understand it's time to become indifferent," she said, trying to swallow her anger though her eyes were red. "I will see you again soon. I will wait for you on floor 10. Hamil spoke her last words and turned to leave, so quickly that Jin Hyuk didn't have time to call her back. When he arrived, only feathers floated in the air. Hamil's figure had vanished. "I don't know what she's planning, but just wait, I will find her." Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, telling himself. Later at the outskirts of floor 15, Vulcan angrily commanded the Soul Soldiers to drive away those lurking around. He didn't allow anyone near or eavesdrop on the exchange between Jin Hyuk and the Dark Elf. Jin Hyuk with Haru and Miho approached the cage. He assured that he had no intention to harm the elf. "All of you are the same," the elf remained cautious, her tone full of sarcasm. "Believe it or not, what is your name?" Jin Hyuk asked in a low voice. She introduced herself as Eliwen von Gillessel. Hearing the von surname, Jin Hyuk was stunned. That is a royal family name, originating from the guardian deity of the elf clan. So the elf before him was a legitimate noble. Jin Hyuk had been completely unaware of this. Meanwhile, a group of dark elves was scouring the forest to find him. As a high-ranking noble elf, her potential was vast. In absorbing dark energy to become a dark elf, her power would increase greatly, and that reminded him of Hamil. Perhaps there was a deep feud between her and the Four Kings. Such a person fits perfectly into rebellious plans, Jin Hyuk analyzed internally. While he pondered, Eliwen also struggled to find a way to escape. These chains lock her power tightly. Even when released, it would take time to recover. "What if he touches me?" She frantically searched for an escape route. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk inserted the key to open the door, surprising Eliwen. "Stand up, I have a few questions," he requested. Seeing an opening, Eliwen immediately dashed out. Like a bird freed from a cage, she tried to run but fell shortly after. "Give up, elves are strong in mana and soul, not physical strength." Jin Hyuk stepped closer and whispered behind her back. "You bought me for 20 million, what exactly do you want? In such a secluded place, no one knows what you'll do with a weak dark elf. Like those before, you intend to use me too." Eliwen glared fiercely, her words full of implication making Haru blush and hastily cover Miho's ears, while explaining Jin Hyuk was not that kind of person. The system also jumped in to analyze all sorts of sensitive theories, giving Jin Hyuk a headache as he truly had no dark intention. At that moment, a deafening explosion made Jin Hyuk startled. He immediately sent a signal to Vulcan requesting a report. Perhaps my location had been discovered by other tower climbers, and they were coming in great numbers. Vulcan resisted the aggressive crowd while urgently relaying the message to Jin Hyuk. Learning that he had bought all auction items, they gathered to cause trouble. Aura was so heavy it was hard to breathe. Hamil, could it be her? Jin Hyuk worriedly thought. quickly instructed Haru and Miho to assist Vulcan. He himself stayed behind to continue talking with Iluin. At this moment, Iluin had completely let go of all her guard against him. He softly suggested that he move a little closer. Meanwhile, Haru and Miho were still trying to prolong the battle. Vulcan seized the opportunity, pouring all his soul power into unleashing a massive shockwave. That strike sent the tower climbers flying into the distance in a single breath. In stark contrast to the chaotic scene outside, Jin Hyuk and Eli One sat quietly facing each other deep within the forest, talking in low voices. Your comrades are already strong. Under your command, they are even more terrifying. With such power, you still spared the angel at home. Someone weakened by the tower's punishment should have been easy for you to deal with, Iluin asked doubtfully. Fighting now would bring me no benefit, Jin Hyuk replied in a low voice. You know how to restrain yourself for a greater goal. That is what makes you different from me. Have you ever personally torn open the heart of your own kin? Iluin drained her wine and looked at him. The pain-filled gaze made him freeze. It turned out that in the past, Iluin had been forced to deliver a fatal stab with her own hands, in accordance with her father's final wish. Before he departed forever, he entrusted her with the Rizal seed, along with the hope for the future he left behind. Her older brother Alad had betrayed their tribe, selling everything to the Crimson Four royal clans in exchange for power. As he was about to catch up, her father shouted for her to swallow the Jigriso seed at once. But before he could finish, his words were cut short by Hamil's cold blade. Even the seed in her hand was shattered by Hamil. Not stopping there, Ada used pure magic to slowly corrupt her. The honor of a noble high elf was trampled without mercy, pushing her step by step into the darkness of despair. Afterward, Iluin was sold into the slave market and happened to meet Jin Hyuk. He realized that even the elves had been purged by the four royal clans. But the elves on the 300th floor were too powerful to be eradicated. Their mana and summons were beyond the four royal clans' control. Therefore, the most effective method was betrayal from within. Jin Hyuk fell silent after hearing the story, looking at Iluin's exhausted and hopeless expression. He invited her to join the faction that defied the heavens and promised to help her take revenge on those who had enslaved her and seize the kingdom. Even after clearing out the tower climbers, Haru could not stop worrying about Jin Hyuk. The fact that he was alone with Eli One. Haru's imagination ran wild. She even thought about the possibility that Iluin might steal Jin Hyuk's heart. If that became reality, Haruko would surely suffer from jealousy. Lost in such fanciful worries, Haru nearly fell under the hand of a giant red orc. Fortunately, Jin Hyuk appeared in time to save her from danger. "How is the dark elf?" Haru anxiously asked as soon as she saw him. "If you mean Iluin, she has already left." The answer made Haru's eyes widen in shock. A few minutes earlier, after hearing the revenge plan, Iluin had hesitated because she would have to personally deal with her own siblings, ones who had once hurt her. "I believe they could do even worse if necessary to perfect your plan. We'll make them pay many times over, even 100-fold. Whom do you wish to take revenge on, the 9 stars or the 4 royal clans?" Faced with that firm question, Eli One chose to leave instead. "I will leave to reach your level. When I am strong enough, I will return." "May I know your real name, not the one you use now?" Eli One softly asked, hearing him call himself the Necromancer Jin Hyuk. Iluin paused as if realizing something. "If I fall into slumber, you may use my soul and power as you wish." After saying that, she turned and vanished like a breeze brushing past the moonlight, leaving Jin Hyuk standing in the stillness with tangled thoughts. Back to the present, after explaining everything to Haru, Vulcan also returned. "Since it is done, we should leave this place. Spreading rumors will draw more tower climbers here." Vulcan suggested heading to the 60th floor, their stronghold, and Jin Hyuk remembered that Goldrich also intended to go there. Unexpectedly, on the 60th floor, Goldrich was struggling against aggressive tower climbers from the 9 Stars faction. They had even brought a large force with them. Shops operating under Goldrich's name were set ablaze and burned to ashes. This had originally been a support base for the heaven-defying faction. If the 9 Stars seized leverage, that connection would be severed. Not wanting Goldrich to be implicated, the secretary exhausted himself to hold the line and protect this place. Suddenly descending from above was Guild Master George Ian, nicknamed the Giant Hippopotamus, swinging his sword straight at the secretary. "Even a guild master has joined the fight. Are they truly planning to burn this place down?" The secretary trembled in thought. Before he could figure out how to handle that hippopotamus, another figure appeared. White Swan Guild Master Beckholio stepped forward, mocking that to control a puppet one must target the puppeteer. Those who do not grasp the basics should not act arrogant and lose the battle, Beckholio sneered, making the atmosphere even more tense. George angrily retorted that his guild had already driven the enemy into a corner. No one else would claim the credit. A heated exchange inflamed George's pride, and he began shouting curses. Seeing the two men busy arguing, the secretary seized the chance to fire sharp threads of aura to restrain them. But before his power could fully manifest, he was struck painfully from behind by the female guild master of the Gorilla Guild. "It seems that while the two of you were arguing, I have already captured him," she laughed. "I have caught this puppeteer, write that down, Acer." May lifted her chin to signal Acer, the guild master of Divine Path. "Allowing Maudine to attack was already disgraceful, and now you behave like this, it truly shames the holy nation." Acer sternly criticized them, causing Jules and Beckholio to be both angry and embarrassed. They retorted that they needed no lectures. As for May, she did not care, as long as the benefits fell to her. Determined not to let them seize this place, the secretary recklessly cast the puppet spell upon himself. A roar erupted along with an explosive surge of power that sent the crowd into panic and retreat. For Goldrich and his own dream, no matter the price he was willing to pay it as long as he could drive them away. He was enthusiastically unleashing overwhelming firepower. Everything seemed firmly under control. Suddenly, a gigantic python emerged from the void, savagely lashing the secretary into a battered state. With a single strike, it erased his entire offensive to nothing. It turned out the sudden arrival of Snake King Basin and Corpse King Tun had completely changed the situation. Guild leaders were stunned to see two experts who had once conquered up to the 300th floor now appearing here. Acer clearly declared that they were mercenaries hired to carry out the plan and would take the lead. George and Beckholio immediately objected, unwilling to be controlled by that small group of mercenaries. Despite Aso emphasizing that this was a direct order from Lord Ken, guild leaders still insisted on withdrawing, affirming they did not wish to continue participating. When gentle words proved useless, Acer coldly snapped his finger. White Python immediately lunged forward, causing the guild leaders to collapse in an instant. "Useless as you are, you still dare to defy the Grand Nine Star. Anquak has no need for people like you. This is Lord Ken's will." With that said, Acer unleashed firepower, each of them receiving a blazing stream of flames that engulfed them. The summoner then called back the souls of the guild leaders to control them in service of the guild. His strength truly lived up to the title of Corpse King. When asked where Maudine was, Acer replied that he had not even reached the 60th floor, leaving the summoner astonished. Everyone had thought this place was merely his source of fun. Before Acer could finish explaining the plan to seize this place and then deal with Maudine, the summoner pressed a weapon to his neck. He ignored the 9 stars order, declaring that within 2 hours he would personally track down Maudine, for that was his true objective. On Jin Hyuk's side, just as he met Hendrik, a sound rang out. A pigeon sent by Goldrich hurriedly flew over to deliver an urgent message. Jin Hyuk immediately proceeded to the 60th floor. Base of the Defier is under attack. Hurry, without reinforcements they will not hold out long. Try to buy time. After delivering the message, the bird vanished into the air. The entire group froze, worry clearly etched across their faces. Goldrich operated many shops under different names, holding risky commercial power within the tower. Jin Hyuk held his head in thought, unsure of what action to take next. Goldrich was renowned as the strongest among those who had conquered the 300th floor. No matter how numerous the enemies were, it would be hard to defeat him. Hendrik raised a question. If he was that strong, then there was no need to borrow another's name as a representative. Once he stepped onto the front lines, it would be no different from openly standing with the Defier. If that happened, the matter would not end with a simple raid. The royal clan might flatten Goldrich's shops. Jin Hyuk proposed a new objective: advance to the 60th floor and destroy the Holy Nation Alliance. As the group prepared to teleport, Vulcan was suddenly ambushed from behind by Basin and Tun. "Sorry, you cannot reach the 60th floor, you will stop here." Two men mocked. Behind them, the long python opened its jaws and launched a violent fireball. The pressure from the explosion swept the surrounding area into complete ruin. Jin Hyuk only had time to shout for his companions to use teleportation. Standing amid the wreckage, he clenched his teeth and realized the enemy had taken the initiative to come. They were assassins sent by Ken. Basin and Tun quickly proved that with a powerful strike. Jin Hyuk's group was blown in all directions, unable to react to the relentless barrage. One was an immortal summoner, and the other gloomy man was surely a snake curse mage. Jin Hyuk recognized their identities from their methods of attack. Hendrik angrily drew his sword and charged forward, but was nearly bitten by Basin's python. "Oh, are you truly a dragon? Would you like to become my pet? I can grant you the highest rank. I wonder what color your scales are." Basin's lewd grin and taunts only fueled Hendrik's fury. The two sides plunged into a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk confronted the summoner Tun head-on. With a brief observation, he guessed that man had at least reached the 300th floor, perhaps even surpassed Zen. Jin Hyuk grew curious to test how far his strength went. He called Haru and Miho over to assist Hendrik. As for himself, he summoned a formidable army of souls, enough to face Tun's skeletal legion directly. The two sides clashed repeatedly, killing intent spreading densely. Kept my eyes fixed on Jin Hyuk. Just as rumored, he handled the enemy's bone soldiers with ease. Title is Necromancer, is it not? You are unworthy of it, offer your power to me, Tun arrogantly commanded. Jin Hyuk glared in response, both hands tightening as he gathered energy. Seeing Jin Hyuk refuse to yield, Tun set a trap that locked Haru and Miho inside a bizarre steel jaw. By the time Jin Hyuk noticed, the two girls were already trapped with no escape. "If you do not hand that over, your companions will not be safe," Tun threatened. "Be quiet and release them." Jin Hyuk raged, furious that his companions were dragged into this. On the 60th floor, the scene was chaotic like a sea of flame. The vanguard and the climbers were locked in a fierce battle. Continuous bombardment and fire formations threw the battlefield into disorder. Acer observed thoughtfully, noticing the vanguard repeating their defensive formation. This method would not help them break in quickly. Could there be a powerful mage behind them? Even without a mage, Goldrich with his special ability was enough to exert pressure. With golden barrages, he blasted open the gates and forced the climbers to collapse. This tactic cannot last long, sooner or later they will discover my identity. Jin Hyuk, come quickly, Goldrich thought as he strained to hold on. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was still occupied confronting Tun to save Haru and Miho. Two sides were locked in a fierce stalemate, neither willing to retreat. "Release Haru and Miho immediately." He gritted his teeth, tightened his fists, and unleashed a flurry of strikes toward Tun. "I will not let you save them. I am Tun, the Death King. I will seize your necromancer power to become the true heir of the Black Necromancer." Jin Hyuk, he drew his sword to counterattack, words full of arrogance. Hearing Tun mention his name, Jin Hyuk paused briefly, guessing that he still did not know the person behind the Maudine mask was him. After being swallowed, Haru and Miho gradually regained consciousness. The two girls were shocked to see a dense army of skeletal soldiers around them. Not stopping there, the giant monster began digging to escape with the two, igniting Hendrik's anger. "I will not give you a chance to run. They are my ultimate limit." Hendrik was about to charge when a sawtoothed serpent lunged, forcing him to dodge with effort. Hendrik swung his sword across the serpent's neck. Suddenly another snake slithered out of its mouth. The snake took the opportunity to bite Hendrik's neck, leaving him stunned. Fortunately, before the poison spread, Hendrik managed to strike the serpent down. In a daze, he saw the sky filled with dragons, reliving the painful memory of his homeland's destruction. That memory had nurtured Hendrik's hatred up to today. Do you hate dragons that much? A dragon hating its own kind is strange. The bite from that small snake could amplify your painful memory, even transfers those memories to me. I do not understand why you despise such a majestic scene. Now you are also a dragon, isn't that great? Basin held the small snake close, voice full of sarcasm. Hendrik's heart, full of wounds, felt carved even deeper, his whole body trembling. He tilted his head and roared, "What do you know? Enemies destroyed my homeland and I was reborn as the same species. If you do not understand, then be quiet. Are you angry just because of that? At least when you transform into a dragon, you should let go of your hatred. You know how much I sacrificed to gather all those snakes. For me, those prices are trivial. Let me introduce myself. I'm Basin, the Snake King, obsessed with all scaled creatures. Follow me and you will learn to love your true form." Basin laughed loudly, whispering seductively. Hendrik remained unshaken, gritting his teeth and replying, "Then I will introduce myself too. I am Hendrik, sole destroyer of dragons. I will wipe out all scaled creatures." The two with opposing wills had no choice but to duel. All the snakes of various types launched by Basin were cut to pieces by Hendrik. But the battle dragged on, gradually exhausting Hendrik. "Keep attacking. Do you think those snakes can catch me?" Hendrik's eyes glowed red as he roared, while Basin continuously summoned more snakes. Seizing the moment of his opponent's fatigue, Basin controlled a giant serpent to coil tightly around Hendrik. Squeezed between scales as hard as stone, Hendrik screamed in pain. "If this continues, I will be crushed. I must break free." He prepared to teleport. Basin approached and grabbed his face. He laughed coldly, "Got you. You are not worthy to be my opponent." Basin used hypnotic power to control Hendrik. Seeing Hendrik's eyes dimming, Basin believed only one escape remained. That is to transform into a dragon and leave. But I understand you cannot do it. Because your hatred for dragons is too deep, even though you are also a dragon. Hendrik, have you accepted that yet? Amidst the taunts, Hendrik suddenly recalled the past. And Jin Hyuk knew he intended to give up his power for fear of transforming. He advised to give full effort to overcome the tower climber, and to utilize all existing powers. That advice pulled Hendrik out of fear. He immediately transformed into a giant black dragon before Basin's astonished eye. He could not believe Hendrik overcame his obsession so quickly. Because I am not strong enough when facing a powerful foe, I must use all my strength to defeat you at all costs, Hendrik roared. His aura did not scare Basin, but ignited his desire to dominate. Jin Hyuk and Tun's side, the battle remained intense. Jin Hyuk and the summoned soldiers were gradually pushed back, while Tun remained steady. That began to unsettle him. He was using skills from a past life. I must save the children and also meet Goldrich. Not let anything interfere now. As long as I defeat him, everything will be fine. Jin Hyuk reassured himself, attempting to counter Tun's magic arrays. This style did you learn from Tu Tin? Jin Hyuk asked. Yes, probably the same for you, Tun replied coldly. Then you cannot defeat me, because I will surpass even Tu Tin. Jin Hyuk smiled confidently, making Tun furious. As Jin Hyuk charged, Tun immediately teleported, pushing him into the midst of skeletal troops. But at that very moment, Jin Hyuk erupted with divine power combined with magic, sweeping everything around. Combining divine power and magic like this was rare. Tun was stunned in disbelief. This achievement was also recognized by the system. His half-divine, half-demon body was created from that. Yet how to defeat Tu Tin remained a difficult question. The opponent was stronger, but I must defeat him at all costs. I will break the summoning ritual and hunt for the true form. Risky but the most effective way, Jin Hyuk decided to take the chance. Standing opposite Tun, Jin Hyuk continuously taunted him, even deliberately speaking ill of Zhai Ting, saying the kid really thought he was a descendant of that man. With that look, Zhai Ting probably isn't all that impressive. Didn't he fall after facing that holy power? Hearing Jin Hyuk insult his idol, Tun immediately flew into a rage. He raised his hand and summoned hundreds of soul spirits, intending to overwhelm with numbers. Jin Hyuk did not back down, using both his magic and holy power at the same time. Sword slashes poured out in a relentless torrent, the momentum crashing like waves. Tun fought while carefully observing, knowing that the combination of holy power and magic from Jin Hyuk wouldn't be flawless. Just as expected, the blade covered in holy power couldn't pierce through Tun's soul spirit. Yes, you are not wrong, that's how he left, but you think I wasn't prepared. If you dare insult him, you'll die here. Tun roared, his killing intent spreading heavily, freezing the air around them. His magic shield pushed Jin Hyuk back step by step through the rolling sea of mana. Jin Hyuk wondered why his holy power was nullified by that move. Suddenly from behind, an undead ambushed him, causing him to stagger. Clearly, he couldn't defeat him with ordinary attacks. Then I'll have to concentrate all my holy power and magic into one point. Saying so, Jin Hyuk ignored the system's warning and began forcibly merging the two sources of power. The system kept reminding him that opposing forces like holy power and magic could not be harmonized, but he recklessly poured all his energy into forcing them to merge, because it was his only chance to face Tun. After countless near failures and exhausting efforts, he finally succeeded in merging the two forces, creating an unprecedented strength. Before Tun, Jin Hyuk easily tore through the magic shield. Tun was so shocked that he staggered back, unable to believe it. I created this shield to block even the 4 royal clans. Could his power really surpass theirs? After the fusion, the system granted Jin Hyuk the unification trait. He was increasingly intrigued by this fusion, a confident smirk appearing on his lips. Seeing Jin Hyuk charge fiercely, Tun quickly called for reinforcements, but it was too late. A blast created by Jin Hyuk swept away everything around them. On the wreckage, Tun staggered to his feet. He hadn't fully processed the situation before Jin Hyuk had his sword at his throat. You call yourself Tun? Why are you so obsessed with Zhai Ting? He was the one truly worthy of owning the tower. Tun recalled distant memories and replied in a deep voice. He fell after being accused of betrayal. Do you still believe in him? No, he was trapped by the 9 stars. Tun's eyes widened as he screamed, surprising Jin Hyuk since he knew the truth. Jin Hyuk never expected to meet someone who understood his grievance. Can't you truly feel it? When you received the title of Necromancer, didn't you ever question his death? He was the strongest Necromancer, then fell in the battle against the 9 stars. Ellen was bribed that day was a trap. Jin Hyuk is innocent. Tun spoke with a choked voice. Perhaps power blinded them. Outside, Jin Hyuk remained cold, but inside his heart stirred at Tun's loyalty. Tun bristled hearing his idol insulted. I admit you're strong, but you are not his descendant. He was a benefactor, his power brighter than even the 9 stars. He was my pride and the goal I aim for. I will defeat you to inherit that will. Tun's determination satisfied Jin Hyuk. For the first time, he felt the sensation of someone seeing him as a role model. If so, then prove your worth, Jin Hyuk said, tilting his chin in challenge. Tun gritted his teeth and used the 100 souls of the dead, a move he had painstakingly studied though not yet perfected. Poured all his hatred into that strike. A stream of soul weapons charged straight toward Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk immediately summoned Vulcan and Luster to counterattack. But when Vulcan made contact, he realized it wasn't quite a soul weapon. It resembled the primitive version of the first soul weapon, making him suspect that Tun had mastered the Necromancer path on his own. Tun kept frantically attacking, swearing not to stop until he avenged his idol. If I hadn't been reborn, perhaps he would have become the next Jai Ting. I must use all my strength. Jin Hyuk charged with lightning speed, leaving the summoning to Vulcan. A loud explosion rang out as the two forces collided. Jin Hyuk and Tun continued their fierce battle. In a moment of carelessness, Tun was struck in the face by Jin Hyuk's sword aura. A red streak trickled down his cheek. As Jin Hyuk prepared to deliver the final blow, Tun managed to summon a shield to block the sword, causing him to halt. The unfinished soul weapon suddenly exploded, knocking Jin Hyuk back. Quickly calculated his next move. He was stunned when he saw Tun using the 10,000 souls, a skill that was his specialty. Countless souls rushed forward, attempting to invade Jin Hyuk's body on Tun's command. A wave of spiritual energy surged, as if it were going to devour everything. But that wouldn't be enough to make Jin Hyuk surrender. He quickly turned the situation around, drawing dense sword paths that left Tun stunned. Impossible, the skill wasn't even perfected, yet he blocked it. Could my spiritual energy not penetrate his soul? Intrigued by the move, Jin Hyuk decided to retaliate with the perfected 10,000 souls. He snapped his fingers and summoned hundreds of real souls directly into Tun's body. Demon face mask revealed, leaving Tun both shocked and panicked. It turned out his idol all along was the person in front of him. Taking advantage of Tun's distraction, Jin Hyuk charged forward and delivered a cold slash, ending the battle. With the rain of blood mist spraying everywhere from Tun, Jin Hyuk merely curled his lips into a cold smile and calmly greeted him. It is a pleasure to meet you, Tun. The honor is mine to behold you, Purple Star, sooner or later I will. Tun replied, his breath broken from exhaustion. Yes, we will meet again, Jin Hyuk smiled meaningfully, his gaze locked onto Tun. Even after being battered so badly and still not completely fallen, Tun truly did not disappoint Jin Hyuk. After being drawn into Jin Hyuk's 100,000 souls, he rose again with a new identity, Soul Soldier Tun. Shrouded in dense aura, Tun stepped before Jin Hyuk and suddenly knelt to admit his fault. Forgive my disrespect. I failed to recognize my master and was never wholly loyal to my comrades. While he was still bowing in atonement, the ground shook violently as if struck by an earthquake. In the blink of an eye, the summoned creature, having lost its master, went berserk and rampaged everywhere. Tun was about to channel dark power to charge forward when from the iron fangs of the monster, two small figures crawled out. They were Haru and Miho. Seeing that both were safe, Jin Hyuk let out a sigh of relief. Haru said that Miho had cleverly manipulated the creature to create a chance to escape. The little one had used a summoning art to subdue a corpse, while the other dealt with the skeletons inside, leaving Tun astonished. Suddenly a burst of firepower struck down where they stood, startling everyone. Jin Hyuk immediately recognized it as Hendrik's breath. That meant the battle between Basin and Hendrik had been decided. As if to confirm that guess, a sharp whistling sound rang out. Falling from above was Basin's battered body, causing Tun's face to pale. He could not believe Basin had been defeated so quickly. This is my victory, King. It was arduous, but the end was set. You have no serpent left strong enough to threaten anyone except yourself. Hendrik in his mighty dragon form descended, the cold tip of his sword aimed straight at Basin. Perhaps this is the end, Scylla. I am sorry. Basin lay sprawled, his eyes fixed on the serpent with regret. But events unfolded so quickly that no one could react in time. Basin suddenly went mad and clamped down on Scylla in everyone's shock. He devoured his own serpent, the sight making the air grow heavy. Doing that will not change anything. Hendrik roared and swung his sword to counterattack, yet the situation had shifted. Basin transformed into half-man, half-serpent, the snake body replacing what was missing, hardened scales easily blocking Hendrik's blows. Aha, now this is truly the final battle. Let us bring down that dragon, Scylla. He flicked his tongue and laughed madly. The two bearing dragon and serpent bloodlines clashed violently with thunderous impact. How ridiculous, the man who once boasted of loving his serpent turned it into a sacrifice and swallowed it. Hendrik mocked. What do you know of my love? Nothing is more complete than becoming one. Those twisted words only fueled Hendrik's fury, his unleashed power growing ever more ferocious. Jin Hyuk and the others intended to assist, but Hendrik signaled them to stop. These two are my prey alone. After a fierce exchange, Hendrik suddenly pierced Scylla's neck, but had no time to withdraw his sword. The serpent coiled its tongue and dragged both sword and arm into its body. You cannot use your sword anymore, Hendrik. Everything is over. Basin screamed wildly, preparing to deliver the final blow. Suddenly from the trapped arm sprouted a spiked dragon claw. That dragon claw struck back with a fatal blow, sending Basin crashing down, his breath in disarray. Neither fully dragon nor still human. Do you not see how grotesque you are? Basin still tried to sneer. I have learned a few things from this battle, and I value that, O king. I am the one named Hendrik. That truth cannot be changed. In the end, Hendrik slew Scylla, the strongest serpent spirit of Snake King Basin, under admiring gazes. Impressive indeed, your ally is truly extraordinary, Tun spoke up. Yes, this time I climb the tower with trustworthy companions. And you will also accompany us, Soul Soldier, Jin Hyuk said to Tun. Tun clearly showed surprise before bowing his head in gratitude. Hendrik stepped forward, brushing off dust, reminding the group they had to head to the 60th floor immediately or be late. Haru and Miho agreed as well, repeatedly urging Jin Hyuk. That is right, everything is not over yet. Let us go to the 60th floor, Jin Hyuk said decisively. Suddenly Tun knelt to block the way, earnestly telling him he should not go. On the 60th floor now is Asuhung, the Holy Lord Guild Master, the man controlling the lower floors of the Holy Kingdom. He is as strong as I am, equivalent to a holy knight of the 300th floor. But victory or defeat is not the most concerning matter. After being saved by the Ken brothers, he swore loyalty to them. In return, he is the only guild master granted divine power by the holy gods. In other words, his strength rivals entities of the 300th floor, Tun explained. Meanwhile, on the 60th floor, Goldrich was struggling to find a way out from the horde of undead soldiers summoned by Asura. So what are we supposed to do? You mean there's absolutely no way to defeat him, and we can only helplessly watch the guild burn? After hearing Tun, Jin Hyuk couldn't hide his doubt. No, there's still one way to help you balance the scales of power in this battle. Saying that, I raised my hand, channeling the energy within my body. Jin Hyuk was stunned upon hearing the suggestion to absorb his power right here, and he couldn't help but exclaim, I have a sense of your abilities, a power that can absorb everything and make it your own. Even a body itself is considered a form of existence, right? If my instincts are correct, all the cultivation I've accumulated so far could become yours, Tun said in a deep voice. Hendrik, standing nearby, found it reasonable and spoke up. Moreover, the Serpent King and his Serpent Elite are not weak at all. If you can absorb them, you'll gain an enormous source of power. Even so, Jin Hyuk still hesitated, wondering if Tun was really sure or if someone was waiting for his body behind. There's no one, and even if there were, it wouldn't matter anymore. I have pledged to serve you. If I can offer this little strength, it would be the greatest honor of my life. Please accept my power. Lord Tun looked at him with a bright and determined gaze. When the other party was this sincere, Jin Hyuk didn't refuse. He decided to accept all of Tun's and Basin's power. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Hyuk clenched his fists, drawing all their immense power into his body. On the 60th floor, the weakened soldiers were revived by Asura, making them fiercer than ever, their bloodshot eyes scanning the city for the remaining mages. Behind the window of the building that hadn't been burned down, Goldrich was sweating profusely, fearing that the city would soon fall if this continued. Our losses are mounting, we must find a countermeasure. First, we need to create chaos to break their formation, then switch to guerrilla tactics. While Goldrich was still holding his head, planning, a wave of fiery power along with a fierce spark suddenly hit the exact spot he was standing, causing everything to collapse in an instant. Fortunately, Goldrich managed to teleport in time, saving his life and the unconscious secretary, but his position had been exposed. Is this divine power? I finally found you, the one behind the riot. Goldrich gritted his teeth, his eyes scanning the surroundings, filled with fury. Acer's voice suddenly rang out in front of him. I've come to deal with the mysterious merchant who aided the masked man, acting in the name of the divine, but behaving so brutally. Aster Lulu materialized, her voice cold. That army is only serving the interests of the Holy Kingdom, right? Goldrich tried to remain calm and responded. Lord Jian only gave me 2 orders. One is to clean up the weak leaders. The second is to eliminate the masked man and his associate. The Lord's orders are absolute. It's equivalent to a decree from God, no further conditions to be considered. Acer roared in a frenzied state. Things won't go as you wish, fanatic. Goldrich put his strength into his arm to counterattack. Amidst the soaring flames burning so hot, it seemed to want to swallow everything. The chase between Goldrich and Acer showed no signs of ending. Goldrich had to flee, while fearing that Acer would discover his true identity. Damn, if he knows I'm Goldrich, everything will be a mess. I have to fight while keeping my identity hidden, but can I battle that monster while suppressing my own strength? Goldrich thought tensely. Acer also grew suspicious when he saw Goldrich not going all out as before, only avoiding. He guessed that the opponent was hiding something. In the blink of an eye, Acer, with superior speed, blocked Goldrich's path. His cold, threatening voice, "I'll make you lose everything. I need to know what you're hiding. Will that concealed power save your teammates?" The words hit Goldrich's weak point, causing him to freeze for a moment. At the moment of confusion, a dragon with immense destructive power charged straight into the building, leaving Acer frozen in shock as if turned to stone. A dragon tribe member. I heard that one of the masked members belongs to the dragon tribe. If so, he reached the 60th floor in just one night, even defeating both Tun and Basin, who went ahead. Acer was stunned, unable to believe the truth before him. "Hey, you're Acer Huma, right?" Jin Hyuk raised his chin and asked. This is the moment he ends everything with him. A series of explosive sounds shook the very air. Hendrik in dragon form carried the others and stood waiting for Jin Hyuk to engage, when suddenly, Acer's soldiers ambushed from below. "We have to deal with these soldiers first. Acer can still resurrect the fallen one," Goldrich, panting as he carried the secretary, warned. Hendrik became furious, opening his mouth to release a barrage of fire that wiped out the enemy's ranks, leaving them no chance to return again. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk kept fiercely battling Acer with his sword. Both of them repeatedly unleashed their strongest skills to defeat each other. Jin Hyuk's fire bullets injured Acer, but he immediately recovered in the blink of an eye. Truly, his regenerative ability was astonishing. To defeat him, one must deal a blow beyond his regeneration ability, targeting his vulnerabilities and using the ultimate move. Jin Hyuk silently plotted his strategy. Immediately after, he activated his taunting mode, mocking the Pelin brothers. Acer, enraged, shot down a devastating lightning strike. As if waiting for it, Jin Hyuk immediately summoned Vulcan. Vulcan appeared and blocked the surging holy power. Acer stared in shock, completely unable to understand what had just happened. "What's this, are you curious?" "This is the result. This skill is quite useful." Vulcan laughed loudly and pulled Tun over for Acer to see clearly. Seeing Tun standing with Jin Hyuk, Acer angrily called him a traitor. "I've never followed anyone, I just seek where I truly belong," Tun replied calmly. Those words further enraged Acer. He screamed that he would purge Tun's rebellious soul. Following Jin Hyuk's orders, Vulcan and Tun rushed forward, coordinating to directly attack Acer. Tun's punch sent him flying far away. Acer doubted that Tun had also been granted the power of the masked man, which was why he had been resurrected and became so powerful. Seizing the opportunity while Acer was off guard, Jin Hyuk swept forward and delivered a deadly blow straight to his face. The precise strike caused him to bleed. After the blow, Acer staggered and fell to the ground, dust rising around him. In the rubble, Acer forced himself up, still stubbornly declaring that the demon face had brought him to this point. "But you can't defeat me. I have the blessing of infinite regeneration granted by the Supreme Being. In the end, you will still fail." Before he finished speaking, Basin's serpent-like tail suddenly wrapped tightly around Acer from behind, causing him to panic. "So you've fallen into the hands of the demon face too, Basin." Acer screamed in pain as his body was squeezed so tightly that he could not move. Basin's snake-like arms swung up, delivering the final blow that completely knocked Axel out. The dark red blood continued to scatter in the air. However, the head immediately regenerated, roaring in fury. "That still wasn't enough to defeat me." Vulcan floated with a displeased expression. "Severed yet still regenerating?" Tu coldly commented, "As long as there is holy power, you can regenerate forever. It seems I must deliver the final blow." Standing before Tun's group, Axel thought to himself that the power of the King of the Beast rendered him immobile. Even if they used holy power, they would not disappear. This was the power of Tu-Sao. Frowned confidently, "But just that isn't enough to defeat me." The other three remained silent as they listened to him. "I once thought you would use the soul of the four kings to end me, but it seems the plan has failed." Tu clenched his fist in response. "From the start we had no intention of wiping you out." Axel showed a doubtful look. Vulcan smiled and pointed upwards. "The order we received was not to take anyone's life." When he spoke, a swirl of golden-purple air gathered. "The goal was to offer you to our master." Jin Hyuk compressed the energy in his palm and opened it, turning it into pure white light, unleashing a full burst of spiritual power. Axel panicked, gritting his teeth. "Is that holy power?" "No, this feeling is completely different, it is." The notification board displayed that its nature was a fusion of holy and demonic power, creating an integrated element. Casting the single spell, Jin Hyuk's eyes turned into deep black. A huge black and white beam of light shot out, shaking the spiritual power violently. It charged forward with intensity. Axel screamed in terror as the light nearly swallowed him whole. A lightning bolt sliced through the air, carrying enough power to flatten everything. In the end, there was only a massive deep crater, emitting thick smoke. His body was charred black, the outer layer shattered into pieces. Jin Hyuk, Vulcan, and Tun still hovered calmly, as if nothing had happened. Tun knelt on one knee respectfully. "This is our first victory. I am truly honored." Vulcan said excitedly, "Finally, a worthy opponent has appeared." Jin Hyuk asked in confusion, "Why are you so happy they are my successors?" He lowered his gaze when he heard the call, the hidden demon. Hendrik's voice echoed from below, "We've handled everything on our side." He glanced at the armor lying amidst the smoke and dust and said, "To recreate this wreckage, at least one god or demon must be summoned." Haru was sweating lightly, still unable to believe, so we really stopped it. Seeing the three of them radiating such power, she wondered if they had truly eradicated it at the root. He raised his head and replied, "Yes, this is our opening victory." Hendrik smiled as he continued, "Now I can consider my losses as being ambushed." Lick held Bruno in his arms, his voice echoed, "Today truly was a defeat when they ambushed me." Haru and Miho chuckled softly, "If this news spreads, everyone will surely start speculating." Jin Hyuk pointed upwards, "Perhaps the heavens are about to be overturned." Lick sighed, "So you're giving me the green light to spread the news, right?" He calmly replied, "Of course, or else why would I bring you along?" He smiled amidst the flames, "I'll head out first. There's still a lot to clean up after today. This one thing can't be stopped. I'll have to rely on you." Soon after, Lick and the other person vanished, leaving only the floating orange smoke. A red notification board appeared, confirming that the eyes of the countless demons were never wrong. When it returned, the purple board only displayed 3 quiet ellipses. No one spoke, everyone just gazed up at the sky. A faint line of text appeared, signaling something. "It's coming soon." Miho's ear twitched. Girl looked up as if hearing a familiar sound, "Yes." Suddenly, a crack like a spreading water surface appeared in the air. The ground shook violently beneath their feet. This was not an earthquake, but the space was trembling. On the contrary, Miho stared in astonishment at the void above. Crack shattered open, revealing the white space behind. A small spark flashed among the floating fragments. Then a massive golden beam of light rushed down like a waterfall. Everyone hurriedly raised their hands to shield themselves from the terrifying shockwave. The ground had cracked wide open. What exactly was this light? Jin Hyuk remained calm as he analyzed. "It's not the sky but the earth's crust that just separated. How is this possible?" Hendrik spread his wings and shouted, "Look down, it's coming towards us." Haru worriedly asked, "What is it?" Tun pointed ahead, "Look there." The shattered body was sucked up by the golden beam. It was Hector, Asuram's body. His eyes suddenly lit up. Cracks slowly spread across his body. Finally, the outer shell disintegrated, revealing the form within. Jin Hyuk widened his eyes as he recognized that familiar holy power. Recalling the time he absorbed energy under the cross formation, he was sure it was him. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth and muttered, "Cayman." Bare feet slowly stepped forward. "They truly are gods." Acer had fully recovered with overwhelming power. "They hadn't abandoned me but had saved me," he declared judgmentally. "Now is the time to punish those who don't believe in the gods." The bare feet moved forward just as expected. They were all gods. Axel had been fully resurrected with a surge of power. They had never abandoned him but had brought him back. Coldly concluded, "It's time to deal with the rebels who do not believe in the gods." Somewhere a small vial suddenly exploded. Yahello witnessed this and frowned. Carmen channeled energy into his hand as he called her name. The mark on her palm glowed brightly. She closed her hand in response. "Asihul has reached the 60th level. It seems he has been caught." Yahello gritted his teeth as he recognized the demon mask. She reassured him, "Don't worry too much. After all, Acer is just a special toy." He repeated the words special. Carmen smiled cunningly. "In case the selection fails, I secretly implanted something when sharing holy power with Axel if he falls. When his hand tightens, he will regenerate as the representative holding my power." On the other side, Axel arrogantly smiled, the mark on his forehead shining brightly. He stepped forward towards Jin Hyuk just as she had said. The demon mask was now ready to confront you directly. Gritted his teeth in anger. "That holy power is that Cayman's holy power." Hendrik frowned with hatred. 9 stars. Haru nervously remembered one of the people her brother had defeated long ago. Acer lifted his head proudly. "Ah, you have recognized Cayman's holy power." Jin Hyuk lowered his head, murmuring how he could ever forget. Immediately, he cast a cold, piercing glance at him, the familiar tremor from that holy power rising again. Axel observed the demon that appeared behind him. wondering why the newcomer to the tower in less than a year held such deep hatred for Lord Karma. Hun and Vulcan seized the moment to attack as he opened his mouth. "Who are you, wicked demon?" Yet he had already sensed it. A purple explosion flared right before Jin Haya. As the smoke cleared, Axel's calm smile was revealed. "Ah, so that's it." He grabbed Tun and Vulcan by the neck, coldly asking if they still had not awakened. He even confidently declared that with such a power gap, the unawakened would suffer even more. Both writhed under the pressure radiating from him. Suddenly, a gigantic dragon shadow covered everything. Hendrik in his giant dragon form slammed hard onto the ground. His eyes widened as if he sensed something unusual. Axel stopped the dragon claw with one hand, casually remarking, "Dragons are strong, but now I have the 9-star backing." He lightly flexed his legs and sprang upward, then casually slammed Hendrik down onto the ground. He scornfully said how the strength of a minor prince could never match the true prince, and those who challenge them must pay here. Suddenly, heart-shaped bubbles appeared in midair. Acer lowered his head, realizing his body felt tightly bound. He wondered who had intervened. His gaze stopped at Miho, eyes wide, radiating intense spiritual power, questioning if that girl with such overturning power was a beast descendant. He was unaware that behind him, Jin Hyuk had raised his sword high. He lowered his voice coldly, "Disappear, Cameron's puppet." Immediately, he decisively swung the sword, cleaving the opponent's body in two. Yet thick smoke rose from the center of his body. Eventually his body reformed. He laughed mockingly, "Ha." Jin Hyuk widened his eyes. That strike was his full strength, yet he still recovered. He calmly responded, "Now no strike can finish me." A small spark flashed at his fingertip. "Now it's my turn, right?" Spark twisted into a whirl, then expanded into a gigantic fireball, according to Axel, the holy form. Jin Hyuk realized this power source was completely different. He shouted urgently, "Everyone move away." Miho panicked, reaching out. A massive beam shot straight from the sphere. Ground tore apart and was violently thrown up. When everything settled, the ground was scorching, flickering with fire and thick smoke rising. Jin Hyuk propped himself up, gritting his teeth in frustration as his body wouldn't obey. He shrank slightly as a voice rang out, "Ah, you're awake." Acer was gripping Miho by the neck, coldly saying, "You woke at just the right time." Jin Hyuk shouted in worry, "Me." He looked at Hendrik and Haru collapsed. Could it be that all had failed? Acer sneered, "Your resistance is over, demon mask. From the moment you betrayed the 9-star, you lost." He widened his eyes, stunned at the word failure. Jin Hyuk lay there, bitterly thinking he hadn't even reached him before being defeated by Carmen's minions. His gaze sharpened with resolve. No, he would not accept failure again. Acer tightened his grip on Miho, saying, "Go ahead, insolent beast," the weak girl cried out. "Tears fell. I can't breathe." Jin Hyuk forced himself to shout, demanding a stop. A sudden pink light appeared, leaving Axel stunned. The words on it constantly changed. The Nine-Tail spoke. "How dare you?" And as the light faded, Miho bowed her head, repeating the words. When she looked up, she had transformed into Gyumiho, daring to touch another's child. 9 tails behind her exploded with brilliant pink light. The dazzling purple glow, the girl being choked, face dark with anger, asked, "How dare you?" Miho lifted her head, features changing, eyes sharp with the authority of one who allows no one near her child. She stared at the one holding her neck, tails glowing behind her, radiating immense pressure. Axel's golden body trembled slightly. He released his grip, gritting his teeth, asking what was happening. He leapt into the air, eyes on her, wondering if this was the tower's transcendental being. Miho tilted her head, smiling enigmatically, slowly raising one finger, a beam instantly flaring. The light swept across the sky, reflecting Acer's furious golden eye. Jin Hyuk squinted, body tense, watching the streak of light. Suddenly a blinding explosion erupted, purple-white light spreading, shaking the ground. Meanwhile, on floor 70 of Black Forest, a desolate land with withered trees and a silent, gloomy atmosphere. A ray tore through the night, sending dust swirling. After the mist cleared, the fox-tails surrounding them gradually opened. Miho stood at the center. It was she who brought the three here. Haru sat down, confused, asking Miho, "Aren't you the 9-tail?" She smiled. "This is your first time seeing me, right?" Jin Hyuk hugged his injured arm, frowning, forcing himself up, asking where we are. Miho crossed her arms, clearly stating floor 70 of Black Forest. Haru exclaimed in surprise, "We've never climbed this high. How did we get here?" She winked, explaining that climbing isn't the only path. The tower has shortcuts, but they give no stats like the main route, so one must return to the appropriate floor. She looked at Haru, continuing, "You've never climbed to floor 100 but were born there, right?" Her words stunned him. Hendrik leaned on his sword, standing behind Gyumiho, confirming this really is Black Forest. He said this place is the land of no name, barren and full of black soil. Why bring them to a place so hard to navigate and easy to get lost? Jin Hyuk shook his head, saying that's precisely why this place is safe. Gyumiho nodded with interest. praising his quick understanding. He suddenly noticed her finger trembling slightly, uncontrolled. She looked at her hand, admitting she was near her limit, unable to directly intervene in the human world of tower climbers, only able to borrow this child to help them escape. She cast her gaze toward Haru, as if reminding him of something. Hendrik reminded Jin Hyuk this is only a temporary solution. They would eventually track and pursue him. Yumiho looked at him with a serious gaze, warning that at this speed he cannot face them. He must grow stronger faster. Jin Hyuk furrowed his brows with curiosity and impatience, asking urgently, so what exactly should we do? The method you mentioned that can help us grow stronger quickly is here. If so, please tell me. She crossed her arms over her chest with a calm gaze, her tails behind her fading gradually before she softly replied, "Sorry, time is up. The rest you will have to hear from him." Finally she smiled as if bidding farewell. "See you again, goodbye." Before he could hear the full answer, he quickly raised his hand and dashed forward. "Wait, hold on." It was too late. Yumiho immediately vanished and returned to Miho's small fox form. The girl squeezed her eyes shut, completely unconscious, and fell down. Haru immediately rushed to catch the girl, got her. Looking at Miho cradled in Haru's arms, he thought to himself, who exactly is this person you mentioned, Yumiho? Suddenly a cold streak of light flashed before his eye. Jin Hyuk swiftly tilted his body to the side to dodge as the arrow whizzed past and embedded into the ground. On the tree branch, two bowmen shouted loudly, "Someone who dares to intrude into our forest." A woman covering her face with elf ears raised her bow in warning. "Stranger, leave quickly if you do not wish to bring disaster upon yourself." From behind came a surprised exclamation, Jin Hyuk raised his hand to activate his defense skill. "No need, we just came to look for something in this forest." One of them pulled his face covering down and muttered, "I did not expect to meet under such circumstances." He and Haru were both stunned. She is. Then both jumped up. Elian. She smiled in greeting. "Long time no see, mommy." Elian landed beside them and said, "Sorry for being cautious. We usually guard against outsiders." He shook his head and replied, "It's fine, but you have formed a team." She frowned slightly and replied shyly, "It cannot yet be called an official force." Looking at those wearing similar outfits and ears, she explained they were dark elves assigned to guard the forest. She raised her head proudly, "But we have firm trust." Jin Hyuk followed the direction she indicated. The light flared up, making him exclaim in amazement, "That is." Elian turned her back to the glowing giant tree and excitedly introduced, "H.G. Dressel. That is the new world tree that has granted us power." Hendrik looked at the scene in astonishment, truly incredible. Haru beside him also widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Wow." She beamed brightly and waved her hand. "This is nothing yet. Jill Rachel is much greater." Immediately her expression turned serious. "Now it's your turn. Why did you come to this state and seek this place?" That question he remained silent, his hand clenched tightly. A while later, Miho lay on the small, soft bed. Discussions echoed around, so one of the 9 stars, the Holy Star, intervened and even had a subordinate directly holding that power. Hendrik recounted to everyone in the room, "Thanks to Yumiho we made it here. He told us to find a way to defeat them at this place." Ilian frowned in confirmation, "So the target is that power." Haru sat beside worriedly. "I know this request is excessive, but please give us a chance." She looked at them with determined eyes and sincere voice. "Can she fight alongside us?" At this moment Jin Hyuk stood alone outside, leaning against the railing. He was silent, his face heavy with thought. Image of Axel with the mysterious golden energy appeared. "I was completely powerless against the power given to him." Then he remembered the timely appearance of Yumiho. Without her, he probably would not be standing here. At the same time a victorious voice echoed, "You have lost, Ma-Mi." Those memories made him grit his teeth and clench his fist. "Damn it, I must be stronger." Suddenly a voice rang in his head. "I sense a strange energy source." Jin Hyuk startled and stepped back searching for the sound. "You were guided here by Yumiho." Sweat dotted his forehead. He forced a smile. "Ha, I do not know who you are, but why do you feel familiar?" He glanced around. Unconsciously he turned his back to the New World tree. "First meeting, we have crossed paths long ago." "What do you mean?" Seeing he did not recognize, the voice introduced, "I am H.G. Raiso." Hearing this, Jin Hyuk immediately turned back and looked up in amazement. "The new power you are seeking is me." Elian slammed her hand on the table and muttered, "A full battle with the 9 stars." Then she placed her hand on her chest enthusiastically. "Of course we must participate. The Dark Elf clan will stand with those who dare defy heaven." Haru jumped up joyfully. "Really?" Hendrik still crossed his arms worriedly. "Is it okay? Even though we do not have much authority, this is too dangerous." She bowed her head slightly and said, "I know, but I am alive and can fight thanks to thanks to Jin Hyuk." Her eyes flared with determination. "Moreover, we share a common enemy, so why not unite? Haru said emotionally, "Thank you, my brother would be glad." She fell silent, then continued, but her voice echoed from the balcony. "Jin Hyuk, where are you?" H.G. Reso watched him move swiftly and said, "You arrived quickly, thanks." Jin Hyuk replied, "Called me, so how could I be late?" Frowned and asked, "Called me for what?" Without hesitation it replied, "I am interested in you." Hearing this, he broke into a sweat, thinking in frustration, "Those in the tower interested in me are never normal." Just then the system appeared asking if you just mentioned him. The system message changed. "Van Kui Tri Thuong announced you need not worry. He stands on your side." He looked at the system panel in astonishment. "On our side." Suddenly a flash of light shone from the tree trunk. H.G. Rachel presented a giant flower before him. Jin Hyuk asked in surprise, "What is this?" The petals slowly opened, revealing the radiant light inside. Inside was a spherical orb filled with dark energy, the fruit of the dark tree. It trembled slightly with a deep, warm voice. "I will give this to you." Frowned in doubt, the fruit of the world tree. This was originally meant for the upper elf royalty. Floating in midair, he pondered, but this is a dark tree. The dark elf clan was born of demonic energy. He glanced at the orb. This is the crystallization of demonic energy. Whoever consumes it will possess tremendous power. Thinking of Asur, he calculated silently, if he has it, could surpass Axel, but ending that line of thought, he asked, "Why choose me? You are the elf god. It should have been given to Elian." Did not answer immediately, but asked back, "What do you know about the time before the tower appeared?" He was confused. It recalled, "I was created by the goddess Jureso. My true form was shaped by a god existing before the tower. I am a gift for the creatures of her making, namely the elves." Jin Hyuk listened attentively and speculated, "The elf god is the god of the sacred tree." Remembered the powerful god revered by the clan, one who devoted all care and love to the elves. It mentioned their superior traits, beautiful appearance, ability to communicate with spirits, long life, even comparable to the four great races. Then it asked, "What do you think is the greatest weakness of a perfect being?" He answered immediately, "Arrogance." H.G. Reso lightly shook the tree canopy, then spoke of elves enamored with their own beauty, gradually separating from other races. Images of them focused only on themselves, satisfied with the present, and no longer concerned with others appeared in its mind. It hesitated, thinking of those drawn to the tower, then considered its own clan with a sense of weariness. There is no way they could climb the tower as eagerly as other races. In the end, he slowly mentioned the consequence of that, and after thousands of years, the number of elves who successfully climbed the tower still remained at 0. Who, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in astonishment and blurted out in surprise. He continued to present the fruit-bearing branch to him and asked, "Have you ever wondered why the gods created life and forced them to climb the tower?" He glanced at the system interface as if to answer that it was to make them gods and strengthen their powers like the one in front of him, and the words appeared asking again, "Are you dissatisfied?" As if asking and answering himself, H.G. Griso said, "If a subordinate receives compensation but still fails to fulfill his duty, how will you deal with it?" He tightened his hand and calmly replied decisively, "Of course, eliminate him and replace him with someone more obedient." After saying that, he realized the hidden meaning behind it. His whole body slightly shook. Could it be? He understood that he was referring to Elian and immediately said, "Yes, that person once placed hope in me," and the dark elf raced through Elian. The image of the elf sitting next to the angel with a deep expression appeared, while the other elves gradually drifted away from that path. They were teaming up with the four major races to disrupt the order of the tower. When H.G. Reso spoke, Jin Hyuk suddenly froze, and immediately the Kamen group appeared in his mind, with the center of everything being the 9 stars. Those strongest humans were also your enemy. He took a deep breath, staying calm, and continued listening. "Unfortunately, Elian still lacked the ability to fully receive my power, so..." It hesitated, then continued, "I want to give you this opportunity. The one who dares to defy fate." The system interface appeared with the covenant proposal from the tree god's guardian and the conditions for reuniting the dark elf race. "The reward is the fruit of the black tree." Jin Hyuk read the content and smiled slightly. He quickly picked the fruit from the branch and happily replied, "Such an enticing proposal, how could I refuse?" The system immediately announced that the covenant had been confirmed. Warning appeared, "The black tree fruit contains a powerful demonic force. Be cautious when absorbing it." He looked at the dense energy in his hand and murmured, "Indeed, if swallowed recklessly, the demonic power will silently erode this body." H.G. Dressal gently swayed and extended the branch, while the system displayed a proposal for help from the tree god's guardian. Focused on the direction the branch was moving, the branches intertwined into a giant circle, enclosing him. Jin Hyuk immediately understood the meaning. If these branches absorb together, it will reduce the demonic power's effect on his body. He raised his hand to create a gap of spiritual power inside his body. Then he quietly chanted the summon, Ban Kang Tun. He looked at the fruit of Hg Rizzo and said, I am about to absorb this energy. Give me your full support. He turned and ordered, while I merge the power, you must protect me until it is completed. Ban Kang nodded in compliance, and Tun placed his hand on his chest, responding respectfully as you wish. Jin Hyuk's whole body erupted in swirling purple magic, while the fruit of Hg Rizal hovered and spun slowly in midair. He frowned slightly and said, begin absorption. At the same time, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed continuously. Elian and Hendrik rushed after Haru. She wondered where Haru was heading, but he kept running and loudly calling his name. He jumped onto the cliff, raised his hand and pointed into the distance, making her follow his gaze. Ahead, a massive force swirled between the thick intertwined branches, and a voice rang out, saying the demonic energy had become fierce since he entered. Haru looked up, momentarily stunned by how visible the demonic energy was. It was almost unbelievable. She was about to call out when a loud explosion suddenly rang from behind. After the explosion, the smoke gradually cleared, revealing cracked ground and faint light piercing through the thick dust. A golden figure walked forward, throwing two elves aside and coldly asked, how dare you avoid the punishment of the gods? Acer frowned angrily, his eyes gleaming, thinking you thought hiding here would be enough. This time I'll show you the consequences. The injured person lay motionless on the cold ground. She was squeezed so tightly that a painful cry escaped her. Acer squeezed her neck and contemptuously said, you dark elves exist because of the little magic within you. The elf struggled to ask, how did you know to find this place? He smiled arrogantly. The eyes and ears of the 9 stars are scattered throughout this tower. Places that seem the most concealed are often the easiest to scout. He changed his tone, if you don't want to lose your life, call for Madine to come here and beg for help. His hand tightened even more, causing her more pain. Out of nowhere, a gigantic black dragon appeared beside them. The dragon immediately charged into the center of the battle, without hesitation. He managed to dodge the sharp attack of the black dragon in time. Acer saw the newcomer and sneered. Hendrik and Haru quickly saved her and heard him ask, is it you? He floated in midair, energy exploding, and said in confusion, you should have brought Madine or that strange creature here. He looked at him warily, thinking since that incident, Miho has still not woken up. Perhaps due to the after-effects of receiving the power of the 9-tailed fox. She continued, in that state, she cannot assist us again. He looked up at the tree, absorbing the evil energy, and silently speculated. He wasn't sure, but the magic on that world tree seemed to belong to Jin Hyuk's father. Among the dim black air, a figure could be seen faintly. Perhaps he had swallowed something terrifying again. Tightening his sword, he made a firm resolution. Then I just need to do one thing. Hendrik's gaze was resolute. I must hold on until Jin Hyuk completes it and returns. He pushed the person he was holding toward them, quickly take her away. She urgently helped her up. He hurriedly objected, no, we must hold on until Orabayani returns. He shouted loudly, staying here won't help, do you understand? She glared, frozen, not knowing what to do. Axel slowly approached, speculating, it seems Madine is planning something if that's the case. He raised his arm, gathering energy, and declared, I will wipe you all out so he cannot appear. Hendrik immediately swung his sword to strike at the oncoming attack. He hastily urged, hurry and leave. Hurry while he rushed violently, she turned and fled. He blocked the attack and shouted loudly, don't even think about escaping. Suddenly his arm was struck by several arrows. From afar a girl flew in, each arrow shot with full menace. How dare you touch my people? Elian warned, you have officially declared war on the Dark Elves. He thought to himself, this magic is different from Madine. It doesn't suppress my recovery ability, but the demonic and holy powers clash. If I'm hit continuously, it will be troublesome. Thinking this, he screamed and rushed forward, I'll defeat you first. She whispered in fear as his speed was too fast. He was about to counterattack when a sword suddenly blocked in front of her. Hendrik saw that she had managed to grip his muscular arm tightly in time. His eyes suddenly gleamed, letting out a softly spoken, meaningful word. His voice firmly declared that he would stop you, while a glowing red orb of spiritual power formed in his mouth. He was stunned to realize that it was the core of dragon power. Knowing that the dragon's fury was surging violently, he still nimbly turned his hand to misdirect. He tried to stretch his hand forward, letting out a desperate call. Run, Elian, she screamed in panic. Duong Kung, damn it, what is that thing? But her head was seized by that hand in the blink of an eye. He added more force, pressing her down onto the ground. He then flung her far away, amidst a storm of dust and dirt. Her body collided repeatedly, followed by a loud explosion. Her weary body was stopped by the trunk of a large tree, her ears still ringing with his voice, I am the leader of them. He had already taken his stance, coldly repeating that he had warned her. Wounds on his body closed at an astonishing speed. He declared that he would take you down first. From now on your fate is sealed. The outsider dared defy the gods. Axel then realized the change in the great tree. The energy made him startled. He raised a finger to confirm, turns out you're there, Demon Mask. Hendrik seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. He couldn't let him target Chazen He loudly challenged, your opponent is me. If you dare touch our guild leader, I won't go easy. He laughed derisively, loyalty is truly touching. Then the spiritual energy surged from his hand, let's see. He swung his sword fiercely like a waterfall to counter the holy power. The two forces collided, creating a terrifying shockwave that swept everything around. When the dust settled, the two stood facing each other in the deep pit that had formed. He knelt on the ground, still praising your dragon, not bad, just need a little more refinement. That move could have put me in danger. Axel's silhouette appeared through a circular gap. A large hole appeared in his stomach, but he gritted his teeth and asked, are you done talking? Hendrik's gaze was icy, ordering to keep charging. I still have enough strength to fight. Even with one arm missing, he still mocked. Dragons are supposed to be proud. If you're a dragon, at least you should endure. His glowing finger pointed directly at his opponent. He proclaimed that wasting a divine body just for a half-baked demon mask was the reason for failure. Fell silent for a moment, then smiled faintly, take care of yourself. His voice rang out maliciously, it's going to hurt a lot. Just then, a swordsman suddenly appeared behind him. A series of sword lights, all headed for a single target. Haru shouted loudly, her hands continuously slashing with blinding sword strike. Acer took the hit in disbelief. She moved so fast that even her recovery abilities couldn't keep up. He laughed manically. This is the legacy Oni left behind. A man's voice echoed in her mind. It's all useless. You're just buying a little more time. He crossed his arms and looked down. When she fell into a frenzy, she could overwhelm him briefly, but she couldn't last long. She couldn't surpass that recovery ability. He pointed to the sky. The holy power was still maintained from above. As long as that source isn't lost, you can't win. Even if the one wearing my mask returns, nothing will change. He stood still for a moment, then sighed softly, maybe you're right. He shouted loudly, then leave quickly, you're the last Oni. Do you want to die uselessly with them without avenging your clan? She reminded herself that since he saved her from the evil lord's castle, she had always stood behind and been protected by others. In her heart, she knew she had received too much help without being able to repay it. She clenched her fist. Jin Hyuk won't give up. He'll definitely find a way, I believe, and will buy more time for him. Haru gritted her teeth, continuously attacking like a storm. Hendrik struggled to defend against the shockwaves, groaning softly. Covered his face, muttering, she really is too strong, but he noticed that her eyes were bleeding. She had reached her limit. She couldn't maintain that power any longer. She continued to unleash moves, just a little more. I have to hold him off a little longer. She encouraged herself to protect this place until he returns, but the hand holding her sword was suddenly gripped tightly. Axel had almost fully recovered, mocking her, you're slower now. He immediately threw a punch, sending her flying. The impact was so strong that it left her speechless in pain. Hanging in the air, he declared that Lord Ken and Carmen's decision was correct. If we ignore you, you will hinder the plan of the 9 emotions. He poured energy into his raised hand, coldly proclaiming that he would wipe everything out here. The power orb in his hand continued to swell. She could only widen her eyes, watching everything unfold. She couldn't even move a muscle. Hendrik gritted his teeth and yelled, damn it, get out of the way, Harry you. She bit her lip, tears rolling down, Jin Hyuk, I'm sorry. Suddenly the light orb stopped midway. He was stunned, not understanding what had just happened. Space around HG Rizzo suddenly became unusually silent. He looked around, how could this be? I clearly used the holy light to burn them all. Arthur opened his mouth to speak, but immediately took a punch to the face. Jin Hyuk appeared just in time. With a single blow, he sent him flying. The tree forms behind him began to collapse as he fell down. Calmly repeated, what's going on? The beast form slowly absorbed the holy power around it. He casually pointed forward, this is what's happening. Haru cried out, Jin Hyuk. Looked at them and praised Haru Hendrik. You two did very well. Looking at the trail of light rising, he gritted his teeth and muttered, really persistent like leeches. 2 figures appeared behind him, exchanging quickly, take them to safety first. Do we have to fight? Don't worry, I'm here. In front of them was a huge black, distorted monster. Questioned him, what the hell have you done? He calmly analyzed the terrifying demonic energy, and that scary thing too. Swung his hand to attack while replying, why don't you check for yourself? He was horrified by its speed, it was too fast. He cried out in pain as his arm was bitten. The creature passed by, leaving his arm heavily deformed. Carmen immediately felt the instability in her arm. Sweat poured from her as she realized a large amount of holy power had suddenly depleted. On the opposite side, he felt the same. Could it be that he was being completely drained by the opponent? And more than that, Arthur only had a fleeting thought. Where did he get such a terrifying demonic power while his body kept taking heavy blows? His face, gradually falling apart, still wore a contemptuous smile. It was useless. Even if you tore me into pieces, I still will. Before he could finish the sentence, he was forced silent. The beast under his control lunged forward, biting hard and splitting his body in two. Jin-hyuk nodded slightly as if he understood completely. I know, every time you do that you can recreate it. But Kamen would have to expend a huge amount of holy power for that. He continued, Tam was formed from a fragment of my soul and demonic power, and just like me, it has an insatiable greed. While choking him, he coldly explained in other words. His gaze became sharp. It could continuously tear and devour you until it dragged out the one connected to you, the celebrant, outside. His wound quickly closed, but he stammered in panic. No, impossible. He trembled and pleaded, no, celebrant, please stop. Don't continue transferring holy power to me. His eyes gleamed with killing intent. Everything was already too late. He slightly raised his hand in command, Tam, devour him. She was stunned and swore aloud, what the hell is happening? Her body gradually vanished, leaving only an echoing scream full of rage, Acer. Gray sky above suddenly cracked into fragments. A beam of light pierced the fissure, crashing down to the ground. A hoarse groan echoed in the air. The person collapsed to the ground, mumbling indistinctly, what in the end? He shouted in anger, what on earth is happening here? He curled his lips in a mocking smile. Finally we meet again. He glanced at her with ridicule. 10 years have passed and your face looks worse than before. She frowned, gritting her teeth as she spoke each word, demonic face. Behind the icy mask, he coldly replied, it's time for you to pay, thank you. Story rewound 10 years ago. Taylor ran while dragging the group of monsters behind, shouting, damn it. You can still unleash all that demonic power. Under the suffocating pressure of the purple energy, gravity seemed to vanish. Rocks torn apart and lifted into the chaotic storm. Taylor screamed desperately, Father Jin-hyuk. On this side, Jin-hyuk panted heavily with each breath. His body full of wounds knelt amid the ruined battlefield. Jin-hyuk looked at the approaching figure, his voice filled with hatred. Traitor, it's you. He shouted in fury, while at the same time a bone statue appeared. Am I going to end like this? Jin-hyuk summoned all his strength and yelled, bone statue. A bone soldier immediately dashed forward upon command. The giant skeletal hand, wrapped in tattered bandages, shot out a golden spiritual force. Seeing the attack coming, Carmen exploded with power, throwing the bone soldier away and screamed sharply, stop struggling in vain. Observing the scene, he gritted his teeth thinking Jin-hyuk had used all remaining strength to call it back. Could this be the end? Carmen's long legs stopped in front of Jin-hyuk. She spoke softly like passing judgment. Yes, this is your end. Carmen raised her hand pointing at him, smiled, then continued. And as for the 9-star name, I will take your life. She slightly waved her hand, goodbye, Father Jin-hyuk. The power surged straight at Jin-hyuk, even as his body was pierced by golden energy blades. His eyes behind the veil still shone with unyielding will. Jin-hyuk spat out a mouthful of blood, eyes wide in extreme pain. The memory line ended, the celebrant gritted his teeth, his gaze filled with hatred as he looked up. He stood firm before her, Jin-hyuk's aura spreading heavily. Time passed, Jin-hyuk coldly spoke, it's time I return everything to you, thank you. Thick fog covered everything, the dark night swallowed the light, creating a barren forest with twisted, terrifying branches. She exclaimed in horror, impossible, is this the 70th layer forest? How did you bring me here? Jin-hyuk slightly smirked. Normally that would be impossible. He closed his eyes in calculation. When absorbing the dark seed of Juraiso, he had thought of a way to defeat her. Even though Jin-hyuk's demonic power surpassed Acer, victory was not certain. As long as Carmen continued to empower him, he would keep coming back. An existence almost impossible to penetrate. Believer enhanced by that power, wanting to sever that connection. Jin-hyuk suddenly realized someone else also possessed similar power, but granting full authority in the tower to someone was extremely difficult. Most evident was the binding contract between the demon god and their believer. So what if Jin-hyuk exploited that very door? Couldn't he also play the trump card meant for the believers? Thinking so, he immediately gave the order. Carmen froze and questioned, you forced me to descend, her face full of disbelief. You used Axel to do this. Jin-hyuk looked down coldly and continued, because you only exist within the tower, completely unlike the true high gods. Your physical body had to descend here. Selfish plan you set up, is the reason leading you to today's outcome. She lowered her head, the corner of her lips slightly curved. Carmen laughed loudly like a madwoman. She stomped the ground in anger. Then Carmen stood tall, a brilliant golden light erupted covering her body. She shouted, "You think that's enough to defeat me? Huge mistake. A novice like you hasn't even touched a corner of the tower." She pointed at Jin Hyuk confidently. "I will let you witness it firsthand." Carmen raised her hand high. The power behind surged violently. She continued threatening the might of those on the upper floors. The radiant halo flashed and then vanished. The glow behind her disappeared. She froze, too surprised. Blood poured from the eyes and corners of the celebrant's mouth without stopping. She hastily covered her mouth, then collapsed, panicking internally, wondering why she couldn't control it. Before she could finish the thought, Jin Hyuk's thunderous punch struck her face, and as the last word formed in her mind, it was already too late. Taking the heavy blow, her body was thrown backward, spinning midair as surrounding rocks shattered. The terrible impact sent her crashing onto the stone floor, creating cracks and a deep hole amid the dust. Jin Hyuk descended coldly, saying, "Surely when you fell your head hit the ground, so you forgot." This is the 70th layer, where hundreds of punishments from other layers converge. She sat on the ground staring at Jin Hyuk with hatred, thinking his daring use of power here was insane. Carmen frowned in discomfort, a strange thought fleeting through her mind. Could it be she was feeling that familiar sensation again? That gaze was like someone she had never met before. Staring at the aura before her, the celebrant began to feel fear creeping in. Jin Hyuk's face appeared with a cold, devilish smile. Upon seeing him, the celebrant's entire body immediately tensed. She clenched her jaw, rage surging as if ready to explode. Carmen swept her hand, sending a blast of energy toward him, shouting, "Do not look at me with that gaze." On the line between life and death, he unleashed all his dark power, violet demonic light blazing like a reaper's scythe. Jin Hyuk shouted, "3." It opened wide, directing golden light straight ahead, but was gradually sucked in as if it had never existed. Face froze, Carmen frustrated. Could it be that attack was swallowed entirely? Jin Hyuk, eyes blazing, closed in on her in an instant. His hands shone with dazzling violet nebula, claws tightening the space, signaling the decisive blow was about to fall. Darkness surged within Jin Hyuk, his face hidden behind the demon mask, the fatal punch poised toward Carmen. Fate was sealed as the two extremes of light and dark collided, tearing through all spatial limits. The tremendous shockwave hurled her through the air. Carmen raised her hands to shield her chest, sensing a strange demonic energy eroding her body, something only seen with unfamiliar magic. Seeing the familiar wound, Carmen froze, realizing it bore the mark of the 4 emperors. Feeling Jin Hyuk approaching from behind, she shouted in her mind, "Impossible." A deep black hole appeared in the dead forest, its center a blinding halo of light. All debris fell freely, no point of support remaining. Above, Jin Hyuk gathered all his power in his hands, preparing to strike. Finally, she was slammed onto the rock below. Carmen panicked, screaming, "How dare you touch my body? I will crush you into 100 pieces." A strange movement made Carmen turn her head. A golden flower of light bloomed, carrying pure, overwhelming energy. Jin Hyuk raised a finger, confidently saying it was the magical power he absorbed from her. He pressed his lips as if knowing the outcome in advance. Farewell. The dark power transformed into a massive golden pillar descending from the sky, intent on crushing everything. Jin Hyuk shouted, "Divine punishment." The power slammed down, erupting violently, plowing the ground and leveling all obstacles. Jin Hyuk stood silently above, observing the remnants. As if remembering something, he spread his hand. "This is the debt I reclaim after 10 years. A cry echoed in midair. The demon had defeated the opponent. "Quickly take the wounded away." Haru looked at the rising halo of light, whispering, "Summon the 9 stars, unbelievable." Tun turned his head, shouting, "The enemy weakened by punishment. The chance to win has come." But Hendrik remained thoughtful. Punished, the one who once surpassed the 600th floor of the tower, was no ordinary foe. She would not submit easily. Carmen leaped like lightning toward Jin Hyuk, shouting with fury. His face remained calm, lightly evading the incoming strike. The force wave rebounded, the massive golden explosion incinerating the dead forest. From above, Jin Hyuk said calmly, "If this ends so, I will be very disappointed, Carmen." He responded aggressively, "Do not underestimate me." Carmen twisted her hands around the brilliant light, signaling a fierce counterattack, declaring herself the strongest. "Thank you for triggering the summon of a 9-star. The violent strike shattered the ground, sending rocks flying and revealing glowing red cracks. The ground split open, lava erupted mingling with raging fire winds, turning the place into a massive forge. Lava spiraled like a fiery vortex ready to devour all. Jin Hyuk swiftly glided through the air to evade. He gritted his teeth, muttering a curse on that one. Explosion spread, everyone fled in panic. Cries for help echoed. The lava is coming, help. Elian urged, quickly climb the branch of dark jigsaw. Holy strikes that normally could not harm Daxi Grasso. Haru supported Hendrik, looking up at the swirling lava pillar, softly calling Orabayani. Watching Jin Hyuk tensely, silently calling the demon. Look back as if exchanging silent words. You understand, this strike cannot last forever. In the midst of the fiery storm, she unleashed an astonishingly fast attack. He secretly admired it. Punished, she forced the use of that power. She clenched her hands, compressing all the fire into the strike, forming a blazing fireball. Opposite her, Jin Hyuk concentrated dark power, ready to counterattack. The two forces collided head-on. Light erupted, tearing the space. At the peak, a chaotic eye appeared in the center, devouring the light. Carmen shouted, "You are just an insect beneath me, if I were slightly more serious." Triumphantly, she suddenly turned, sensing something unusual. Jin Hyuk opened his cloak. A giant white serpent lunged out, gaping as if to swallow everything. He roared its name. Wherever the serpent moved, the ground cracked and split. Landing, he coldly said, "You repeat that line again." Jin Hyuk sneered, "Over 10 years you have weakened, or abandoned climbing the tower to rely on the great clan." Suddenly, the serpent's head flared violently. He froze, unable to believe the scene before him. Its body was torn apart by the burst of power from her. Carmen shouted furiously, "Shut up, what do you know to speak so?" Golden energy sphere wrapped in scorching fire exploded, hurling Jin Hyuk away. The barren land instantly became a sea of blazing red lava. He dodged in time, standing above calculating, even reborn as a saintess, she could not ignore God's punishment. The more power she used, the harsher the punishment. "System warning, you have been punished," she shouted back. "Shut up, I know." She curled her lips in a grim smile. "As long as I defeat him, my body will self-heal." Armin nearly lost control, shouting that they only chose the faster path to be stronger and more comfortable. "Not like that fool Jin Hyuk." He sighed softly. Jin Hyuk slowly drew his sword, hovering, asking, "Really?" Without hesitation, he swung sharply, cutting off the fiery hands reaching out. He lifted his violet eyes, striking her from above with a fierce blow. Realizing it was too late, Jin Hyuk could only watch the unfolding events. As expected, Carmen unleashed all her power, charging straight at him, causing Jin Hyuk to be thrown backward. He spun his sword, struggling to keep his balance as his body wavered. Once he regained his footing, Jin Hyuk remarked that the way you executed these trivial skills was completely unlike your usual style. It seems you're in a hurry. Scanning the surroundings, he suddenly noticed something was off and wondered why she hadn't continued attacking. A question flashed in his mind. What was she planning? Before he could escape his thoughts, Carmen accelerated at an astonishing speed, grabbing his head tightly. He grinned triumphantly, speaking, "I've got you now, face of the demon." With no way to resist, Jin Hyuk could only watch as she ripped the mask off his face. She coldly continued, "Let me see your true face." Upon seeing his face clearly, her red pupils froze in astonishment. Taking advantage of that moment, he quickly pulled back, escaping Carmen's grip. She stood frozen for a moment, exclaiming, Are you serious, Jin Hyuk?" He replied, "How can you still recognize me when both my voice and appearance have changed? Perhaps your spiritual power has grown while being near me, or is it just instinct otherwise?" He continued, "Could it be that you still sense your teammate, the one who fought by your side all this time?" Carmen angrily pointed at him and shouted, "Stop dodging, answer me clearly. What is your true identity?" Hyuk smiled coldly and replied, "Fine, I am Jin Hyuk." He smirked and continued, "I have passed through the gates of the gods and returned to settle things with all of you." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword in an attack and mockingly asked, "What's wrong, now you want to beg?" Carmen immediately charged forward, snapping, "Stop saying nonsense." Two blades slashed down, one side glowing with brilliant orange-yellow fire, the other with dark purple ominous energy, violently colliding, creating a battle of light and darkness that shook the space. Carmen's face was full of confusion. She couldn't believe it. "He's supposed to be dead, I'm sure of it." Finally, she screamed that she would make you disappear piece by piece. Jin Hyuk can't exist anymore. You should no longer be on this earth. She charged, delivering a fierce blow as if she wanted to end everything right then and there. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it." A dark surge of power suddenly erupted behind Carmen, startling her. Immediately after, her arm was knocked aside. He quickly descended, using one giant fiery golden hand to steady herself. Carmen was calculating in her mind. She needed to regenerate that arm with divine power again. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and paused. "Wait a second." Carmen looked at the object in Jin Hyuk's hand, wondering what the mask he was holding was. Jin Hyuk looked at her, smiled lightly, and slowly put the mask back on. Behind the mask, the magical ring around his eyes glowed. He activated his combat vision. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed forward like a lightning bolt with incredible speed. Jin Hyuk let out a roar full of determination. Carmen gritted her teeth, her eyes never leaving him. He swung his sword coldly, declaring he would make you fall. Jin Hyuk's pupils widened as he witnessed Carmen's next move. He was astonished when she clamped down on the blade with her teeth. The force of her bite shattered the steel, and she hissed his name. From the sea of swirling lava, rainbow-colored energy rings flared up, creating blinding light. Red-orange firestorms spiraled like a vortex, shaking violently. The intense fire column shot straight up into the sky with overwhelming power. Within that energy ring, Carmen and Jin Hyuk continued their battle. Neither was willing to retreat. The two opposing forces continued to clash. Carmen gritted her teeth and asked, "If you've come back to life, you should stay on Earth. Why return here?" Jin Hyuk replied shortly, "I've told you to take revenge." He gathered his strength, pushing Carmen back and declaring he would wipe out the royal family that once supported her. After the strong push, she bent down, scraping her hand on the ground to maintain her balance. Carmen, full of hatred, said, "You really are insane." Observing her condition, Jin Hyuk realized Carmen had weakened. She had finally reached her limit. That body, she only had enough strength for one final strike, regardless of the cost. He quickly calculated the opportunity, wondering if he could land a decisive blow. As long as he could break through it, victory would be his. In Carmen's body, a burst of golden-orange energy erupted violently, causing the ground around them to crack into rubble. Her eyes shone brightly as she screamed, "Where you belong is in the deep darkness. I will send you back there." Carmen raised her hand high. Above it was a huge molten ball swirling with fire, ready to explode. From a distance, Elian looked up, unable to believe the scene before her. She screamed, never had she seen such a terrifying divine power. "We have to retreat, but its size is too large." Elian sensed that if that sphere fell, the entire dark forest would be wiped out. Hendrik asked if they should run, but a voice denied it. Haru approached the fireball, confirming that Urabayani was still fighting. Her eyes and voice were full of trust. "I believe in him." He believed he would triumph in the midst of that energy. Jin Hyuk looked at Carmen, thinking he could neither block nor dodge that blow. Then the only choice left was to use stronger demonic energy to counter it. He only needed a brief moment, just enough to push his magic power beyond Carmen's divine power. Seeing he hadn't acted yet, she laughed, thinking she had already secured victory, and mocked him. Jin Hyuk gathered momentum, and then leapt high into the air. He charged straight at her with terrifying speed. Carmen widened her eyes in horror when she saw him charge directly at the sphere. He shouted in a deep voice, "Unified Demonite." The system announced that his body power and skills were merging into a single force. The energy transformed into demonic power, with a warning that maintaining the state would cause serious harm, but he still activated it. A blinding purple energy tore through the space, opening a dark vortex signaling a destructive attack. The energy beam shot straight toward the glowing fireball. When the two forces collided, the bright red and the green remnants merged in a blinding explosion. Jin Hyuk stood tall like a demon amidst the aftermath of the shockwave. He coldly declared, "You have no choice left." Carmen still refused to yield, gasping in disbelief. His wild gaze and grim smile sank into the overwhelming purple-black mist. Jin Hyuk seemed to have already predicted the outcome. He quietly said, "It's over, Carmen." The system immediately displayed a notification. The divine power and demonic energy were merging into a single source of power. The unified force began to fully transform into demonic energy. The system warned that maintaining this state would cause harm, but it had to be activated according to the master's will. Finally, Jin Hyuk completed the transformation. The demonic energy level stopped at 259. Carmen was shocked to realize that her full-powered strike had no effect on him. Looking at Jin Hyuk's powerful body, she clearly felt that energy was like a real demon. Two streams of extreme purple power collided, creating an X-shaped streak of light that tore through space. Carmen widened her eyes, muttering in disbelief, "This can't be happening." Jin Hyuk rushed forward with a faint smile and asked, "Why are you standing there stunned?" Carmen quickly covered her forehead, thinking, when did he appear? Without hesitation, his hand exploded with power and struck straight at her. Carmen's eyes went white, losing all focus. A decisive purple light from above slashed down, pulling everything into a blinding explosion. In the devastated scene, the giant purple energy orb burned fiercely in the center. From above, Jin Hyuk continued to channel energy, as if he wanted to erase everything. Carmen stiffened, trembling with rising fear. She lowered her head in confusion, wondering if this feeling was fear. Her hand clenched tightly, her mind in chaos before the man in front of her. That Jin Hyuk, the one who hadn't even climbed the tower for an entire year. The more she looked, the more Carmen fell into panic. This was beyond control. He could not accept this reality. His deep eyes pinned onto her. Carmen staggered backward, as if she wanted to turn and flee. Jin Hyuk coldly spoke, "What kind of reaction is that?" He read her thoughts. Are you afraid? As if struck at her weak point, Carmen gritted her teeth and retorted, who is afraid? She shouted angrily, how could I fear a mundane soul like you? I am the strongest human, the 9 stars who once conquered floor 600. I will become the ruler of this tower after I topple everything. System continuously displayed a warning. You have been imposed with a penalty. Carmen lost control and screamed, I don't care. A series of golden magic circles with 6-pointed stars spun brightly appeared. She roared, even if I fall, I will take you down with me, Jin Hyuk. Seeing her go mad, Jin Hyuk calmly asked, planning to risk it all one last time. The purple-black mist around him spread out, spreading like the wings of death. Jin Hyuk descended to the ground and replied softly, all right then. I will play to the end with you. Carmen erupted in cold energy and rushed forward, disappearing Jin Hyuk. From the magic circle, violent energy beams shot out with terrifying destructive power. The brilliant golden fire and light rings exploded in midair. On the opposite side, Jin Hyuk gathered energy into a sphere in his hand and shouted, Carmen. The moment the two opposing sources of energy collided, the purple thunderball and golden firelight created a blinding explosion. Not stopping, the purple orb continued to devour the strength of the opponent. Outside, Hendrik raised his hand to block the pressure from the explosion. He shouted loudly, Jin Hyuk. Tun worriedly called out. Lord Vulcan beside him angrily shouted, bastard. Haru called out, Oriboni. The chaotic energy mass reached its peak and created a black hole that swallowed everything at the center. It expanded, sucking all the light around, leaving only the dark burning energy. The surrounding rocks seemed to be dyed with demonic energy, covered in purple and tangled electric sparks. Inside the mask, Jin Hyuk panted, exhausted. The system warned that you are suffering damage from demonization. Immediate treatment is recommended. He murmured in reply, it's not over yet. This is just the opening act for my revenge. Carmen was thrown back, her back crashing into the rock behind. After a moment, she collapsed motionless. In her mind, Carmen realized her body couldn't withstand all that force. Jin Hyuk slowly approached, coldly said, it's time to end all the grudges, Carmen. She suddenly burst into tears. Carmen trembled and begged, I'm sorry, please spare me. I will do anything you want, even give up the Holy Kingdom. All the items and money I have belong to you, just please spare my life. Think of the times we climbed the tower together, there were moments of joy. Carmen clasped her hands and pleaded, Jin Hyuk, please forgive me. Coldly extended his sharp claws forward. Carmen's clasped hands were knocked away in shock. She froze, then looked around as if realizing something. Grabbing the hand radiating demonic energy, she screamed, the demonic energy is in my hands. Jin Hyuk replied indifferently, forgive you. He roared in anger, the person who could have spared you hasn't existed since 10 years ago. I will never forgive you, Carmen. Carmen's arm was knocked back. She trembled, clutching the remaining part of her arm, staring at him speechless. Carmen turned to charge forward to retrieve her arm, muttering curses. From behind, he coldly pointed his hand at Carmen. A beam of energy shot from his claws, pinning her foot to the ground. Attacked suddenly, Carmen fell to the ground, gripping tightly. She panicked and turned back, shouting my leg. Before she could react, a kick slammed into her face, dazing her. Jin Hyuk closed in as if to force her beneath his feet. He continued to pin her down, forcing Carmen into the ground. Then he coldly said, you have no idea how long I've been waiting for this moment. Consider this as us ending our grudge once and for all. She hurriedly shouted, stop, if so, let me exist as a spirit soldier. Wasn't that what you wanted, to control me for life? Jin Hyuk continued, from the moment you all took me down, I only had one goal when I decided to climb the tower again. He remembered the vow from years ago. Wait, Jin Hyuk will not turn you into a summon. I will devour your soul so you won't have a chance to be reborn. Breaking out of his reverie, Jin Hyuk declared loudly, I will take your soul, Carmen. He screamed in despair, stop it, Jin Hyuk, you bastard. Carmen struggled, pleading for help, save me, I don't want to disappear. Face slowly sank into the hard, cold stone. Carmen's head was pressed down under his foot. She could only let out one final call, bellow. And there was nothing left under Jin Hyuk's feet. Only a faint green smoke lazily rose. Carmen transformed into a spirit and shot straight into the sky. Her face was full of resentment as she screamed, do you think I'll just accept this? I won't let you devour me and erase me, Jin Hyuk. After speaking, sharp fangs appeared before Carmen. He hastily dodged again the same monster. Carmen retreated in midair, gritting her teeth. My soul is being pulled away. Below, Jin Hyuk watched and raised his hand, his voice cold, I'll kill you once. He clenched his fist and continued, as if unsatisfied. He said in a deep voice, devour her, Tam. Unable to escape the pull, Carmen's soul was absorbed by Tam. She only had time to call Jin Hyuk's name before disappearing. Task completed, he withdrew all his power. The system announced that the demonization status had ended. All stats returned to normal. As if achieving what he wanted, he faintly smiled. The mask and the armor surrounding Jin Hyuk's body slowly dissolved. Half of the glowing mask fell, closing everything. He lowered his head and sighed heavily. Finally, it's done. Looking up at the sky, Jin Hyuk shouted loudly, "I've paid this debt, traitor." The space echoed with a curse full of resentment. After the outburst, his body suddenly stiffened. Jin Hyuk silently muttered, "Something's wrong." The aftereffects of demonization made it impossible for him to move. Just as he was about to faint, a shoulder caught him in time. Haru, familiar to him, stepped up and draped his arm over her shoulder. On the other side, Hendrik also supported him. Everyone had gathered around Jin Hyuk. Vulcan laughed, "You really did it, that was reckless." Hendrik added, "One's already fallen, and 7 others too." Haru smiled sincerely, "Congratulations, Orabayani." Hearing that, he went silent for a few seconds. Then Jin Hyuk opened his eyes and smiled contentedly. "Thank you, everyone." From a distance, Elian walked up, sighing, "My forest is completely destroyed now." Looking at the ruins, Elian wasn't pleased. Winning is good, but this place turned into this. He reassured, "Don't worry, I'll do my best to restore it. I've made a pact with the World Tree's maternal body to summon everyone." Jin Hyuk solemnly added, "You don't have to worry about the funding. I have a powerful backup behind me." Suddenly, a notification appeared above Elian's head from the World Tree's maternal god, ordering her to bow immediately. She was surprised, wondering why. The system continued warning that other 9 emotions might appear at any moment. Among them was a celestial spirit who lost their family and would come seeking revenge. It also reminded her that if she fought with Ken Bello now, she would die. Upon receiving the message, Jin Hyuk narrowed his eyes in thought. Finally, he said, "Right, now we should hide and focus on strengthening ourselves." Jin Hyuk smiled confidently. "This time I won't retreat in shame. I'll give Bello a painful blow he'll never forget." Scene change, mysterious feet walked on the dry stone ground. Above, dark clouds gathered. Behind the clouds, rain began to fall sporadically. Under the gloomy sky, the rain poured heavily. Under the ancient tree's roots, a figure thought to himself, "Carmen is gone, pulled down to the 70th floor and hasn't returned." Amidst the rain, Ken Bello appeared. Bello stepped forward, observing and evaluating the remaining traces of destruction. Lightning flashed in the sky, accompanied by the sound of thunder. His face darkened when he saw the scene before him. A jagged lightning bolt struck down from the clouds. In the center, a massive stone skull, glowing with eerie blue-white light, lay silently. Bello gritted his teeth. Death Star, the mark of Jin Hyuk. He thought to himself, the Death Star, his symbol. Only he and the 9 emotions knew this symbol. Bello continued to speculate. Carmen must have been at the Death Mask. This place must be related to him, but why is the mark here? He frantically searched, "Where is Carmen?" A cold voice interrupted, "Long time no see, Ken." The Death Mask glowed with power and spoke, "It's me." He was startled and shouted, "What?" Bello turned pale. The Death Mask coldly announced, "I was the one who made Carmen Pello disappear." Hearing the bad news, he froze. Bello clenched his fists and growled, "You bastard, how dare you do this to Carmen?" The mask did not respond, only lowering its glowing purple gaze upon him. Staring at it, Ken seemed to realize something. A memory surfaced of Carmen being pressed down onto the stone floor. Then the image of her turning into a spirit and flying into the sky. All flashed by in the blink of an eye. The last thing she called out was Jin Hyuk. He gritted his teeth, trembling. "I had considered that possibility. If you're Jin Hyuk, how dare you? Dare to take away my only family. I will never forgive you, Jin Hyuk." The mask coldly responded. "The one who once ignored the sacrifice of his teammates now suffers from the death of his sister. Listen carefully, Ken, it's your turn now." As if fate had been decided, he told Pello that we would make you collapse slowly, piece by piece. He screamed almost uncontrollably, "Shut up." Pello poured all his strength into a blow towards the Death Mask, causing the mask to explode into countless small fragments. Death Mask continued to provoke, "Come try moving forward, Ken." The news spread. The 9-star Carmen had fallen under the Death Mask's hand. The people below cheered loudly. The news shook the entire capital. Everyone held newspapers in their hands, gossiping. Could it be true that the Death Mask really defeated the 9-star? Unbelievable. Was he that strong, or was the 9-star weakened? In change, an angry shout rang out, "Those bastards." The soldier from the Holy Kingdom pointed angrily. "This hunting ground is under the jurisdiction of the Holy Kingdom. Who gave you the right to casually come here? Get out." The axe, still marked with dark stains, dragged along the ground. The people on the other side exclaimed in surprise, "What the heavens?" Kim sat at the center, looked up and replied, "That name doesn't scare us right here in this city." President Inoue appeared and cut in, "Aren't you all hesitant when you hear about the heavens? So-called courage you speak of will lead you into danger. I am President Inoa, the church allied with the heavens. He roared like giving an ultimatum, retreat before it's too late. Him laughed loudly and stood up. That's really laughable. The leader is no longer here, yet you still stand and shout like this. President Inoa was stunned. What did you say? He calmly declared, why should we obey you? Him lowered his voice firmly. Our justice is protected by us. He swung his axe forward and shouted loudly, charge. Him's subordinates stepped forward simultaneously at his command. The Holy Kingdom soldiers were briefly panicked. One stammered, what's going on? The one next to him replied, they refuse to submit. President Inoa drew his sword and calmed them, don't panic. They are just small fry. Him also rushed forward and swung his axe, responding to the one wanting to take the 9 stars' place. His cunning strike was blocked at the critical moment by the glowing sword, creating blinding sparks. The heavens lost one of their key leaders, a 9-star. Their strength was thus hard to maintain as before. The surrounding forces began to apply increasing pressure. Those who challenged the heavens also began to hide like shadows. Scene change, the warning board was slammed hard onto the wall. A few months passed, the bounty was declared everywhere. Public gathered around the bulletin board, loudly discussing, the death mask still hasn't been caught. The person next to him is his accomplice. That is the sword master of noble lineage, the last succubus. The beast woman is at the end of the list, right? How can they be caught? Garam crossed his arms among the crowd and asked, still no news about the ones causing havoc in the capital. Chan's son replied, who knows, maybe only a 9-star can stop them. He added, but why is the death mask so strong? And then laughed, haven't you heard the rumors? Chan's son lowered his voice to explain, actually, the true identity of the death mask. He is the star that faded away years ago. In the modern room, facing Pello, a mocking laugh rang out, you want me to believe that? He confirmed in a deep voice, yes, and I too can hardly believe it. Pello gritted his teeth and continued, but after investigating the remains he left, that person must be Jin Hyuk. Taylor laughed coldly at that moment. He pointed at him, Ken, have you lost your mind? Is this how you turned out just because of your sister's death? A powerful force suddenly erupted behind Taylor. He sternly warned, watch your mouth. Don't cross the line. The next words made Pello hesitate. It's only because you are Jin Hyuk's next target that you're so scared. As if hitting the sore spot, he frowned and thought to himself, do they know everything already? Do they want Jin Hyuk's father to deal with Bello? Taylor leaned back in his chair and said coldly, Ken, do you understand? The reason we made you and Carmen leaders is because you hold 2 of the 9 fragments of power. He emphasized, now everything is equal. Who would still dare follow you when even that fragment of power you can't even keep? Taylor gestured around the room. The reality proves no one has shown up today. Hello angrily slammed the table and cut in, all of them. Growled, do they all think that? Taylor mocked sarcastically, want to try? Can someone of my equal strength actually win? The tension was as tight as a string. A screen lit up with June's face reminding, stop, that's enough. We will divide your strength, Ken. Bello gritted his teeth. It's all because of the death mask. His face was full of hatred. No, it's Jin Hyuk. Everything was caused by him. I will make you pay even if I have to face danger. Scene change, a messenger bird circled in the sky above the city. A hand gently stroked its soft feathers. A deep voice rang out, Ken has started to act. Jin Hyuk followed, then it's our turn to act. Hands caressed the bird, the voice softly echoed. Ken will do whatever it takes to eliminate Jin Hyuk and us as well. Lick said solemnly, he's not like Camel. His will is very firm. His cold gaze turned to the opposite side, however. He is unlikely to act rashly. Because he has lost the support of the 9-star. They won't stand by him, and they want both the Holy Kingdom and the rebellious to be wiped out. What they need most is money to hunt us down in the lower levels. We will gather evidence to prepare thoroughly for the coming strike. Lick clenched his fist and concluded, we'll buy back and sell what they throw away at a high price. Hearing that, Elian asked again, isn't that giving them what they want? Lick twirled the gold coin in his hand and reassured, don't worry. Money is the most addictive thing in the world. After the exchange, he pondered, this is just the beginning of the counterattack. I will make them obsessed with money. Finally, Lick stood up and reminded, get ready, the fools will be busy soon. And you too, Dark Elf, it's time to pay back what I've invested. Elian glanced back and replied, I feel more like I'm being led by a lone shark. Puppet clenched his fist and said determinedly, leave this to me, Goldrich. Lick continued calculating, that's enough, that's the plan, the rest depends on the situation. Scene change, they relied on the strength accumulated through training. After several months of being separated from each other, someone once believed that just hoping was enough. This moment, Miho in fox form quietly advanced deeper into the desolate forest. In another corner, Bai-ung asked, are you sure? is that tall one really an ally of the demon face? Guangsu laughed to confirm, yes, although it looks different from the wanted poster, it still couldn't escape our bounty hunters. He raised his gun aiming to shoot, adding, to us it's just a fat prey. Those who reach the 500th floor will bring the reward from 9 stars home. Byung's aim locked tightly on Miho's small figure. Sensing danger, Miho slightly turned her head to look back. The massive snowy mountains loomed under the clouded night sky, creating a scene both magnificent and mysterious, and the gunshot ripped through the space. A hand covered in black energy appeared, spinning dark purple bullets at its fingertips. Choi Jeong surged with aura, standing in front of the gun to protect Miho. Duangsu was stunned, pointing and shouting. He blocked the hellfire bullet with his hand. Byung looked through the scope, also dumbfounded, this can't be. Before reacting, he dashed in front of them in an instant. Choi Jeong swung his arm forcefully, throwing Byung backward. Duangsu panicked, cursing silently, looking at him and wondering where this monster came from. Duangsu's gaze froze as if realizing something. Wait a moment. White tiger warrior uniform and the familiar outer coat. Choi Jeong's face was obscured, muscles bulging as he threw a punch wrapped in bright, sharp jade energy. Duangsu spoke in disbelief, trying to reassure himself that it was impossible. Before the thought ended, the punch struck like a storm. Rocks and earth flew from the ground, hovering midair from the explosive force. Byung-hun stood observing the remnants left after the strike. Before losing consciousness, he only had time to mumble Choi Jeong's name. He calmly held Miho in his arms, his cold gaze looking at the collapsed Duangsu. Scene change, a pair of legs stopped firmly on the cracked ground. Current time was the 100th floor. Haru looked down and said we took longer than expected. Jin Hyuk replied climbing was tougher than I thought, and we had to avoid others' eyes. Today we agreed to meet on the 100th floor. Everything had been predetermined. She silently pondered over the Oni village not far from here. Seeing Haru quiet, he didn't add any further words. Suddenly Jin Hyuk asked if she wanted to go to the Oni village. She quickly waved her hand, saying it's not the time yet. Seeing Haru's expression, he said, I know the Oni village is nearby. She lowered her head to apologize for thinking of personal matters when approaching an important milestone. Jin Hyuk snapped his fingers to reassure. It's fine, just looking from afar is enough. Vulcan had appeared behind, saying we will accompany her. Tun also nodded. Please leave this task to us. She turned to thank them and said she would return quickly. A streak of light flashed. All three vanished from Jin Hyuk's sight. Left alone, he stood silently thinking. Until now, we've already enhanced quite a bit of power. But before Ken, Jin Hyuk's summoning magic was completely inferior to his divine power. Defeating Carmen was due to her exhaustion from punishment. He wasn't sure if that strategy would work on Ken. Jin Hyuk clenched his fists, telling himself to surpass Ken, that stubborn one. He must be stronger than him. The key to breakthrough power lay in Choi Jeong-hun. He needed to meet him and Master Vo Hong Tet to learn. Only upon reaching the Grandmaster level like Tess could he confront and handle Ken. He sighed lightly, wondering where Choi Jeong was. Just as he finished thinking, a light flashed behind him in the forest. Jin Hyuk was startled, turning around, as that was the direction Haru had just left. Over there, Haru's group was caught in a tense fight. A shadowy figure behind the smoke said, I told you already. Hamil stepped out slowly, saying I will wait for you on the 100th floor. Haru gritted her teeth, calling Hamil's name in anger. Jin Hyuk sensed the divine power and realized it belonged to Hamil. Behind him, someone was rushing at terrifying speed, but he hadn't noticed yet, still thinking he had to support quickly. When that shadow approached, he finally turned with a cold gaze. Taylor unleashed his attack. Jin Hyuk raised his hand to block and shouted loudly. He sneered, saying you blocked my sword and still survived, Jin Hyuk. He looked straight ahead and replied, and you, Holy Sword Donald Taylor. After the explosive clash, a figure was thrown into the air. The opposing powers of Jin Hyuk and Taylor collided directly. Taylor laughed loudly, taunting, why Jin Hyuk, a famed star of death, only knows how to defend. He spoke in a deep voice asking why he appeared here. Taylor swung his sword, replying, surprised I came down to the 100th floor. Jin Hyuk skillfully blocked his slash. In the glow from the energy clash, the two faced each other tensely. Taylor asked, you don't understand why I personally came down here. He said that proved dealing with you didn't cost me a thing despite the punishment. Jin Hyuk flinched slightly at that assertion. Taking advantage of the moment he was distracted, Taylor threw him backward. With the momentum, Jin Hyuk could only retreat without countering. The clock tower behind shattered into pieces. Citizens below panicked, shouting something flew past, who caused chaos on the 100th floor of the city. Taylor dashed forward, saying I'm glad you're still alive. He got excited recalling the events 10 years ago. Old memories suddenly flooded Taylor's mind. He appeared behind Jin Hyuk. Taylor gritted his teeth, saying you are still strong despite being betrayed. I gave everything to defeat you, but you mocked me at the last moment. Taylor raised his sword, declaring, today I will avenge my honor. A system warning appeared before him, alerting that punishment had been triggered. Taylor ignored it and slashed through the warning scene. Losing control, he continued to charge at Jin Hyuk. Taylor growled, I no longer care about punishment. Before Taylor, a blinding purple energy explosion erupted, signaling a fierce attack about to strike. The condensed energy burst from the center, distorting the surrounding space with streaks of black darting wildly. A vortex appeared before Taylor, at its center a dark sphere spinning violently, enveloped by howling white winds. He paused for a moment, eyes fixed on the object rushing toward him. It was a massive black cylinder, surrounded by a sharp, dazzling blue energy net. Taylor slipped past the obstacle and continued to close in on Jin Hyuk. He asked coldly, punished yet still want to confront me. You could not defeat me at the end, still had to cooperate with those below, now you want to humiliate me again. Ridiculous, from the massive purple energy a black hole formed, swirling as if to consume everything. At its center, a black wing mark signaled a destructive strike. Jin Hyuk channeled his force directly toward him. From above, Taylor looked down and laughed. Isn't that power Carmen once discarded? Seeing his face clearly, he was startled, exclaiming, what? Jin Hyuk's demonic silhouette reflected in Taylor's golden eye. He closed in, hands transforming into sharp claws swinging down. Before he could steady himself, Taylor took the full punch like thunder from Jin Hyuk. His body lost balance, knocked back by momentum. Falling from above, Taylor's body slammed, causing the ground to explode, debris of houses scattering everywhere. His face swollen, panting, muttering, damn it. What on earth is happening? Father Jin Hyuk, why do I feel you stronger every time we meet? He taunted, oh, look at your face. Worse than before, Donald. Taylor gritted his teeth. What did you say? Jin Hyuk laughed, do you think I don't know? You altered your face to look like me. He heard that silently, without reply. He continued mockingly, I used to be quite good-looking and famous, while you were not. That distorted face always left a terrible impression. You think I don't know you've always watched me for that fame? Ignoring Taylor trembling in anger, Jin Hyuk calmly said, perhaps you don't realize, but I see you increasingly wanting to become me. And more. No matter how much you imitate, that face cannot perfectly replicate me. At his weak point, Taylor gritted his teeth. I will make you regret. For all the words you just said. Jin Hyuk smiled, then go all out. At his command, the black hole opened wide, as if to swallow Taylor. He remained still, seemingly already scheming. His face became fierce, mad smile and golden eyes flashing with killing intent. A streak of jet black sword energy sliced straight out. The blade tore through the air, cutting the distant clock tower in half. Jin Hyuk below was also affected, losing an arm from his body. Taylor laughed gleefully, I told you so. You will pay. He roared and charged like a fury. This will be your and your comrades' end. Your allies must have fallen by now. Meanwhile, a beam of golden light descended from above, causing a massive shock. Hamil smiled, oh dear. You all must be exhausted by now. Your demonic minions are not bad, but still mere mortals. Facing an angel, they fall short. Now only you remain. Succubus Haru sweatfully glared at her with hatred. Emil continued, then use the last bit of strength you have. For the one who burned your demon village stands right before you. Hearing this, she was shaken beyond belief. Clash, the sound of clashing swords echoed with force. Relying on her sword, Haru stood up, saying, thank you for coming. I have trained hard just for this day. The last sword of the demon tribe will end this feud. Hamil covered her mouth with a sneer. You plan to rely on that sword, depending on unstable power. Self-trained, really laughable, an immature child is the final hope of your tribe. The fallen demons must be embarrassed. Haru raised her sword, her body enveloped by fierce energy, gritting her teeth. I no longer heed those taunts. Because, she drew the sword from its sheath, eyes cold and sharp. Purple demonic energy erupted violently, signaling the start of her attack. Hamil smiled faintly. Finally, I can call you a true demon. Unknown when Haru appeared behind her, saying from now on I will fight with my own strength. Hamil glanced back in surprise, thinking, still conscious while wielding a sword. Haru coldly swung a blazing red slash down at her, the blade exuding ferocity. Elsewhere, the energy burst destroyed numerous surrounding houses. A citizen looked up screaming, several buildings cut in half. Another panicked, who is fighting, have the four emperors appear. In the air, Taylor chased Jin Hyuk ahead. Called out, how far do you think you can run, Jin Hyuk? Unexpectedly, the deadly one revived and fleeing, lost an arm. Cannot use great transformation anymore, right? He glanced back, wondering how he knew about demonic energy. Taylor raised his sword, declaring, the power of the four emperors does not belong to you, Father Jin Hyuk. Amid the chaotic purple sword storm ravaging the city, his figure moved lightly, like dancing between life and death. The ground cracked and collapsed, forming a massive pit. the purple energy still surged endlessly. A flash lit up behind the building opposite. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, cursing silently, damn it. His demonic energy, surely he acquired it from the demons. The one who once defeated me with the annihilation strike. No different from a small reward given to him as a loyal subject. I will never submit to that power. While Jin Hyuk was still clutching his severed arm, a sudden disturbance behind him made him whirl around in shock. The building behind was split in half by a sharp force. The violent shock threw him far away. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, fury surging in his eyes. Suddenly, a dark figure darted forward, aiming straight at his neck. Taylor gripped Jin Hyuk's throat, growling, "You have no chance to fight me anymore. My hand is the ultimate swordsmanship, combined with dark demonic energy. Now I am invincible." As soon as he finished speaking, he hurled him from above. Taylor pointed his sword at Jin Hyuk as if to pierce him, coldly declaring it was all over. Jin Hyuk's eyes widened, staring straight at his opponent ahead. In a dominant stance, Taylor struck from above, forcing Jin Hyuk onto the cracked stone floor with a sword drenched in fierce purple energy. Dark energy surged from his mouth, vividly portraying pain and struggle. The impact shook the ground, unleashing a chaotic storm of purple energy that swept everything around. Having achieved his goal, Taylor laughed, trembling from excitement. He roared, "I did it. Finally this day has come. I have surpassed you, father of Jin Hyuk. One who defeated the lethal star is me, the holy sword Donald Taylor." While he was still immersed in joy, a cold voice rang out, "Is that all?" leaving Taylor stunned. One of Jin Hyuk's hands rested on the stone gate, calmly saying, "10 years have passed and you only show me this. A small reward from the Death King for bowing and flattering. Truly pathetic." Taylor glared with hatred. "I pierced him with demonic energy. Why has he not fallen? What have you done?" Jin Hyuk sprang into the air, flinging the sword from his body and declaring, "I am entirely different from you. Whatever I desire, I will take with my own hands." Unified celestial technique activated. The system announced demonic energy and divine power are merging into a singular force. The entire singular force instantly transformed into pure divine power. Taylor's eyes widened in horror. What the hell is happening? Amid the radiant golden aura, Jin Hyuk awakened with black wings and a halo, exuding authority beyond mortal limits. The golden mask was cold yet radiated divine power, eyes blazing as if seeing through all, marking his ultimate ascension. Taylor looked up at Jin Hyuk hovering in the air, his heart pounding wildly. "The arm I severed with demonic energy has regrown. Could it be that my demonic energy has been completely overpowered by his divine power? Jin Hyuk always transcends all data, continuously advancing to higher realm. I hate this to my very core, father of Jin Hyuk." He roared and charged straight at him. Jin Hyuk raised his hand, summoning heavenly punishment. Light exploded brilliantly, engulfing the space, leaving only a solitary silhouette spreading wings at the center of power. Taylor's pupils contracted violently. He roared like a beast awakened, face contorted in rage. Unleashed power tore the ground apart, tossing boulders within a blinding energy sphere as if to crush everything. Dust obscured the view, only cracks spreading like a spiderweb remained on the ground. At the bottom of the deep pit, Taylor's sword was embedded firmly in the earth. Amid the desolation, he lay on the stone floor, eyes still coldly fixed ahead. Jin Hyuk stepped forward slowly. He spoke, 10 years ago in the 9 stars, you were the strongest. Even if others had their own techniques, in my eyes you were still the pinnacle, Taylor said grittingly. This time I will surely surpass you. Jin Hyuk removed his mask, coldly replying, but your sword is far weaker than before. You relied too much on demonic energy, not your own. That is the reason for your failure. If you had trained your swordsmanship over the past 10 years, today the loser might have been me. Taylor gritted his teeth, cursing bitterly. Jin Hyuk said nothing, just looked down at his defeated opponent lying beside the great sword, holding the mask with an inscrutable cold expression. Suddenly he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Jin Hyuk clutched his chest and sank to his knees. He thought to himself, merging 2 different forms of unification has left heavy aftereffects. To freely wield unification, I must become even stronger. First he acted to end Taylor, his soul escaping the body and rising. Jin Hyuk reached out and seized that soul. He said coldly, did you think you could leave in peace? Finish quickly, my teammates are still waiting. Beneath the deep blue sky with drifting white clouds, the mountain stood proudly between heaven and earth. The sky was torn by radiant pink-purple light, exploding like a falling star, shooting sharp beams of energy. Haru and Hamiel were engaged in fierce combat. Blades struck the body, making Hamiel grit her teeth, her recovery speed unable to adapt. Seizing the opportunity, Haru swung her sword forward for the next strike. Her eyes blazed as she activated the Mind Battle Tri-Heaven Eye. Haru reached to grab the opponent's throat tightly. Hamiel struggled in shock, not understanding when she had approached. Above, the pink-purple light erupted violently again, radiating cold energy. Haru looked down the pit, asking, "Do you know where you are falling? Your own greed has destroyed this place. This is my homeland." Speaking, she charged with anger toward her. Amid the destructive purple light tearing the ground apart, Emil helplessly let her body fall amidst the chaotic air. She squeezed her eyes shut, muttering, "If not for that punishment." Haru shouted, "You should have paid the price long ago." Hamil did not dare to look, thinking that just one hit would defeat her. "No, wait, how can I lose? I am of the intelligent Tun race in the tower. Having once trampled weaker races, how could I fail against a low-level demon?" He erupted with power, roaring as if swearing an oath. "I absolutely refuse to accept this outcome." The system repeatedly emitted urgent signal, warning of extreme energy fluctuations, warning of extreme energy fluctuation. Alert, energy levels spiking abnormally. Blazing energy sphere erupted, engulfing Hamil, creating a violent shockwave that threw rocks into the air and swept everything nearby, her scream echoing, descending. Haru stared at her hands in disbelief. Descending? How could that be? The swirling black clouds were torn apart by the dazzling light pouring down from above. A powerful lightning bolt struck, the system announcing, "The first Sandalahorn has answered your summon. A supreme being of the tower descends, using your body as a vessel." She smirked, saying she had not intended to use this method, but her pride would not allow her to lose to them. Haru froze under the overwhelming pressure. The supreme being of the tower. "I cannot let him descend into Hamil." She gritted her teeth, responding, "Do you think I will stand by?" Haru lunged forward but paused as if realizing something. Impossible. Why is my power diminishing at this moment? Amid the blazing golden light, the dark, mysterious face of Sandalahorn appeared, cold eyes radiating authority like a supreme god. His pupils flashed, displaying overwhelming power. Sandalahorn spoke, "Oh my follower, why have you called me?" Emil below said, "Someone is threatening us on this floor. Please grant me the power to wipe them out. I am ready to do whatever you ask." Without hesitation, he approved immediately. "Very well." Seeing the critical situation, Haru shouted no. A massive beam descended from the sky with immense force. She raised her hands to block the burst. Sandalahorn said in a deep voice, "I will grant you my power. Once the condition is fulfilled, this body will belong to me." His soul merged into Hamil. She immersed in the holy light pouring down. Sandalahorn spread his wings to receive the heavenly punishment descending. Golden lightning twisted from the sky, tearing the night, exploding into a sea of bright light across the valley. Heaven and earth shook, the ground split under the overwhelming force. Violent shock waves swept through, crushing structures into fine dust and drowning everything in blinding gold. Above, Sandalahorn observed the ruins after the strike. Then he descended to the ground calmly. He thought this body endured poorly, perhaps due to previous injuries from that demon. Suddenly, something caught Sandalahorn's attention. Following his gaze, a faint human figure gradually appeared. Elsewhere, Haru slowly opened his eyes, murmuring what just happened. Standing before Haru now was Choi Jeong. Sandalahorn approached and asked, "How can you block my heavenly punishment?" Without answering, Choi Jeong grabbed his head, Sandalahorn still asking, "Who are you?" Immediately, he pressed him hard into the stone floor, shattering it. A giant jade-green pillar of light struck like another heavenly punishment, embedding into the ground and creating a violent tremor. Haru froze at the scene, unable to believe. He overpowered an angel of divine lineage with his bare hands. Emil lay heavily wounded on the ground. She ground her teeth, looking up, asking, "Who are you?" 9-star Choi Jeong-hun. Hearing that name, she widened her eyes in horror. "My God." Choi Jeong, the only 9-star who did not betray Orobayani, is his ally. Hamil closed her eyes, calling Sandalahorn, but received no response. Could the link have been severed by that strike? She roared in fury. "How dare you interfere in the god's manifestation ritual? You think you can retreat safely? Do you know who supports me?" Choi Jeong pressed Hamil's head down again, silencing her cry. He said coldly, "That question should be mine to ask. Have you forgotten who stands behind me? Martial Emperor Tess, you have angered my master." Hamil stammered in pain, "Martial Emperor Tess, a being on par with our gods." Choi Jeong lowered his voice, adding, "And you have angered me as well." Hamil could not believe it. He is Tess' disciple. If Tess appears, I have no chance of winning. Finally, Hamil leapt into the air seeking an escape. Before leaving, she said, "I will remember this. Wait." Haru gritted his teeth, shouting, "Running like that, coward." Hamil sneered, saying, "Next time we'll see who wins. Hope you survive until then." Having silently observed until now, Choi Jeong finally spoke, "Who allowed you to leave?" He immediately followed with incredible speed, preventing her escape. Hamil frowned, thinking he believed he could catch an angel. A firm hand shot out, grabbing her wing. Jeong-hun said in a deep voice, "Where do you intend to go?" His eyes flared with intense green energy, teeth clenched, pouring all his will into the strike. Jeong-hun formed one single blow. Hamil screamed in unbearable pain, unable to resist. Compressed energy burst into a terrifying jade-green light, sweeping everything in sight. The scene shifted to a room piled high with golden treasure. Taylor slowly awoke in pain. A voice rang out, "Hey, awake yet?" He was hanging suspended and tightly bound. Taylor panicked, shouting, "What's happening? Why am I hanging like this?" Jin Hyuk stepped forward coldly, saying, "It seems you are awake. Tell me what Bello is plotting." He struggled in protest. "Why should I say anything when I'm about to die? Your life is over too. I hear an angelic warrior is coming to deal with you. They will burn your allies and then come here." Suddenly, the chains on Taylor's hands tightened. He glanced sideways. His face showed obvious panic. Moku jerked his arm, making Taylor pale from the pain. Jin Hyuk laughed mockingly. "Calm down. Did you think I'd be so unprepared? That angel was defeated by Choi Jeong-hun while you were still unconscious." He broke out in cold sweat, stammering, "What Choi Jeong-hun?" Continued calmly, "Yes, my allies are on their way. They are different from you. They know loyalty. They will never betray me." A punch rushed straight toward Jin Hyuk. He suddenly tilted his head to avoid it, still halfway through his sentence. "What's wrong with me? Truly that damn crazy guy." Choi Jeong threw a punch. The energy was compressed and erupted into a fierce jade-green light beam, creating a shockwave that swept across everything in sight. He took the full brunt of the strike, his body thrown backward by the immense force that had just been released. Taylor witnessed the whole scene, frozen in place as he couldn't react in time. Taylor burst into laughter. "Looks like Jin Hyuk is no longer on the side of humanity. How interesting." From the pile of golden material, an arm stretched out. Jin Hyuk shouted loudly, "Shut up." It was unclear when Tam had appeared next to him, his mouth wide open, causing Taylor to panic and shout, "Wait." Jin Hyuk withdrew his power, coldly saying, "Just calmly wait inside Tam." Facing Choi Jeong, Jin Hyuk thought to himself, "Don't tell me he still hasn't accepted the truth that I am him." Choi Jeong spoke first. "I've always wondered about the relationship between you and Jin Hyuk, but if I let go of the one who took down the 9 stars, then my situation will be extremely awkward." Just as expected, Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth. "It really is a misunderstanding." As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he sped up and rushed toward Choi Jeong, catching him off guard for a moment. Jin Hyuk chuckled softly, "Let me explain my true identity to you." A fourth stance of the Hon Chian kick from Choi Jeong was immediately unleashed. In the swirling purple energy, the two figures collided violently, creating a shockwave that made the space tremble. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps rang out. Vulcan exclaimed in astonishment, "So fast? Is he really human?" Haru softly called, "Orabayani." The mouse stood frozen, her eyes glued to the scene before her. Jin Hyuk and Jeong-hun were engaged in fierce combat. Haru shouted loudly, "Orabayani." Over here, Jeong-hun wiped his mouth and said, "You handle the blows pretty well." Jin Hyuk laughed in response, "Your punch is just too predictable." Clenched his fist, power swirling before he struck. Choi Jeong said, "Let's see if you can dodge this time." The moment the two faces were inches apart, their fiery gazes clashed, creating an explosive aura in the air. Jin Hyuk smirked and taunted, "The whiny kid from back then has really grown, and now he even thinks of ways to stop me." Choi Jeong froze, his hand trembling slightly. "What are you saying?" He calmly continued, pretending to forget. "When you were 5 years old, you had an incident at the orphanage and were punished. I still remember the scene when you burst into tears and ran into the bathroom. From then on you were called the whiny kid for quite a while." Vulcan stood frozen, Haru's face pale as she whispered, "Stop it." Jin Hyuk seemed not to hear. "The past can't be denied. You've lost many times." Unable to take it anymore, Choi Jeong threw a punch and shouted, "Shut up. It's so embarrassing. What, Cha Jin?" He held his head in pain. "Hey, it really hurts, you annoying guy." "Wait a minute, did you just call me Cha Jin Hyuk? You clearly know I am Jin Hyuk, don't you?" "Knew but pretended. You're angry and I'm blaming you. How could I not be frustrated? If you've come back, then you should have found me first. No matter what, I'll stand by to help you." Hearing those words, he froze for a moment. Jin Hyuk pointed at himself and asked, "Even if I'm seen as a traitor to humanity?" Choi Jeong turned away and replied, "I don't believe that. My friend can't be like that." After those words, his gaze turned back toward him. Choi Jeong suddenly rushed forward and hugged Jin Hyuk tightly. He joyfully said, "It's so good to see you again." He responded playfully, "Let go, you stink too much." Eased, he tightened his grip, making Jin Hyuk freeze in place. He choked out, "Let go, I'm running out of breath." Choi Jeong laughed, "No one dies so easily." Finally, Jin Hyuk gave in, "My neck is about to snap." "Well, I'm happy to see you again." Vulcan sighed in relief. Thinking they really are close, Haru merely snorted. Jin Hyuk struggled to break free, repeatedly saying, "I told you to let go." Suddenly, a little fox crawled out of Choi Jeong's collar. Miho smiled softly. He whispered Miho's name. Under a sky filled with dark clouds, the white mansion loomed, heavy with a thick, oppressive silence. Inside, Bello coldly spoke, so you finally made it. Those who once abandoned the demons and held great power gathered in that tower. They are masters of selection and elimination. I once met the representative of the angels, Hamiel, but sadly, what happened to her was unfortunate. As he spoke up, Meg's late again. The representative of the demon tribe Hizzy had reached the 600th floor. Canon grumbled, have you ever seen that giant show up? They're always slow then leave. The representative of the dragon tribe Canon had also reached the 600th floor. Maria was more composed. This is my first time here, but I will give it my all. The temporary angel representative Maria had reached the 560th floor. After the greetings, I'll get straight to the point. Everyone here means the four kings have agreed to my plan, right? That plan is to select and eliminate that demon-faced man and all those who oppose the world. Canon smiled maliciously. Aside from agreeing, is there any other choice? This plan is nothing compared to the last one. Hizzy smirked after the incident at the demon village. This is the first action. It's time to relax a bit. Maria added, I look forward to seeing those lowly insects swept away. As soon as she finished speaking, a voice rang out. A sword suddenly flew toward her. I'll do the same. Maria angrily turned around. Who are you? Hamiel stepped forward, his voice lowering. It's Hamiel. Another voice interrupted. This was originally my spot. Away after defeating Maria, Azan stood firm with his sword and sighed, oh my, I was only gone for a bit, and you've already found someone to replace me. I'm truly disappointed. On the other side, a scream rang out. What did you lose to Hamiel? Jin Hyuk grabbed the collar of Choi Jeong and shouted, how could you lose to her? He hurriedly explained, do you think I wanted to? She's an angel. Who knew she'd dare to give up her wings to find a way to escape? Hamiel struggled to step forward, her lips forming a forced smile. Bello pondered, wasn't it Jin Hyuk's father who took her and Donald down? An uninterested said, look who's here. Hizzy added, you're still alive. Hamiel answered firmly, I'm not so easy to disappear. Those who dare trample on the dignity of angels, I won't stop until I wipe them all out. Canon coldly said, angels expel traitors by stripping them of their wing. Feeling of being an angel yet no longer being one, that's all I understand. Doesn't that mean you've lost all your dignity? Hizzy laughed scornfully. Hamiel, you're not even worthy to stand on equal ground with us. He gritted his teeth in fury, wondering where those fools found the courage to treat him with such disdain. Hamiel jerked the sword sharply, his voice threatening that if they didn't let him go with them, they would regret it. I will make each one fall until someone accepts me. Suddenly, a massive figure appeared behind her and closed in. Meg swung her arm, delivering a hammer-like punch straight to Hamiel's face. His eyes blazed coldly. His arm spun, gathering a brilliant surge of energy, then launched an attack that tore through the air. Hamiel took the blow, his body crashing into the wall, looking utterly disheveled. Meg sneered, you look pathetic, Hamiel. It's certainly not a pleasant situation to be in. He gritted his teeth, you are truly too much. At that moment, a voice introduced Meg as the representative of the giant tribe who had conquered up to the highest level, 620. Canon approached and asked, hey Meg, why are you late today? He raised a hand to cover his mouth, muttering thoughtfully, I just caught a little bug. Jin Hyuk froze when he saw the appearance right before his eye. He was about to chase it, but it ran away. Then a shrill scream echoed, calling Hendrik's name. He collapsed to the ground, choking out, could it be that this is all I can do? Perhaps my journey ends here. The Haru group rushed in. Hendrik. Pale golden light seeped through the crisscrossed wooden bars, casting a faint shadow on the old paper beneath, filling the space with a nostalgic quiet. After a period of disorientation from Meg's blow, Hendrik slowly opened his eye. Haru worriedly bent down and asked, are you awake now? Jin Hyuk also spoke up, you look terrible. He rasped that if it weren't for divine power, things would have been much worse. I've shown everyone such a disgraceful appearance. Frowned and asked, did the four kings lay their hands on you? He nodded, confirming, yes, a giant, and his strength is no ordinary matter. The desert area on the 120th floor. Something unusual made Hendrik look around carefully. I was ambushed unexpectedly, stunned when I saw a massive hand emerge from the sand. Hand spread out and slammed down with force. Just looking at it, it was clear the balance of victory had already shifted. Choi Jeong leaned against the wall, analyzing that because Jin Hyuk revealed his identity, the entire tower became alert, which is how he was able to find their location so quickly. Your enemy probably tracked them down the same way. Now they are watching everyone without any concealment. Why did you reveal your identity like that? You're such a fool. Do you realize that action has put your team in danger? A voice rang out from above, it's all because of this. Hendrik replied, I've gathered enough of them already. Miho held up a large green stone and added, mine's here too. Choi Jeong asked in surprise, is this a rare crystal? And why do you seem to have almost every type? Jin Hyuk nodded, explaining that they split up to gather them quickly. Looking at the pile of items, he remembered the system's task before entering floor 100. which required revealing one's name to the entire tower. Failure would result in a penalty, and the challenge of becoming Ban's apostle to learn how to create desired items and make pacts. Everything is to fulfill Ban's request, and the system reminded them that before entering floor 100, they had to announce their name or nickname to the whole tower. Jin Hyuk honestly said that he hadn't intended to hide his name, even though it had been associated with the infamous criminal who fought against humanity. In fact, I already completed that task. The system responded that the pinnacle of all wickedness felt deceived, and after reading it, he laughed because it was he who set such a foolish condition. The system repeated the question, asking what type of pact the pinnacle of all wickedness wished to make. Turning to the present, Jin Hyuk clenched his fist and demanded a weapon to help him ascend the tower, which he would use to defeat Bello. Choi Jeong stood beside him, thinking that he was still as ambitious as ever, daring to ask for such a gift. The pinnacle of all wickedness groaned in pain and wept. The nine-tailed fox laughed and commented that it was indeed an amusing sight. He pondered that if this was Ban's power, then there was still a chance. Perhaps he would possess that weapon. Jin Hyuk turned to Haru and said that they had gathered enough crystals, and he would give them to the craftsman of this floor. Perhaps the crafting method is complete now. Let's create the strongest weapon together. Ino suddenly spoke up to stop them. Sorry, but I can't do it. Jin Hyuk and Haru stared at each other in shock. What? Jin Hyuk angrily marched forward and shouted, why? I've brought all the required materials. He remained calm, explaining that the issue was not with the materials, but with the craftsmanship. Haru quickly tried to convince him that he was the best craftsman in the Mama tribe. How could even he fail? Ino honestly admitted that he was truly powerless. This item was granted by a supreme being, so it's very complicated, with an elaborate process that must be completed in a very short time. Only when there's another blacksmith of equivalent skill can it be done. Jin Hyuk stroked his chin, thinking that he would need to find a trustworthy blacksmith of the same level as him, but where could he find one? Everyone had put in their all for this, so he had to create it at any cost. Wait a second, make it myself. As if an idea had struck him, he asked how long it would take for someone to reach a level like Gino's. Gino replied, it depends on the person's talent, but no matter how talented, it would still take decades to reach this level. Jin Hyuk calmly said, I only need 1 day. The answer stunned Gino, who couldn't believe his ears. He walked forward and grabbed the hammer, calculating that his omnipotent ability would allow him to master any skill. Jin Hyuk confidently declared that he would forge it with him and become a master in just 1 day. The sound of sizzling echoed as the golden flames roared, consuming the red coals in the ancient furnace. The hammer strike fell upon the molten metal, sending countless sparks flying, the heat rising in the intense forging moment. Jin Hyuk focused on hammering steadily, each stroke in rhythm. Voice scolded, don't just use brute strength, distribute the force evenly, or you'll ruin even more sword. If you can't even forge a decent sword, don't dream of that great weapon. He carefully placed the sword blade into the furnace, smiling as he thought he was getting used to it, considering how long to heat it and when to cool it. Gino stood with his arms crossed, watching Jin Hyuk's every step. He returned to the anvil, lifted the hammer again, telling himself he could do it. This time he would create a perfect product. The sword blade was just placed into the furnace when a crack suddenly appeared. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth in frustration, another failure. He had thought this time would succeed. But I've grasped the entire process now. He told Gino that he would try again. Determination rose within Jin Hyuk. Next time, he would surely forge a complete sword. He interrupted the next thought, enough, this is enough. Sweat drenched Jin Hyuk's face. He turned around bewildered, Just barely started to understand and you already say stop. Gino turned his back and walked away without explanation, leaving only, doing more won't change anything. Don't waste that precious metal anymore. Go take a bath immediately. He was frustrated, wanting more chances to test himself, but Gino's next words made Jin Hyuk pause. After your bath, bring the band design along with the necessary materials here. Artificial metal is extremely difficult to control. Even seasoned blacksmiths struggle with it. For a newcomer not to ruin it is truly a rare feat. The training session had ended. Your skills have now reached perfection. Let's create it together, that great demonic weapon. This side, Choi Jeong launched a punch and shouted, I'm here. Haru frowned, swinging his sword to block the attack. Choi Jeong reminded, speed is your advantage, don't block, dodge, and counterattack. Suddenly Miho appeared behind him. She dashed forward intending to close in. Realizing that, Choi Jeong immediately reached back to grab Miho. He spun and kicked hard, pushing the girl toward Haru, saying, your ambush is too obvious. Miho was thrown back, hitting Haru hard and forcing him to the ground. Seeing the two lying exhausted under the tree, he said, what are you doing? Get up quickly. The this spirit you still want me to train you, Haru gritted his teeth determinedly. No, I can still continue. Miho clicked her tongue, pointing at Choi Jeong. Tusk, try again. At that moment Hendrik appeared, interrupting, can I join? Turned and asked, you are Hendrik, right? Is moving okay? Hendrik looked down calmly. If I stayed in bed forever I wouldn't be me anymore. More importantly, I don't want to miss the chance to defeat a 9-star. Seeing him draw his sword, Choi Jeong rubbed his knuckles excitedly. I like that decisiveness. Just then a loud explosion came from ahead. Hendrik, startled, shouted, what is that? Haru looked in that direction and whispered, it is his master's workshop. The group rushed to the explosion. Haru called anxiously, Master. You alright? Gino leaned against her and replied softly, I'm fine. Suddenly remembering, Hendrik panicked. Where is Jin Hyuk? Did they fail forging the weapon? Hearing that he laughed heartily. Fail? Do you think that arrogant one would smile if he failed? A massive purple pillar of light erupted from the ground, its force tearing space and hurling earth and stone. Everyone fell silent at the terrifying sight. Gino spoke gravely, completed in just one day like this. Jin Hyuk clenched his fists, the bracelet on his wrist glowed a mystical purple. Energy surged violently. He nodded approvingly. A great achievement indeed. Scene shift, the creature's mouth was wide open, biting something. Taylor was chained tightly beside it. It bent down to tear at his body. Vulcan observed and said, even with the soul bitten like this, he didn't make a sound. Hun added, truly a 9-star, keeps quiet. Taylor sweated cold from pain but forced himself to speak. Come on, is the interrogation over? My soul is at its limit and about to dissipate. Then all of you will be defeated by Ken. I will wait below the abyss. The sacred soul soldier appeared to stop him. Wait, you cannot descend without my permission. Taylor panicked, shouting, what is happening? The sacred soul soldier raised his blazing golden staff, light forming a solemn cross. The parts of Taylor's body that had been gnawed were now covered by that power. He looked at his hand in shock, shouting, my soul is recovering. How is this possible? Without hesitation, the sacred soul soldier swung the sword, cutting off both newly reborn hands. Pain made him roll his eyes, sweat pouring like a shower. A calm voice sounded, you will not be freed until you reveal everything. Jin Hyuk stepped forward, warning, these sacred soldiers can restore your soul as many times as they wish. Now the one who set the ruined formation. You think you will be recreated any more times? The creature received orders to continue clinging to Taylor. He panicked. You ignored him, continuing to bite his soul. Unable to bear it, he screamed, calling the cunning demon's name. After a while, Taylor's body collapsed before Jin Hyuk's group. Tun counted, 15, no, 16, 17 times, my lord. His soul was surrounded by Cobalt and the sacred soul soldier. Jin Hyuk said, speak everything now. If you tell the truth, I will purify you properly. After repeated torments, saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. Taylor swallowed to keep some dignity. Scene shift, Bello stood imposingly under the punishment erasing machine. His face darkened. Bello was gathering forces to destroy the tower. On this side, after interrogation, Jin Hyuk coldly asked, a weapon. What kind? Taylor answered vaguely. I don't know the details, but it contains the power of gods and demons. Growled, sure. Seeing Cobalt and the sacred soul soldiers approaching, he stammered, yes, trust me. Bell had long been isolated by other 9-stars. With money from selling the guild base, he used it for other purposes. Please believe me, everything is my doing. If necessary, just finish me off. Jin Hyuk stared at him, silent for a while, then said, all right, pause here. Feeling released, Taylor trembled, breathing out, finally. But before he could rejoice, Jin Hyuk cut in, I'm not sure I can handle your soul. That soul will feel every bit of pain when melted in tan. Realizing he was deceived, he gritted his teeth and shouted furiously, in the end you still. Jin Hyuk shouted. Tam rushed forward as if to devour everything. He panicked, screaming, Jin Hyuk. Everyone focused in another area. Jin Hyuk said, get ready. Bello will cling to Sada and execute the pursuit strategy. We will face the most cunning and ruthless 9-star. Choi Jeong cracked his wrist angrily, shouting, those traitors dared to deceive my friend, I won't let it slide. Hendrik calmly reminded, don't forget the 4 emperors, the demon village, and your homeland. Countless have fallen at the hands of the 4 emperors. No one knows when or where they will appear. Vulcan nodded, adding, more importantly the weapon Donut mentioned, that will be the greatest variable. Jin Hyuk pondered, we cannot stop their strategy, only respond in kind. But there is one thing I can decide myself. On this side, Bello thought the same and spoke in a low voice that it would be a confrontation. After clearing all the marks on floor 100, the opposing faction of the heavenly realm remained completely inactive. Izzy asked curiously if he meant that once prepared, they would ambush us. Meg, already ready, urged that he wanted to deal with them personally immediately. Hamiel, who had been silent until now, also spoke up, wondering which place they would choose to set up the formation. Jin Hyuk's location, Hendrik suggested that they fight decisively here, since they had abundant support, and the enemies would suffer heavy punishment on floor 100. Choi Jeong immediately interjected with displeasure. No, I oppose. After the direct confrontation, I understand our strength is not enough to fight the Four Emperors' army. Therefore, everyone needs to grow stronger by continuing to conquer the tower floors. Kanon guessed that intention, raising a hand to add that it meant choosing a place not too high nor too low. Haha, truly troublesome. Bello folded his arms behind his back, thinking, no matter how many times he considered it, a place meeting those conditions still did not exist. In contrast, Jin Hyuk confidently spoke that it really did. An ideal location, not too high nor too low, and with our allies' support. Hendrik, astonished, asked, wait, allies, who are they? He replied that you know them, Hendrik. He pointed at himself in confusion, asking me. 2 weeks later, at the capital of floor 190. Inside, a voice urged everyone to hurry up. Do you know how many goods to move to the shop today? Hurry up. Jin Hyuk's group, wearing cloaks, blended skillfully among the crowd. When everyone left, Miho still stood alone in a corner. A hand reached out, lifting the girl and shouting, what are you doing? Come here immediately. After removing all disguises, Jin Hyuk said briefly, well done. He entered floor 190, fairly easily. Choi Jeong happily raised his fist to claim credit, thanks to my guiding punch. I don't want to waste time on pointless matters. He reminded not to speak nonsense, and I only explained this once. Our goal is to trace the plot of the wingless hiding from the angels, which certainly won't be simple. First, divide to find people who have met Uriel. While concentrating, suddenly an arm wrapped around Jin Hyuk. Seeing clearly who it was, Hendrik immediately shouted, it's you. Miho also froze, saying it was the same person from that day. The eyes teary, asked impatiently how you got here. Uriel didn't answer but told everyone to hold on tight. A ball of energy, bright like a miniature sun, suddenly erupted in the old town, creating a violent shock that shook the space and cut off Jin Hyuk's words. A passing delivery man saw something and froze. When he turned, only faint smoke lingered, and he muttered, how strange, what did I just hear? Those ahead shouted, why are you staring into the alley? We're busy. Person beside said, no, wait, maybe we heard wrong. The sun-like orb shot high and exploded in the old town. Shock waves spread, shaking the space, echoing with cries too fast. A spear of golden energy pierced through the clouds. Amid the clouds, the fire ring gradually vanished. Inside, Miho staggered, saying the world around me is spinning. Haru lay face down, lamenting, I can't bear it. Hendrik calmly asked, what is happening? Uriel approached Jin Hyuk, softly apologizing for bringing everyone here abruptly. I can only descend to the mortal world briefly. He turned tiredly and asked the mortal world, so what is this place? Jin Hyuk's eyes froze at the unfolding scene. She smiled, introducing a welcome. This is where we live. It will also be your battlefield, a city in dreams. Admiring the magnificent view, Jin Hyuk praised, I had heard rumors about the tower's secret place. I didn't expect it to be so well hidden. Uriel approached, explaining if it were visible, the angels would have attacked. As if remembering something, Jin Hyuk asked, how did you find our place? He pointed at him and simply replied. Seeing the light from Uriel merge into him, he was startled, asking, what is this? She added, I located you thanks to this. Jin Hyuk thought of the feather she once gave him, realizing she used it to find us, hence told me not to lose it. He worriedly asked, is it safe to turn this place into a battlefield? The hideout you painstakingly built might be destroyed. She smiled reassuringly that your arrival was anticipated. That is what she predicted beforehand. Hearing her cryptic words, Jin Hyuk asked suspiciously, is she your god? She nodded, gently confirming yes, an angel rejected by the heavenly realm. Uriel softly mentioned the authoritative name Lucifer. A while later she opened the door, bringing Jin Hyuk inside, then called Pontifex. I brought the person from the prophecy. Pontifex turned calmly, greeting, we have arrived, can we wait a moment? She gently said the warriors are still praying. Seeing Pontifex's face, Jin Hyuk silently marveled, seeing an older angel for the first time, then replied, all right. The door behind her slightly opened. Pontifex said they finished the ritual. He continued, introducing the core force of the wingless, the divine sword. Uriel stepped forward, leading the way, extending a hand inviting to enter. Jin Hyuk passed Venian, calmly continuing. Venian paused, smiling faintly, just a human. Hearing that, Jin Hyuk maintained a calm expression. After a while, Uriel cheerfully said, from here you go on alone. Jin Hyuk asked surprised, won't the others enter? She replied briefly, closing the door that he allowed only you. He confidently looked straight ahead saying so he called me and has witnessed my victory. Jin Hyuk called the name of the angel, rejected by the heavenly realm in a low voice. None other than Lucifer. Sparks crackled. They ran along the cold face of him. He continued saying speak. Before Lucifer appeared a line of text stating, the angel rejected by the heavenly realm had faced many hardships on the way here. Dean Hyuk couldn't help but wonder why he wasn't showing himself. He decisively summoned the Ban and Nine-Tailed Fox. Two systems, one purple, one red, appeared in response. Nine-Tailed Fox spoke first, followed by the one known as the pinnacle of all malice. Jin Hyuk coldly questioned, why did you bring me into this to bring down the fourth king? What is it really for? He glared at Lucifer, his voice full of rage. Why did you bring me back to life? The announcement continued to ring out. The fallen angel informed that he would personally explain. Everything took place before the tower appeared. At that time, a fierce battle had erupted. Hyuk stood still, thinking an endless war. Lucifer recounted that the immortal beings had thrown themselves into an endless conflict to retain power. That time was like hell, and everyone was exhausted. That perfectly matched what Evan had said. You only truly tap into power when you are on the brink of death. He gritted his teeth, cursing silently. Evan is really a detestable person. The system continued. Among that war, someone built the tower, placed their artifacts inside, and forced them to compete fairly, replacing war with a competition to see who could possess the most creation. However, as you know, that fairness was quickly distorted and broken. The fourth king eliminated those with the potential to become gods and gradually monopolized control of the tower. Nine-Tailed Fox spoke out in disagreement, stating that this statement might not be entirely accurate. Pinnacle of all malice remarked that his target was actually similar to you. Jin Hyuk calmly expressed his thoughts. The goal was to abolish the laws of the fourth king and the gods who believed in them, in other words, to rise against the world. The announcement reappeared. The fallen angel had foreseen the fate. Your destiny is to fulfill that task for them. He pressed his lips tightly together, as if realizing something important. Finally, Jin Hyuk laughed loudly. He blamed Lucifer. Did you really think I would fight like one of your pawns? How ridiculous. Truly a voyeur into other people's matters. System replied. The pinnacle of all malice muttered that he had known this would happen sooner or later. Lucifer asked if you wanted to continue the path of vengeance. Jin Hyuk immediately answered without hesitation. He pointed directly at him, declaring, I will take revenge, but in my own way, not according to your will. Lucifer's next words made Jin Hyuk pause. The angel smiled and said, only you are enough. He affirmed that the prophecy would come true. He simply clenched his jaw, saying nothing more. Finally, Jin Hyuk glanced and said, do whatever you want, just don't interfere with what happens later with us. The announcement continued. The pinnacle of all malice assessed that you are indeed difficult to control. Nine-Tailed Fox laughed and asked back, isn't that what makes him so intriguing? Fallen Angel nodded in agreement. He asked if you would like to sit down and have some tea. It's been quite a while since we've relaxed like this. After a while of conversation, Uriel came to guide him away. Jin Hyuk followed, muttering in frustration. So the prophecy will come true. I don't like feeling like a pawn. Uriel gently placed her hand on the door, softly reassuring him, first, let's enjoy the cup of tea we've prepared. As the door opened, a loud shout echoed everywhere. What is going on here? In front of him, the Venian group surrounded Hendrik, Miho, Choi Jeong, and Haru. He challenged, want to cause trouble. When Jin Hyuk appeared, the girl cheered and called out to her brother. Venian turned back at Miho's gaze. You've returned, you demon-faced bastard. Or should I call you the Death Star Jin Hyuk instead? Uriel stepped forward, blocking the way, shouting, Venian, they are the key forces leading the holy war. Why are you behaving this way? He rebutted, this is our vengeance and holy war. Why should a small human represent the heavenly realm? Before he could finish, Jin Hyuk's fist rushed in, making Venian freeze. He was going to say that the divine sword should lead the holy war. The powerful strike sent Venian flying backward. His body slammed against the crumbling rock under the tremendous pressure of the purple light. Jin Hyuk roared with fury, where did you get the guts to point your sword at me? My mood was already bad, and yet you deliberately provoke me. Fine, let me teach you a lesson. Venian struggled to stand up, touching the mark on his face, and said, you dare to strike me, the leader of the divine sword. Enraged, Venian swept his sword through the air and shouted, I will make you pay, you arrogant mortal. Jin Hyuk not only didn't step back but eagerly replied, what a perfect opportunity to try this new weapon of mine. The holy aura flared brightly. Venian shot down like lightning, tearing through the wind. His arm swung high, the sword's blade ready to strike at any moment. On the opposite side, he didn't back down. creating a swirling purple energy to counter. Suddenly, a loud shout rang through the space. Stop. Pontifex appeared in midair, her radiance shining blindingly bright. Jin Hyuk froze, looking down, thinking to himself that he couldn't move. He tried to move, but his hands only trembled lightly, astonished. What's going on here? Pontifex raised the supreme staff, her voice full of authority, not giving anyone the chance to oppose. We may be different from those who turn their backs, but in the City of Dreams, attacking allies is absolutely forbidden. She looked down at Jin Hyuk and Venian, then declared loudly, anyone who violates this rule will be considered an enemy. He still refused to accept, shouting Pontifex, but he sternly asked, are you going to oppose Lucifer, Venian? All those summoned here were chosen by him. Pontifex reminded, those who intend to oppose the world should conserve their strength. Jin Hyuk replied, I will do so if they don't provoke me first. She shouted firmly, lower your sword now. Pontifex slammed the staff and ordered, everyone return to your position. Tense atmosphere gradually subsided, as order was restored. Pontifex turned and left, instructing, Uriel, please arrange accommodations for the guests. She answered, yes. Below, Jin Hyuk coldly remarked, this time you're lucky, idiot. Venian didn't reply, silently harboring hatred, vowing never to acknowledge you, Jin Hyuk. I will make you leave the City of Dreams. After the encounter, Jin Hyuk and Vulcan stood high up watching. He remarked that compared to before, the angels here were much stronger. Leaning against the city wall, he said these people were exiled for opposing evil in the angelic council. In other words, everyone here had once made a significant impact. As he spoke, the flame of frustration within Jin Hyuk flared up again. He wondered why things had turned out this way. Why is that bastard openly training right in front of our quarters? Unaware of Jin Hyuk's presence, Venian below continued to sternly command, keep going, hold the sword in the correct position. Watching this scene, Vulcan thoughtfully commented that Venian seems to have gone too far recently. Jin Hyuk smirked, seeing this as a childish game. He responded, he can't directly touch me, so he's trying to pressure me. After the training, Venian encouraged everyone, very good, your skills are excellent. We are the blades of Lucifer and will defeat any enemy ahead. He glanced with a mocking hint. Whether or not those little humans were here didn't matter at all. Hearing this, Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth and asked, is he implying we're the target? Vulcan nodded as well, clearly, this couldn't be ignored. He turned to complain that without a rest, it would affect the holy war. Jin Hyuk lowered his gaze and replied, what's more important is. Jin Hyuk clenched his fist, muttering, he's really getting on my nerves, I can't take it anymore. He jumped to the edge of the city gate and said, let me tease them a little, show them who's boss. Vulcan quickly stopped him, hold on, did you forget that fighting is prohibited here? Ignoring the reminder, he rushed down below, leaving him only able to shout after him. Jin Hyuk softly spoke right behind Venian. He had already realized that. Venian turned his head and spoke, finally, you're showing yourself human. Jin Hyuk immediately retorted, I can't rest peacefully because your flock of pigeons is too noisy. He turned around and stepped closer, his voice full of provocation, you look quite uncomfortable. What are you going to do, want to strike me again? Venian pointed straight at Jin Hyuk, relying on the army behind him to loudly warn, if you make a move, you'll immediately become the enemy of the wingless, and our divine swords will make you fall right here. Clenching his fist challengingly, Venian sneered, try charging in, you're helpless, aren't you? Then leave this dream city quickly. Amid the blinding purple light, Jin Hyuk casually kept his hands in his pockets, releasing an invisible pressure, coldly saying, you guys are really stupid. Some panicked ones shouted, is that a cursed spell? Venian tried to remain calm in the face of this, muttering in disbelief, impossible, how could a human do that? Venian shouted, do you have both demonic and divine power within you? Jin Hyuk raised his power and replied indifferently, well, it sounds interesting, but you know what? A proud smile appeared on his lips. He displayed his power as one hand embraced the dark night while the other shone brightly, then softly said, doesn't this remind you of someone? An angel stared at the halo emanating from him, stunned, mouth agape. In the end, everyone knelt and bowed their heads in unison, praising Lucifer, the angel cast out from heaven, and realized he was the apostle of their lore. Venian frantically turned to stop them. Wait, everyone. Jin Hyuk stepped forward and placed his hand on his shoulder, confidently saying, that's right, you should kneel, I represent the God you serve with all your hearts. Below, the respectful reply rang out, yes, apostle. Having achieved his goal, Jin Hyuk silently smiled. He never liked borrowing the name of a stalker like that, but to make him uncomfortable, it was necessary. He lifted his head and sighed, saying, talking too much, I'm really thirsty. Jin Hyuk looked at Venian and commanded Venian, go get me some water. An angel marveled just as expected. Someone next to him smiled and added, the apostle personally chose the commander as his partner. Everyone cheered, making Venian furious and pale. He reluctantly replied, we're proud of you, then softly said, I'll return soon. On the other side, Haru tiredly sat down, panting. A hand reached out in front of her, holding a bottle of water. Uriel gently asked, how's the training? Haru looked up and realized, ah, it's Uriel. The two of them watched Choi Jeong and Jin Hyuk training ahead. Uriel said, if there's anything wrong, let me know, Haru quickly replied. No, thanks to you, we can rest easy like this. She took a sip of water and smiled, sharing, last week was really wonderful. We're getting closer to Uriel, the wingless, and the divine swords, Uriel contentedly said. It's truly miraculous that everyone was able to make Venian submit. Haru confided, after each training session I feel stronger. It reminds me of the first time I climbed the tower with Orobayan. She mischievously winked and asked, am I being too carefree when the battle is so near? Suddenly, a violent shock caused the glass around them to shatter. The machine that erased the punishment burst into flames and shot up high. Uriel and Haru were startled and turned towards the source of the noise. A shout rang out, warning of an enemy ambush. A massive Lucifer with wings half divine, half demonic, materialized, exuding a heavy pressure that was suffocating. His eyes glowed with a cold blue light, looking down at the tiny creatures with killing intent flooding from him. Ground arched and cracked open under the force of the attack. A violent explosion sent rocks flying in all directions like rain. Jin Hyuk looked up to observe. The area where the punishment erasing machine was located billowed with smoke. He frowned, wondering what that was. Uriel anxiously said, the temple is being attacked. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth in annoyance. Is it starting already? The news hasn't leaked yet. Suddenly, something made him stop dead in his tracks. Behind Jin Hyuk, a pillar of red fire flared up violently, like a beast devouring the forest, flattening everything. He choked, shouting, it's happening here too. The aftershock threw massive stones into the sky, creating a hailstorm of rocks falling down dangerously. All the stone blocks containing the punishment erasing machine were heavily damaged. Hexagonal energy shields quickly formed a strong dome, supporting the weight of the fallen rocks and debris. Uriel struggled to maintain her balance, shouting, the ground is shaking. Miho nervously said, it's tilting. Hendrik asked, what's happening? Her face became serious. Uriel assessed the situation. It's bad. The city is floating thanks to Pontifex's power. Then Hyuk asked worriedly, Pontifex, is it her? Where is she now? Uriel replied, she might be praying in the temple with the divine sword soldiers. Jin Hyuk turned pale in shock. What? He looked in that direction and saw that place had turned into a pile of ruins. Countless people were injured and trapped under the rubble. He was worried because that's where the first pillar fell. Another corner, Venian, covered in wounds, lay face down on the ground. In front of him, Pontifex collapsed after being pierced by Bello. Venian weakly called out to Pontifex, then glared at her with fierce eyes. He snarled, tell me where Jin Hyuk is. Pontifex tried to open her eyes to look at him, but remained silent. The dust could not conceal the stones falling incessantly, turning the space into a cramped place like a tomb. The vast blue sky, but instead of warm sunlight, it rained down black rocks flying like meteors. Not receiving a reply, Bello mocked, still protecting the tower climber even in danger. Such willpower is truly remarkable. If the city falls, those climbing the tower at level 190 will be buried under the rubble without anyone knowing. Pontifex gasped but still tried to speak. We cherish life unlike. Like you and that person, her words enraged Bello. He gritted his teeth and shouted, how dare you insult our god. He summoned a sharp spear to end her life, declaring die heretic. Seeing him prepare to strike, Venian panicked and shouted Pontifex. Deafening explosion shook the heavens, blinding light tore through the space, followed by a familiar voice. Jin Hyuk appeared, holding Pontifex in his arms. In front, Tam blocked Bello's attack. He asked, you're still alive, Venian. As if getting what he wanted, the enemy laughed loudly. No need to look for you anymore. Jin Hyuk smirked, greeting the fanatic. Long time no see. He used his strength to move Pontifex towards Venian and said, hey Venian, take her and hide her. You have to protect her at all costs, understood. Venian leaned forward to catch her and replied, got it. As Venian left, Bello stood high above, looking down and saying, you're really still alive. I never expected to meet you like this. I doubted it before, but seeing you in flesh and blood, it's truly surprising. Jin Hyuk smirked, asking, are you scared, you hypocritical bastard? Bello raised his hand to summon his power. Golden light flared up, covering his body, divine energy overwhelming the space. He said, no need for words between you and me. Hyuk became serious, slowly saying, let me ask you something. Do you ever regret causing my death? He didn't need a second to think. Bello replied decisively, never. He charged straight at Jin Hyuk, coldly saying, you have been punished. The only thing I regret is not finishing you off more thoroughly. On this side he clenched his fists, ready to charge at Pello. Jin Hyuk responded coldly, yes, you should have said that, Pello. The more I hear, the more I want to end you quickly. From the mysterious ring on his hand, a long, sharp sword gradually materialized. Standing proudly amid the rain of destructive light, a dark purple death aura enveloped Jin Hyuk. He gripped his weapon tightly and dashed forward at a speed that tore through the air. His eyes blazed with murderous intent, his body engulfed in dark purple flames. He swung his blade, ripping the space apart. In another direction, Haru remained alert. She moved agilely to dodge the incoming attacks. Standing before Haru was Meg. He growled sharply, stand still there. Treated like an insect, she dropped to one knee to brace herself and recalled Uriel's earlier instruction. We have two objectives, she calmly analyzed before everyone. First, we must destroy the pillars in each area. If we do that, the city in the dream will not collapse. Hendrik continued, I can feel the immense energy emanating from each pillar. Jin Hyuk glanced at him and said, that's only the second task. Uriel nodded, I guess each pillar is guarded by enemies inside. They will certainly defend those pillars to the end. An angel was swallowed by flames amid the blazing sea of light. He screamed in despair, please save me. Kanon destroyed everything around. He clicked his tongue in disappointment, how dull. Watching the ruins sink in red flames, Kanon taunted, is that all you've got? Make it more interesting. As soon as he finished, a figure appeared before him, replying, let me try. Hendrik placed his hand on the sword hilt, pondering. As long as we defeat him, that pillar will be destroyed. He introduced in a deep voice, I am Hendrik, the lineage destroyer. Elsewhere, Hamil faced Uriel directly. In another corner, Vulcan gripped the black staff tightly. Standing silently behind Hizzy, Haru and Miho coordinated their attacks on Meg. Piercing screams echoed through the space, chaotic. Amid the explosion debris, Jin Hyuk smiled with exhilaration. He moved like a hunting shadow, eyes shining. Let's end our cruel fate right here. Yahello used holy light to create a massive wall of light charging forward. He shouted, come fight me, Jin Hyuk's father. Close-up of his blazing eyes, dark purple power erupted from his body, creating an overwhelming presence that shook the surrounding space. Opposite, Bello grinned maniacally, his golden eyes blazing as he reached out to overpower Jin Hyuk in the blinding light. The ground trembled as the opposing forces, one dark purple, one radiant gold, collided head-on, forming a pillar of light piercing the sky. The explosion shattered the silence. The energy surge lifted rocks and earth around. Uriel calmly raised her hand. At least we can talk, I was once your guide. During that, Hamil laughed aloud. He replied coldly, how funny, didn't I sever all ties back then? Time seemed to slow to 10 years ago. Hamil, with a victorious expression, held the stripped wing. Below was a trembling, bloodied body. Hamil screamed, the day I took your wings with my own hands. Uriel still looked calmly at her. You accepted it then, the loser. She replied softly, I don't need to face each other anymore. Because we have both failed before. Seeing that indifference, Hamil angrily shouted, don't treat me as if I'm like you. He pointed and yelled, I am completely different from you. Hamil summoned power. A massive golden fireball appeared above. I will return within the arms of divinity. Below, Uriel remained unshaken. She tightened the energy in her hands. Holding the orb, Uriel said mockingly, pitiful. She swung her hands, sending energy toward Hamil and shouted, divine punishment. On this side, the punishment erasing machine still stood tall in the air. As he stood right beneath it, he silently observed all the events. From behind, Vulcan asked, who is he? Hasn't moved at all. Hun guessed maybe he's just sunbathing. Vulcan waved it off, whatever. We still need to take him down to destroy the pillar. Hun responded seriously. Amid the purple streaks tearing the night, the dark figure focused power into two bright white core spheres. The surrounding purple created suffocating pressure, as if crushing the space. Vulcan and Tun passed each other and simultaneously swung their weapons. Dark purple power gathered and exploded into a massive pillar of light, rushing toward Hizzy. Both shouted in unison, soul light. Sensing danger, he turned, his eyes blazing with energy. Suddenly, a figure leaped up to block the attack, raising a hand to stop it. Tun was astonished. Could someone block my move? He exclaimed. Who is that? A zombie. Before them was a demon restrained by chains. Dark aura radiating, Hizzy calmly said, not a zombie. I don't use such crude skill. He pulled the chains taut. This is a human who willingly submits to me. He was originally a demon. She hurriedly ran and bent, begging, Lord Hizzy, did I do well? Please grant me more demonic energy. Hizzy looked at her and replied, fine, if you defeat them, I will reward you. He was overjoyed and careless, really, you promise. A faint streak of light appeared, Izzy reminded but remember. In the black water, countless eyes gleamed like hunting beasts. He continued, you must share with the others. Vulcan froze, observing the situation before him. Before he could react, a group of demons charged to attack. They shouted, all our enemies of Lord Hizzy, eliminate them. Hizzy remained standing and slowly said, fighting with your body is hardly elegant. Vulcan pointed at Jacobo. He responded, agreed, let's see who commands better. Elsewhere, Kanon stood with hands on hips, looking around, strange. Why is everyone so excited? Seeing Hendrik fall, he remarked, only I have to deal with a useless one. Kanon approached and continued, our dragons are rated higher by ton than the other 3 tribes. He raised his hand, admiring proudly, we have strong and perfect bodies, being born a dragon is a blessing, yet you abandoned it for the wingless ones. They turned their backs on divinity, had their wings stripped and were punished. I truly don't understand. Perhaps you will explain to me. Hendrik the lineage destroyer. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth thinking, damn, annoying but must admit he is stronger than me. The gap between dragon ranks is too vast. Kanon continued to taunt, I have never met a dragon as superfluous as you, wielding a sword with such arrogance while sporting that bizarre hair. Hendrik ground his teeth in response, what my hair color is has nothing to do with you. He curled his lips and asked sharply, what, a dragon that doesn't know that? The hue of hair and scale layers reflect the magic of each individual. A red dragon like me uses fire energy, simply put, we belong to the fire dragon type. You are truly unusual, but this is the first time I have seen a dragon with black hair like that. Kanon's eyes glowed red in the dark, covering his face. He calmly activated a massive matrix. Blinding light and overwhelming energy from the magic circle surged as if to incinerate everything. Kanon spoke coldly, anyway I guessed you are just useless. I will burn you like a pile of trash, Hendrik. Hearing those words, he paused for a moment, thinking about his own strength and his true origin. Amid the crimson space filled with chaotic lightning, his muscular figure stood firm, calmly facing the epicenter of the blinding explosion, releasing waves of enormous energy. Hendrik leapt up, charging forward and swinging a long slash straight at Kanon. Mystic Dragon Slash was unleashed, and before the unexpected strike, he could only stare in shock as his arm was ripped from its original position. Kanon trembled, thinking, did he just cut through my dragon scales? That cannot happen. Seeing Hendrik descend to the ground, he pondered, that was not merely magic or sword technique, but something else. He turned to look at Kanon and answered the question lingering, you are the light that awakened me. Hendrik softly called Ban. The system appeared with the title of the pinnacle of all malice. Stop talking, he said, I have been discovered. He continued, you are the reason I became the mystic dragon. My power originates from an entity standing atop all evil. A supreme demon. Kanon's eyes widened in disbelief at that source of power. Behind Hendrik, the silhouette of a colossal black dragon roared, dark energy coiling around his body. He bellowed, that is the demon's magic. You are a true demonic dragon. Hendrik lunged at Kanon, shouting, don't even think about fleeing, where is the pride of the dragon in you? In a critical moment, Kanon clenched his jaw, focusing all his strength into a hand glowing golden to unleash his final counterattack. Amid the roaring sea of red flames created by the Matrix, he shouted, get out of the way. A thunderous explosion shook the sky. The epicenter of impact flared into a blinding white light, sweeping away all in its path with a storm of red fire. In the violently swirling crimson aura, Hendrik faced Kanon with sharp eyes and oppressive presence. Hovering in midair with his red robes flaring like fire, he extended his hand, controlling the surging dark energy. Below, Hendrik swung his sword, forming a giant arc sweeping everything in its path. Kanon ground his teeth and hissed in fury. His face drenched in sweat, eyes wide with tension. He screamed wildly, channeling all his power into red streaks tearing through the surrounding space. Hendrik quietly observed the opponent's frenzy. Kanon continued to gather energy, launching fireballs at him and shouting, move aside. The flames spiraled into a massive vortex, as if to crush everything in its influence. Kanon murmured hoarsely, how could such a despicable young one be a demonic dragon? Everything you have learned ends here. You cannot defeat a high-tier dragon like me. An eye with a golden vertical pupil suddenly opened grotesquely, its sharp gaze full of wrath sweeping toward the enemy. Under the terrifying gaze of the colossal black dragon, dark red energy swirled at its mouth, forming a point signaling a destructive strike about to fall. Kanon gaped, realizing that breath mixed with dense dark magic. Above, Hendrik in dragon form spread his wings and unleashed a deep crimson beam from his mouth. Energy tore through the night, crashing down on the target with incomparable force, the breath of a demon. He had no time to react or dodge, only letting out a cry of despair. Elsewhere, Bello noticed the disturbance during battle. Kanon's mana had vanished. Could he have failed? Taking advantage of the moment, Jin Hyuk leapt up preparing to strike and shouted, "You are exposed." As Jin Hyuk descended from above with a giant purple greatsword, Bellow's golden light flared to intercept, creating a violent shockwave. The savage purple-black energy plowed through the stone layers, creating shockwaves that shattered the ground. Jin Hyuk laughed mockingly, "What's wrong? Get serious. Fighting like this is boring." Ban Bin launched an energy orb at Bellow and said, "Didn't you come here to take me down?" Bellow, still shocked, murmured, "What happened? Canon on the 600th floor lost to a dragon like that again." Jin Hyuk pointed and continued, "What, can't focus, or don't you believe our team defeated yours?" Bellow smirked, "Teammates, don't tell me you actually think they are your comrades." Hearing that, Jin Hyuk frowned slightly. Looking down from above, Bellow mocked, "It seems after resurrection your standards have greatly declined. If you bring along those mediocre ones, it's as if you admit them as your allies." Of course, I am not referring to Choi Jeong hovering above. Perhaps he abstains due to caution with all of you. Bellow's face darkened with confidence. "The rest are just foreigners in the tower. They are no more than insects. If it were me, I would erase them without a trace." Brilliant streaks appeared around him. Bellow pointed and unleashed energy at Jin Hyuk, saying, "I could have already wiped them out." At the center, a blinding energy sphere. From it, countless light arrows rained down on your position. Amid the bursts of light around him, Jin Hyuk remained steadfast. His expression gradually became calm and inscrutable. Though raging power tore space and cracked the ground, he stood tall as if controlling all chaos. After the arrows hit the ground causing radiant explosions, Bellow still stood at the epicenter enjoying the scene. He extended an invitation instead of joining them. "Cooperating with the 9 stars would benefit us more." Jin Hyuk's reply caused Bellow to pause. "You cannot compare." Stepping out of the smoke, Jin Hyuk raised his shield and confidently said, "My current teammates are far stronger than yours." Bellow observed secretly, where did he get such a massive shield? He momentarily panicked, asking, "What do you plan next?" Ignoring the aftershocks, he charged with a fierce smile, his eyes glowing purple as his hand reached out to counter with dark energy. Jin Hyuk said, "It is too early to be amazed." Purple orb gathered, a weapon assisted by Ban with omnipotent properties, primordial chaos of myriad transformations. Jin Hyuk glided forward, raising his hand with sharp claws, letting chaotic energy transform into countless forms. Bellow froze, seeing its shape constantly shifting. Speed was so great that only streaks of light remained behind. Jin Hyuk shouted, "Bellow, my teammates are nothing like yours. We got here by trusting and protecting each other, even when teammates faced danger." His blazing gaze aimed at Haru. He roared, "You cannot escape either." A lightning-fast strike carrying immense force, he continued with a bitter tone. Opposite, Haru gripped his sword, his face calm, stepping into a counterattack stance. The cold blade swung, Haru's eyes reflecting every motion and expression of Mei. Suddenly his eyes went white. Around him, tiny hearts shimmered and fluttered wildly. Seizing the opportunity, she and Miho coordinated perfectly, launching a finishing strike. Jin Hyuk's voice echoed, "If we are teammates, no one should fight alone. Everything will end in this very moment." Cold blade sliced through the air, brushing Meg's face. A streak of red spread, closing the entire situation. Jin Hyuk clenched his fists, lunging forward, and continued, "Therefore from now on." Bellow could only widen his eyes to receive the unexpected counterattack. In a surge of fury, the punch released a dazzling purple energy directly toward Bellow. It was a punch with the prestige of a fallen god. Jin Hyuk smiled faintly, full of confidence, "We will definitely win." Taking the full blow, Bellow's eyes widened in pain, blood streaming from the corners of his mouth. His body was flung backward by the violent impact. Bellow realized in shock that the weapon did more than just change shape. A chain covered in dark energy shot forward, flashing in his mind that it could harness all of Jin Hyuk's power. Chain wrapped tightly around Bellow's body and constricted. He gritted his teeth, wondering if it had been enhanced by some supreme power. On this side, Jin Hyuk grabbed the chain, lunged forward and laughed, "Where do you think you're running?" He planted his feet as an anchor and pulled hard, flinging Bellow toward the punishment-erasing machine. By momentum, his body slammed violently against the machine's pillar. The collision caused the device to explode, shaking the entire surrounding area. The red orb on the machine shattered, dust billowing. Jin Hyuk's voice rang out, "We arrived today because we trusted and protected each other." Below, Bellow sat slumped, injured, recalling his words, "Even if teammates are in danger, we won't let them fall. Therefore we will win." Bellow's eyes wavered. He murmured the word teammate. Scene shift, a fierce roar echoed, "Where are you hiding?" Lord of Lizards hissed at the cowardly humans on floor 120, his domain. He searched every nook and cranny, growling as he went, "Hiding only delays the inevitable. This dungeon belongs to me." Directly beneath his step was a small hole, just big enough for someone to crawl through. Bellow and Carmen hid inside, peeking out as the footsteps faded, whispering, "Has he gone?" Behind, Carmen shivered, calling her brother, "I'm so cold." Yahello looked at her, silently calculating. A lord-level monster suddenly appeared, using terrifying intelligence to hunt them for days. Their divine power was depleted, his hands hung loosely, thinking this might be the end. Carmen lifted her youthful face, asking her brother, "Will our teammates come to save us?" Bello slumped, sighing, "We just met them in the tower. What do they gain by saving us? No one in this world helps orphans like us. Here is no different." Saying that, he leaned against the wall, thinking, "The strong hunt the weak, that is the law, and I do not belong to the strong." A pair of blazing red eyes suddenly appeared through a small wall gap. Bello glanced over. Carmen, trembling, called, "Lord." She screamed, "Lord-level monster." The Lord of Lizards opened his mouth and broke through the wall. He roared, "At last I have found my prey." In despair, Bello told himself, "Yes, the strong hold power if only I." Image of the monster charging reflected in red pupils. He thought to be strong one must hunt the weak. A dark staff encasing an energy orb suddenly appeared. From it shot a fierce white beam aimed straight at the godly lord. Bello froze, exclaiming, "Energy bomb, impossible." Taking the full hit, he roared madly, "Who dares attack me?" Below, a figure in a black cloak radiating aura asked, "Are you both alive?" It was Jin Hyuk. He shouted, "If you want to live, then jump up." Bello hesitated, thinking he should have been the monster's prey. The weak being devoured by the strong is natural. In the night, a pile of flickering fire radiated warmth. Bello's thoughts were interrupted when Jin Hyuk broke that rule. He and Carmen sat by the fire. Carmen hugged him, trembling, "I thought I was dead." Bello replied, "How so then?" Thought he risked himself to save us. Why did he do that? I cannot understand. I do not like this feeling. While sinking in nameless frustration, a chance appeared. Zaha gave the task to defeat Jin Hyuk, the one who dared climb my tower, eliminate him. Bello knelt before him, tears flowing as if blessed. He told himself absolute power is the truth, therefore Jin Hyuk. His thoughts were cut off when Jin Hyuk stepped forward, saying, "Are you done?" Bello looked at him, judging, "You are unworthy of that person's tower." Jin Hyuk laughed, "You seem unwell. Is it because you fought while punished? You are not reckless like Carmen, but still hurt inside." His bracelet glowed, creating a trail of energy. Jin Hyuk concluded, "Your mistake was underestimating the punishment here." He gripped his weapon and spoke coldly. "End it here, Bello." Jin Hyuk raised his weapon, declaring, "I will reunite you with your sister." Bello stood still, not resisting, as if accepting fate. Suddenly a pale golden light spread around him, eyes wide as a prompt appeared. "No," the three Sky Lords said, "it is not yet time to end." From a deep crater in the stone burst a dazzling, sparkling light. Amidst golden aura and flying debris, Bello stood tall as new power erupted. Jin Hyuk was thrown backward by the shock. He tried to maintain balance, thinking Bello's power had surged abnormally. He shouted, "Ban, who is that? Do you know him?" No answer. Jin Hyuk anxiously continued, "Speak, respond. The system shows an unusual alert." Bello looked down from above, saying, "You said no one would die and you would win. So ridiculous." Jin Hyuk pointed, laughing coldly, "Then I just need to wipe you out." In a moment of silence, a blazing red lock wrapped in glowing chains appeared, symbolizing power limits. The system issued a warning, detecting an abnormal incident. The chains tightened until the lock shattered into many small pieces. The system immediately responded. The punishment on the Bello tower climber was officially removed. The skeleton soldiers charging forward suddenly scattered and vanished. On this side, the demon also collapsed, exhausted. Hizzy Fi appeared and shouted loudly, "All the soldiers have been wiped out. Now only the souls remain." He and Vulcan closed in, facing each other in a standoff. Hizzy spoke, "All right, let's begin the real battle." Vulcan blocked the blow with his weapon and replied, "Didn't you say fighting with flesh was lowly?" Hizzy forcefully pushed his opponent's weapon back and said, "I never said I couldn't fight." He raised his sharp claws forward, coldly declaring, "I will send you off, soul." Seeing Hizzy advance, Vulcan gritted his teeth and muttered a curse. Suddenly his eyes flashed with strange energy, causing Hizzy to freeze. Hizzy's body seemed to ignite with mystical power. He panicked and screamed, "What's happening to my body?" Vulcan was also stunned by the transformation. Hizzy was being drained by the pillar. From above, the punishment removal machine was siphoning his life force. He screamed in despair, "Why is that weapon absorbing me?" Realizing something, Hizzy's eyes froze. "It can't be." He shouted, "So that's it. Bello planned this from the beginning." Canon also began to vanish. Hizzy's voice echoed, "Were we just material for that weapon?" On top of the punishment removal machine, red mist began to spread. Hendrik looked up from below, wondering why it was absorbing his allies. Glowing red sphere on the mechanical pedestal shone intensely, with golden crystals at its center radiating brightly. The punishment removal machine started to wobble and then collapsed. Huge red energy shot down, forming a blinding beam of destructive force. Hendrik watched the beam of light and realized, "Don't head toward that." He shouted loudly, "That's Jin Hyuk's position." The fierce red beam struck the ground, exploding into a blinding white glow that spread everywhere. In the red light, a crystal shaped like a sword appeared, glowing intensely as if promising supreme power. After the explosion, the red sphere with the weapon's symbol, deep in the ground, still emitted bright light. Jin Hyuk placed his hand on the ground, struggling to maintain his balance. Behind him, Bello was locked in place but still smiling. The red chains wrapped around the lock, seemingly trying to suppress his powers. The system issued a warning, detecting anomalies in the system. Soon the chains tightened, causing the lock to explode into many pieces. The system continued to announce, "Bello's punishment has been completely removed." Bello stood before the machine, looking down. A deep voice sounded, "This is the weapon I prepared for you, the punishment removal device." Jin Hyuk paused, thinking to himself, can it really remove the punishment? In the fiery golden-orange glow, Bello, with eyes sunk in darkness, grinned smugly. He raised both hands to lift the brilliant sphere and said, "Someone like you, who climbed to the top, must understand what this means, Jin Hyuk. You no longer have a chance to win." Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, not responding a word. The machine spiraled like a massive vortex reaching the sky, emitting a shimmering light, with the red sphere at its peak surrounded by a rainbow halo. Golden light erupted from the center, forming a widening ring of light, blasting debris in all directions. All the angels and Venian were thrown by the shockwave. A loud cry echoed, "The Dream City is about to be destroyed." A series of golden-orange explosions erupted on the ground, bright cutting streaks tore the scene into chaos. He knelt on the stone floor, anxiously asking if everyone was all right. An angel replied, "We are still all right." Venian frantically asked, "What about the apostle, where is he?" Then Venian looked around in shock. Powerful golden-orange beam shot down, piercing through the floating rocks. He thought to himself, could he still be fighting? From above, Bello looked at Jin Hyuk buried under the rocks and mocked. "You were so eager to talk earlier, now why are you silent?" Jin Hyuk pushed himself up and shouted back, "Shut up," then silently thought, could that punishment removal device be the weapon Donald mentioned? Continued, "Your item is quite interesting, Bello, but defying the towers will cost you dearly." Bello pointed at the machine confidently, saying, "I sacrificed my ally after offering him to the fourth king over 600 floors, I can now use it." Behind Bello, a figure silently appeared, holding a sword high, ready to strike. Still hadn't noticed, continuing to speak, "Anyway, we've reached the final threshold." Only Jin Hyuk noticed the disturbance behind Bello, thinking that a member of the Divine Sword was still alive. Following Jin Hyuk's gaze, Bello finally noticed. He quickly swung his sword, cutting the ambusher in two. The opponent's eyes widened, blood pouring from his throat. Bello sneered, saying, "You aren't worthy to fight, you wingless." The mask on Jin Hyuk's face began to reveal clearly. He shot off at a terrifying speed, shouting a warning to stop immediately. Witnessing this, the angels began to waver. Being without punishment, whom we couldn't even defeat before, someone beside him said, "We're finished." Venian cut in, "No, we can't give up." Venian shouted loudly with determination, "We are Lucifer's swords. We must defeat the invader at all costs," when a voice stopped them, "No." Aruhu waved from above, "Retreat immediately. Move to another area, hurry up. It's very dangerous," above the punishment removal machine. A giant hand reached out, gripping the red sphere tightly. Aruhu noticed the abnormality and turned back, fully alert. Below, Venian stared in disbelief and exclaimed, "It can't be." The system displayed a notification, detecting an anomaly. Ming appeared behind the machine, gripping the sphere tightly. The system continued to report that Ming's tower climber punishment had been removed. Meg roared in fury and rage. The roar caused the nearby machine to shake and then collapse. The entire space trembled with the sound. Uriel frantically turned toward the source of the noise, whispering that sound. Hamil collapsed to the ground, arrows piercing through her body. She rasped, "Meg's punishment has disappeared." Uriel, stunned, asked, "What did you say?" He smirked confidently, "Now you can hardly rest. Ming will flatten this entire place." The giant race, though not prominent in intelligence or power ambitions, had never seen their position in the Four Kings falter. The reason was simple. That was pure, overwhelming power, dominating all advantages of other races. An angel panicked upon hearing this. "The giants no longer have punishment." The one beside him trembled and added, "Doesn't that mean?" Uriel immediately shouted to calm them down, "Don't give up, hurry and support over there." Suddenly Hamil spoke to stop them, "No, you must not advance any further. At that moment she had borrowed the power of Sandalahin. Hamiel screamed, "Try taking one more step." On the other side, Megler vaguely heard something. He raised his hand to observe and muttered, "What's happening? I hear distant screams, or maybe those insects have shrunk, or I've grown bigger." He clenched his fist, reinforcing his resolve, whatever. He raised his fist. "I will use more power to crush everything in my way. So I no longer care." Haru quickly observed and shouted, "He's here. Everyone move out of the way." Genia gritted his teeth, saying, "There's no way we can take down something as huge as that." Meg charged forward. Hendrik and Vulcan lunged to block him. Both kept tense faces, not allowing any slack even for a moment. Two streams of red and dark purple energy shot straight into Meg, causing him to stagger and retreat. He roared in fury, his cold gaze locking onto Hendrik and Vulcan. Meg shouted, shaking the space, "It hurts, you insect." Hendrik raised his hand to shield himself and shouted, "Move away." In a moment of exertion, his eyes glowed coldly as he threw a punch covered in blue and black energy, sweeping across the ground. Brilliant blue light shot out. Hendrik and Vulcan were pushed back by the immense pressure. Above, shattered rocks floated in midair. Two energy blades, one bright gold and the other cold blue, collided fiercely. Yahello and Jin Hyuk faced each other head-on. The air between them was thick with tension. He swung his hand, unleashing a blast of force, pushing Jin Hyuk back. His gaze suddenly shifted elsewhere. Jin Hyuk was startled, thinking, "The giant's punishment has also been erased. The people below are in danger, I must help them." From the top of the tall rock, a fierce golden lightning bolt struck down. He paused, Hamiel with golden wings and a blinding halo, slowly descended before Uriel. Jin Hyuk thought that light. Tremendous pressure poured down. She looked down with a cold gaze, saying, "So it's you, the one who opposed the selection." Without hesitation, he immediately soared upwards. "It's Uriel." Behind, Bello chased after, reminding him, "Don't leave yourself so open." Jin Hyuk glimpsed the light behind him, cursing silently, "Damn it, an ambush." Quickly landed on a nearby rock to let the light pass by. Jin Hyuk plunged his sword into the ground, steadying himself. Purple-black energy surrounding his body slowly dissipated. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth. He had pierced through his demonic state. Glancing at his body, he realized the demonic energy was no longer enough to merge, and Bello was no longer bound. From above, Bello looked down, laughing arrogantly. "What's wrong, Jin Hyuk? You're distracted by worrying about others, aren't you? That very concern gave me the opening. In the sky we have Sandalahin. On the ground there's Meg. Your teammates will fall one by one, and I will bring you down." Bello pointed and laughed. "For defying the will of the gods, I pronounce here and now, all traitors to the heavens will be punished." Jin Hyuk smirked. "I already told you. My teammates are not like you." Meg quietly turned back to look at Vulcan and Hendrik, who were cooperating to shield each other. Jin Hyuk's voice rang out, "We won't let anyone fall." Meg lowered his head and spoke gravely, avoiding magic. This time I'll bring you down." Before he could finish, a gold coin fell in front of him. From above, countless gold coins poured down. A warm voice echoed, "Golden rain." Meg was stunned. "Money." They hovered in midair. Lick stood above, constantly showering gold. Coldly said, 5,000,000 gold. A flash of light appeared above Sandalahin's head, catching his attention. Sandalahin turned to observe. "Is that what I just saw?" From above, a figure shot down, leaving a long streak of light behind. Sandalahin gasped, "The apostle of the god." Choijeong smiled coldly, his eyes blazing in the green halo. First form, great sword slash. He decisively launched a green light strike directly at Sandalahin. A torrent of emerald energy poured down from above, creating a fierce explosion of light. Holding a gold coin, said coldly, "The victory is ours." Choijeong excitedly added, "Now it truly begins." A figure shot up from the bottom of the cylindrical abyss, covered in a faint green glow and debris. Sandalahin's body was thrown far away. Choijeong landed powerfully, his eyes still blazing bright. He looked at his hand, covered in cracks, then gritted his teeth. "It hurts more than I expected. I may need to let this hand rest for a while." The hand trembled slightly, he thought. Exchanging like this to expel a god is a price worth paying. Sandalahin seemed to have been significantly weakened by the blow. A pair of slender legs stepped in front of him and spoke from the very beginning. Hamiel dragged her body forward and gritted her teeth. "Were you waiting to expel Sandalahin? How dare a human disrespect the gods?" Choijeong stood still, holding his aching arm, replying, rather than complaining about the gods. The young Hun's next words made Hamiel freeze. "Why don't you look at yourself? If you can't grow up, then don't dream of touching the power of the gods." As soon as he finished speaking, her body suddenly collapsed in a dazed gaze. Over here, Jin Hyuk summoned an energy arrow, preparing to shoot. First divine artifact, 10,000 transformations of the primal chaos, one shot of omnipotence. He hovered in the dark purple sky, drawing his bow to shoot a rain of purple arrows that tore through space, piercing the nucleus. Pello on the other side was creating an energy orb, shouting, "How many more hits will it take for you to understand?" bothered Jin Hyuk. Bello raised the orb near his face, preparing to unleash it. He was full of confidence, even if he had to use all his skill. The light orb exploded with giant energy rings and a booming sound. Bello continued, "In my eyes, you're just an insect." Watching the events unfold, Jin Hyuk frowned, thinking, damn it. A blinding white light erupted violently at the center, creating expanding energy rings that flung all the debris around in a moment of catastrophic collision. In midair, he landed on a massive stone floating, lowering his center of gravity cautiously, his black cloak billowing in the wind. Blood dripped from the corner of Jin Hyuk's mouth. He pondered that even Bello's casual blows were enough to make him stagger. Looking up at Bello towering above, Jin Hyuk silently understood that if he wanted to win, he would have to pay a price. He wiped the blood from his hand, his gaze gradually firming, so what needed priority right now was the machine that erased the punishment. The device still stood strong. In the center was a red sphere topped with a white crystal prominently placed at the apex. On its surface, Hendrik's reflection was seen, holding a sword, preparing to strike. He swung the sword, releasing a long, dark red energy wave, drawing a powerful streak of light through the sky. The ultimate move, Kshuhan Long Slash. Meg raised her hand, blocking the strike dismissively, clearly showing that the attack was insignificant. After the strike, Hendrik lowered his body, close to the ground. The massive upper body of Meg was marked with bright red cuts and traces from the previous technique. Hendrik gritted his teeth, telling himself he had come this far thanks to hard training, but still. A figure suddenly appeared beside him, causing him to startle, briefly thinking that he wasn't yet strong enough to harm him. Instinctively, he turned towards the sound, silently lamenting that he was one step too slow. Meg immediately swung a fist, the aftershock tearing apart the ground. He roared, "Gotcha, little worm." Watching Hendrik collapse onto the stone floor, he added that the prey that had slipped away was now in his hands. Around them, Venian, Haru, Vulcan, and the others had also fallen, and a cold voice echoed that no one could stop Meg now. Suddenly, a strong blow struck him in the face, accompanied by the declaration that Meg would support Bello right now. After the strike, Lick hovered above, looking down and asking, "Where are you going?" "I'm still standing here." Meg shot a sideways glance and responded, "Not bad." On Lick's hand appeared a symbol resembling a lock. He added that you are carrying a punishment. If you strike me, your body will endure numerous injuries. Meg grasped the sphere of the machine, confidently declaring that as long as he could protect it, he would not face any punishment. His eyes gleamed as he looked forward, roaring that Meg would definitely claim victory. Hearing this, Lick grew frustrated, thinking that he once thought all giants were foolish, but it turned out they were very tactical in battle. He had to find a way to overcome this situation. Jin Hyuk shared the same thought. It was time to take a risk. From high above, a golden white light merged with emerald radiance as it descended. He shouted, "Sovereign Vision." Bello observed the burst of energy and calmly asked, "So you still refuse to give up?" Seeing Jin Hyuk in the state of merged power, he continued, "You've drained your divine power." Before he finished speaking, Jin Hyuk vanished in a flash of light. Bello froze, looking up in astonishment, and exclaimed, "What?" He immediately chased after Jin Hyuk's figure, shouting, "Are you trying to run away?" As he chased, Bello laughed mockingly, knowing he had lost, so he gave up on the idea of revenge. Jin Hyuk glanced back, responding coldly, "The one giving up is you." He pointed the supreme staff at his opponent and said, "You're letting go of the most important thing." Bello looked at the object that had just passed by and gritted his teeth in disbelief. Watching the direction Jin Hyuk headed, he realized the target was the machine that erased the punishment. Bello raised his hand, gathering energy at his fingertips, preparing to counterattack, and said, "You think that trick will work?" Golden-orange arrow shot towards Jin Hyuk, and he added, "Your plan will fail." The golden energy beam pierced through his arm, bursting into blinding light at the point of contact. Ignoring the wound, Jin Hyuk stood firm, raising the staff to create a pure black sphere surrounded by ethereal rings of light. A massive column of red light shot out from the staff, tearing through the wind, and he shouted, "Divine Power Shot." Bello realized he had been thrown off course by the recoil, grumbling in frustration almost. But Jin Hyuk didn't think so. He told himself, "I didn't miss." His gaze shifted down to Meg, reflecting that he was the original target. The beam shot straight into the center of Meg, and in his mind, he briefly considered destroying that giant's machine. The strike hit. Meg shouted in confusion, "What's happening to my machine?" Seeing him distracted, Lick immediately formed a golden sphere in his hand and shouted, "Golden Strike." He followed up decisively, "Golden Wish." Meg's sharp hands showed signs of pain. His entire body was engulfed, in a sea of blazing energy flame. Bello turned in horror, unable to believe what was happening, and screamed, "No way." He looked down at the wreckage and saw Lick standing above. Bello angrily realized that from the beginning, the opponents had aimed at Meg's machine. Taking the full blow, Meg staggered, his gaze dimming as if he was about to fall. A hole appeared in his massive body, and Meg fell, roaring, "You won't escape." Blood poured from his mouth. Meg said, "Even if we have to ignore the punishment and enhance ourselves, we will still charge to our end." As he finished speaking, Hendrik appeared behind, raising his sword and saying, "No, you are the one who must pay." Hendrik shouted, "Demon Dragon Slash." In an instant, his shadow swung the dark red sword, delivering a decisive slash that tore through space. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Bello gritted his teeth and growled, "Damn Jin Haya." He yelled madly, "If you don't turn back, everything will go as planned." Bello raised his hand to create an energy sphere, declaring, "This time I will finish you off completely." As he spoke, Choi Jeong charged up, asking, "Who do you intend to finish off?" His eyes were bright, throwing a punch that cut through the air and shouting, "How dare you betray my friend?" He launched a burst of emerald energy that exploded into powerful beams of light and yelled, "Take this." In the nick of time, a hexagonal energy shield appeared, blocking the attack. Bello stood behind the shield and said, "Attacks like these won't be enough to break my divine power, Choi Jeong." He smirked and asked, "You really won't face any punishment?" Suddenly, another fierce blow flew toward the shield. Bello startled, raising his hand to block, looking down in disbelief and exclaiming, "You." He yelled, "Goldrich, are you also siding with Jin Haya?" The other man threw the golden coin and replied, "I was never on your side." With no allies left, Bello silently calculated that if they both fought to the death, their power would be on par with his. How troublesome. He had to protect the machine and attack them at the same time. Suddenly a dragon appeared high above. Bello looked up in shock and whispered, "A dragon." On this side, Uriel, Venian, and the other angels were performing the ritual. She said softly, "We have poured all remaining divine power." Uriel raised her head urgently, "Please respond." A streak of light slid across the body of the dark dragon. Miho dove down in free fall, shouting, "Mystical fox." Miho smiled brightly and called out, "Mother." The red orb on the punishment erasing machine suddenly exploded, the force sweeping away nearby debris. Bello's sturdy shield shattered, tiny fragments of energy scattering in all directions. The nine-tailed fox manifested. She looked at Bello and said, "Farewell, servant of the Supreme Heaven Lord." He flinched. The nine-tailed fox has descended to the mortal plane. Bello raised his hand, a small orb condensed within the radiance. He roared, "If that body is harmed, your bloodline will also perish." The nine-tailed fox said coldly, "I seal." Instantly, Bello's body froze. He panicked, realizing he could not move. He stepped back and signaled, "The moment is now." Jin Hyuk lowered his stance, raising the great sword cloaked in dark energy. The nine-tailed fox called out, "My child." Jin Hyuk said solemnly, "It's over, Bello." Bello panicked but was powerless, only able to cry out in despair, "No." A ferocious attack exploded. Jin Hyuk swung his sword, forming a swirling energy orb. That power swept everything around with overwhelming force. Bello's body was thrown backward. He raised his hand, trying to maintain his form. Gritted his teeth, recalling he once blocked Choi Jeong-hun's punch, yet now he was pushed back by this slash. Suddenly, a lock-shaped symbol appeared above him. Bello's body stiffened. Red eyes wide open, "No punishment." Jin Hyuk lunged forward, grabbing his collar and up. Bello trembled, calling, "Father Jin Hyuk." The nine-tailed fox smiled from above, "Perhaps victory is mine." The system beside her appeared. The pinnacle of all dark intents said that no one had dared attack the celestial realm for a long time. He asked whether the gift had been received, Supreme Heaven Lord, but Zah's system remained silent. The nine-tailed fox spoke, "Why do you not answer?" The elder system immediately flew away. She curled her lips, running away then. The system replied, they only smiled, and said there was nothing more to say. Lucifer listened to the conversation, but remained silent. Bello looked at Jin Hyuk stubbornly, saying, "It cannot end like this. I need to build a heaven where the strong rule and purge those who seek to conquer the tower." Jin Hyuk said sternly, "If you do that, no one will climb the tower. That is not heaven." He sneered, "That world is proper. Everyone knows their place and obeys the order." Jin Hyuk, losing patience, cut him off enough. Behind him, Tam was summoned. "It is time for you to receive punishment, Bello. Send my regards to the underworld." Bello looked at the fierce fangs before him, thinking he could not end like this. He believed his ideals were right. Still unseen was the world promised. He shouted, "I cannot disappear like this." Supreme Heaven Lord, a streak of light tore across the sky. A gigantic hand cast a shadow of black edged with white, rending the air like broken glass, ready to emerge from the crack. In the void, Zah appeared, muscular and surrounded by white light. imposing and full of pressure. A face with a white beard radiating brilliance, eyes glowing with authority, showing supreme power. Suddenly, a dazzling beam from above tore through the sky, causing Jin Hyuk and Bello to look up simultaneously. Jin Hyuk quietly asked, "What is happening?" The nine-tailed fox also froze, impossible. Bello grinned triumphantly, "He has answered my request." Vulcan, Haru, and the others looked up. Someone's voice rang out, the strongest god of the tower. Uriel's group also looked toward the sky. Choijeong and Lick quietly observed. Bello continued shouting, "Supreme Heaven Lord." The gigantic hand tears the sky apart. Zah's imposing figure stepped out in radiant light. The elder's eyes blazed. Zah announced his name. He looked down majestically, raising the gigantic hand as if to unleash ultimate power. Seeing this, the nine-tailed fox flinched in alarm. She turned back, shouting, "Everyone run." From the elder's fingertips, blinding light shot out, condensing into an X-shaped energy orb. Scene change, an ancient castle stood tall on floor 190 under the blue sky. Bustling voices of merchants rang out, "Very cheap tower climbing equipment here." The owner offered a red apple, "Try it, very sweet." A customer asked eagerly, "Really?" He took the apple and said softly, "Thank you." Upon touch, the raised arm dissolved into nothing, leaving only a stretched black shadow. The customer's eyes widened in confusion. Extremely strong white light swept across the horizon. The castle and city below vanished as if never existing. Everything gradually dissolved into the void. Tall buildings were swallowed by light, leaving only scattered streaks. The whole city was bathed in white light. Massive structures collapsed into blazing red ruin. Colossal energy surge descended, lifting debris into the sky. After the shockwave, buildings tilted and completely shattered. The hand that held the apple earlier fell and then vanished. The remaining people panicked, shouting, "The city is gone." Faces showed clear terror. From the center, golden light erupted like lava, cracking the ground. Black smoke swirled, covering all, leaving only a blazing pit with twisting yellow-orange rays. Zah's fingertip lowered, the destructive pit still smoldered. Bello stood beneath that gigantic figure. He laughed triumphantly, "What a magnificent scene." He roared, "This is my godly authority, the true master of the tower, the power of Zah." Suddenly a blaze shot straight through Bello's chest, freezing his smile mid-provocation. From behind Bello came a cold voice, "Enough, Bello. I need a vast source of divine power. The price cannot be mere descent alone." Within a dazzling golden aura, Zah raised his hand, unleashing immense power directly at Bello. Declared coldly, "Then offer it all to me." Bello cried in panic, "Wait, I still have." But Zah cut him off, saying, "That is your choice, the fate of the weak under the strong." Bello's body began fading into the void. He screamed in pain, "I have been loyal to you." Zah's body radiated majestic gold, drawing all of Bello's life force and power into himself. As the body gradually vanished, Bello trembled, begging, "Spare me, I do not want this end." Surging energy was sucked into Zah's mouth like a whirlwind, consuming all. After absorbing the massive power, Zah lowered his hand and spoke in a deep voice, finally free to act. Zah, supreme in divine power, reached level 999+. Hyuk leapt forward, shouting, "You." He gripped his sword, lowering his voice, "You are behind all of this, right?" Zah responded straightforwardly, "Yes. I will wipe out the likes of you to build my own heaven." Jin Hyuk smirked, "Is that so?" Confidently said, "If I defeat you, everything will end. I will make you pay for handling Ken without permission." Zah laughed with amusement, "You are interesting too. Now I understand why Ban paid attention to you." The ban system appeared, reminding the rule forbidding the Supreme from intervening in the tower. Jin Hyuk called ban. The system replied, "Do you think the other gods will ignore this?" Zah looked at the screen coldly, "Which god dares stop me?" Pointed arrogantly, saying, "After I burn floor 190 and deal with Jin Hyuk, all will be clear." In Zah's palm gathered a pure white glowing orb, sparkling like a gem. He affirmed, "I am the true master of the tower." From that light burst a fierce red-orange energy beam, as if tearing everything ahead. Caught off guard, Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, realizing the strike was faster than expected. A shadow of Venian suddenly appeared. Thought silently he wouldn't dodge in time. In a critical moment, Venian rushed to hug Jin Hyuk, shielding him from the incoming red beam. Venian gritted his teeth, glancing back. The blazing streak shot into the sky and faded into the void. Zah mocked, "Are you Lucifer's minion? Resisting is futile." Immediately after, a blazing purple power surged at him at terrifying speed. Zah turned to Choi Jeong and Nine-Tailed Fox, angrily asking, "Do you want to interfere?" Answered decisively, "Of course." Choi Jeong twisted his wrist, saying, "I did not train to just stand and watch." Zah, eyes sharp, raised his hand, continuing to condense another energy mass. "Very well, come." From above, firepower rained down, causing violent shock on the floating rock midair. Amidst the dust, Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth in rage. He turned to Venian, saying, "Thanks to you I am still standing here." Suddenly his eyes widened. Jin Hyuk called out to him in panic. He knelt, shouting, "Your legs." Venian softly said, "Disciple, I cannot let you be in danger." Jin Hyuk hurriedly explained, "I am not Lucifer's disciple." On the other side, Venian replied, "I know," leaving Jin Hyuk stunned. Venian continued, "If Lucifer chose you to free us from the evil god's rule, then I will protect that prophecy at all costs." He gritted his jaw, saying, "So will they." His gaze swept over the glowing angelic souls around. They had all agreed. Jin Hyuk thought, "Those are the souls of fallen wingless." Venian sincerely proposed, "Fight alongside us, Jin Hyuk. Accept power from our souls." Jin Hyuk exclaimed in astonishment, "Accept everyone's souls? Do you understand what that means? Doing so, they will have no chance to transcend or reincarnate. Meaning all will end." Venian said firmly, "I am ready." Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, but Venian cut in, "Only you can defeat Za." He urged, "We have no time left, do it now." Jin Hyuk clenched his fists, trembling, replying, "Understood." With fiery eyes, he opened his mouth, absorbing the angels' souls and declaring, "I will not let this sacrifice be in vain." He continued absorbing the soul energy, power surging, letting out a roar. Venian lay below, silently watching Jin Hyuk. Finally he closed his eyes, smiling in relief, "Thank you." Dazzling light erupted, the center a mysterious black dot splitting into 4 branches. Choijeong and Nine-Tailed Fox coordinated an attack towards Za. Choijeong focused force into a wind-slicing punch, thinking the opponent is a god. Prolonging this is useless. Nine-Tailed Fox also formed an energy orb, preparing to strike, telling herself must exert full power to win. Standing amidst the radiant pink-purple light, she unleashed the power of Mystic Spirit Fox. Within an emerald aura, Choijeong lunged, delivering an enhanced direct strike. Emerald and pink-purple forces erupted, reflecting on Za's aged yet powerful face. After the clash, the force rebounded into Za, causing violent shock. Za's head emitted dense black smoke, obscuring his face. Nine-Tailed Fox turned, asking Choijeong, "Are you okay?" He held his arm, replying, "I cannot use this hand." Punished. A giant hand suddenly reached to grab Choijeong mid-speech. Realizing too late, he turned, shouting, "Danger." Za's massive hand clenched Jeong-hun's body. His other hand also reached to restrain Nine-Tailed Fox. Za looked at them, voice icy. "You dare resist the king of gods, I will not forgive." He continued, roaring, "I will not yield." Za stood amid the blazing golden aura, fists clenched with fury, calling them weak insects. Then he decided in a deep voice to annihilate all of you and destroy the lower floors of this tower, so the noisy bugs have no way to retreat anymore. Below, everyone turned pale, looking up at the sky, cracking apart in pieces. Za's voice echoed everywhere, "I will block the path to every tower. I will build my own paradise, a place where no one dares challenge this authority again." Choijeong's eyes widened in pain. Nine-Tailed Fox likewise gritted her teeth, enduring the oppressive pressure. Suddenly a jet-black slash shot through, sharp enough in an instant to rip both of the old man's arms from their original position. Za froze, unable to comprehend what had just happened. A familiar voice rose, full of mockery. "Absurd, really." Choijeong whispered, "Is that you?" Immediately followed by a terrified scream, Jin Hyuk. In front of them, he slung his sword over his shoulder, looking down from above and asked, "Who allowed you to do that?" Nine-Tailed Fox observed and quietly concluded that the immense divine power had severed Za's hand. Could he be absorbing the power of the angels? But if that were true, Za burst into a cold laugh. The old man roared in fury. "Such a tiny human dares to have such ambition. You even consumed Lucifer's minions. It seems you have gathered power nearly reaching god level." Showing no sign of pain, Za spread his severed arms and unleashed fierce energy, declaring that you are unworthy to hold that divine power. Jin Hyuk swiftly dodged the relentless beam, while Za's voice continued to echo through the space. "You have taken power beyond your level. It will burn your body from within. Then you will collapse." He gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on Za. Defying all, the old man reached out his colossal hand to seize Jin Hyuk, flying in the air with wings white as snow. Za hissed that he would crush him. His eyes widened, pupils blazing purple, black and pink-purple energy swirling, indicating power about to erupt. The massive hand collided directly with the purple energy emanating from Jin Hyuk. The impact created a blinding flash, along with lightning streaks across the sky. Za yelled in astonishment, "What is that?" Below, Choijeong was also stunned, magic energy. But what Jin Hyuk absorbed was divine power. Nine-Tailed Fox stiffened beside him. "This cannot be happening." Time rewound, Jin Hyuk absorbed the angel's soul into his body and shouted, "Absorb." He gritted his teeth as the energy was forcibly ingested inside. Suddenly he opened his mouth, releasing a glowing golden sphere, surging violently. Jin Hyuk tensed, thinking the divine power kept flowing if this continued. The system interface appeared, reminding him to stay calm. Jin Hyuk tried to focus on the interface, and called the name Lucifer. System continued to notify that he now had clues to handle this situation. He recalled the moment standing before Lucifer's statue, the image imprinted deeply in his eyes amid the pouring rain. Colossal dark purple-black wing with prominent veins suddenly unfolded, tearing the air apart. On the other side, a pure white angel wing appeared. The thought struck to convert divine power to demonic energy and balance the two sources to neutralize the pressure. In midair, Jin Hyuk appeared, merging the two opposing energies into one. One side mystical dark purple-black, the other radiant white gold. In the center, a diamond-shaped energy block glowed as he softly called, Zenith. From above, he circled with wings, displaying the two contrasting hues. His cold gaze directed down at Zah below. The old man sensed the anomaly and gritted his teeth. What is that form? Zah roared in fury, Lucifer. Jin Hyuk said little, only coldly, very well, we end this here, Zah. In Zah's palm formed a dense black sphere. Dark and oppressive, he yelled, how dare you do this? He unleashed spiraling golden energy like a fiery drill clearing the path, continuing to shout, how dare you confront me in that form? The two forces collided, creating a violently explosive pressure. Jin Hyuk's eyes glowed with provocative brilliance, one side a mystical purple, the other a glaring golden yellow, signaling that he was channeling all his power into this moment. Without hesitation, he charged straight into the stream of light opposite him, as if daring all to challenge him. Ah was secretly amazed, not understanding how his opponent could stop his divine power so easily. This meant that his power was nearing, even matching the elders. Jin Hyuk raised his hand with sharp claws, surrounded by purple magical flames, smirking to say that it shouldn't be a surprise to be stopped like this. He twirled his sword, summoning the primal chaotic energy from the origin of the void. The blade ignited with brilliant purple flames, radiating a sharp aura full of pressure. He shot forward in front of Zah, declaring that this time, everything would be mercilessly divided. The elder growled in anger, his hand tightening into a fist as he roared in frustration. How dare someone as lowly as you challenge me? The moment the brilliant purple slash struck Zah's body, white light erupted in a blinding explosion, with waves of energy surging violently across the space. The collision formed a pure white halo, mixed with hazy glows that shook the surrounding space. Below, people murmured, he's facing off with Zah. Can he win? Haru whispered Urabayani. She shouted loudly toward Vuan, don't lose. Haru called out again, Urabayani. Blood trickled from the corner of Jin Hyuk's mouth. In his demon form, Jin Hyuk roared, pouring all his strength into the decisive blow. His power slowly shattered Zah's divine protection. Cracks started appearing in the elder's hand. A sound like wind tearing through the air rang out. The demonic blade pierced through Zah's hand, gliding across his body and causing the elder's arm to lose its form. The elder was horrified, his brows furrowed, unease rising within him. I am the divine power beyond the tower. Zah looked at Jin Hyuk, briefly wondering if he could wield divine power equal to his, even mixed with demonic energy. Unwilling to accept the reality, the elder screamed wildly, impossible, I am a god, the master of this tower. Fingers detached from the body, floating in midair, surrounded by golden light before gradually dissipating, Zah screamed in desperate agony. A blazing orange soul shot towards him like a living flame. Around them, countless other souls began to take form. Zah's voice echoed in the space, how can a mere human surpass me? Jin Hyuk coldly responded, you were never a god, pointing directly at the elder. You are just a fearful man hiding behind a facade of power. Zah gritted his teeth as he heard Jin Hyuk speak of someone surpassing him. Two blazing souls flew towards him. The elder shouted, shut up. Let's see how long you can keep that mouth shut after this strike. Jin Hyuk stood firm, observing the two streams of light charging towards him. Absolute power erupted, forming a giant white-orange fireball that swept everything away in a furious rage. Zah sneered, the one who only borrows power from Lucifer's petty souls. You're truly laughable. Intense light covered the scene, reflecting in the elder's eyes the distorted image of the one exploding with energy, leaving Zah stunned. Amidst the ruins and the remaining glows from the explosion, the elder stared in awe as Jin Hyuk soared through the air with opposing wings, swinging his fiery sword in a powerful arc. He slowly donned his mask, speaking in a deep voice, I am not like you. Figures of the angelic souls flashed through Jin Hyuk's mind. He continued, those you look down upon are like dust. The smile of Van Yen briefly appeared in his memory. Jin Hyuk asserted that they were far braver than you. The more Zah heard, the more agitated he became, angrily cursing with venom. The demon mask, purple horns, and blazing eyes, Jin Hyuk delivered a savage slash, tearing through the purple energy and diving into the bright, magma-like pit. The sword path pierced through the elder's body, making him tremble violently. The elder's entire body was enveloped in brilliant light and purple lightning. Ban system appeared, facing Za. On his interface, the words appeared, "Are you here just to mock me?" Ban replied from the other side of the system, "Indeed." He said, "You are just a coward. Even with immense power in your hands, you suppress those with potential. And you once tried to suffocate him." Ban accused, "It is fear that led you to crush other talents. That is the true cause of your defeat." On the other side, there was only prolonged silence. And a cold line appeared, "End." Immediately after, everything shattered in the blink of an eye. Outside, Za's body slowly dissolved into nothingness. In the final moment, the elder still screamed that he was the master of the tower. Jin Hyuk said nothing, unleashing a destructive energy force that forced the elder to face the finishing blow. Za's body disintegrated, with shimmering fragments floating in the air, blending into the atmosphere in blinding light. In the deep blue sky, the final fragment shattered, drifting in the air like weightless stone. Tragic end, the last remains of the villain turned into bright dust, disappearing forever. Jin Hyuk calmly withdrew his power, feeling the overwhelming energy in his body slowly recede. He held the mask, glanced in one direction, and softly said, "That should be enough, right?" Venian's soul and the angels appeared. He smiled, "I've reclaimed justice for everyone." Yen smiled with satisfaction, as a form of gratitude before slowly fading away. He quietly watched the figure disappear into the air. Finally, Jin Hyuk gently closed his eyes and thought, "Now then, I have reached my limit." He relaxed his body, letting himself fall through the endless sky. A hand reached out, hoping to catch him. Haru tightly embraced Jin Hyuk's body. Jin Hyuk opened his eyes faintly, seeing her figure first. Haru's voice calling out repeatedly, "Orabayani, Orabayani, Orabayani." Everyone gathered around anxiously asking, "Are you awake?" Jin Hyuk looked around and responded that everything was fine. Then he gently closed his eyes and whispered, "Thank goodness." Haru panicked and called out loudly, "Orabayani." Everyone rushed over in panic, continuously calling out, "What's happening? Wake up, Jin Hyuk." She trembled, calling out, "Orabayani, open your eyes, please, Orabayani." A month later, the basements of the Holy Kingdom, once sold by Pello, were now under the management of Goldrich, controlled by the faction opposing the Celestial Realm. When the leader was no longer present, the four kings immediately fell into internal conflict, causing the highest levels of the tower to descend into chaos, and they could no longer focus on the lower floors. Floor 190. The door leading to the next floor appeared before them. Hendrik glanced over and asked if he was okay to rest. Jin Hyuk shrugged his shoulders and replied that resting for too long had made his body stiff. Haru chimed in, agreeing that he had used all his strength to defeat a god, so resting for that long was only natural. Miho behind them nodded in agreement, "Yes, indeed." He nodded slightly and expressed his thoughts that Za's choice and plan had collapsed, and now no one had the strength to stop them. Dean's face lit up with fierce determination. He strongly added that the time had come. "Let's clean up the tower," the group enthusiastically agreed, "Yes. Let's go," let's set off. After their glorious victory, all the members of Jin Hyuk's team walked together through the bright blue portal, opening a new chapter and closing the glorious journey they had experienced together.